Yo. Today we have foot, KC foot, and then we have Vitality Heretics. Two big games. Vitality lost, Heretic win, and then KC and foot won. Yeah, one sec. Up.
Course, these teams, they had a great result in week one, and it's time to see if they will, they will fare against each other and whether they're going to continue their winning ways. It's time to bring out Carmichael and Foot. Well, KC, they are always confident in EMEA. And you heard it from them last week. They want to change things up. They want to evolve. They want to innovate. And they want to make sure they do not get caught off guard on this stage. But on the other side of this matchup, of course, a team that is no stranger to doing things a little bit wacky. No stranger to any changes. And it felt like after last week, we are finally on board with this man, CNED, not playing the Jet. But the question is, they took a map off of KC last time they played against each other. Can they do that again today? Are they able to maybe go one stage even further by pulling off an upset?
Yeah, exactly. The testing period has to be over. They tested and tried a lot of different things and compositions during kickoff, and the other day they proved that that testing period itself, that they actually mastered and polished some of the ideas that they previously had. Now, is that going to be enough also with the extra time added that they had by not going to Modi?
Yeah, I think KC right now they're on such a strong, sharp upward trajectory that even though Foot might be looking a little bit better and marginally better from like what we've seen before, it's almost like they're moving sideways or very subtly upwards.
Yeah, and as you guys can see from the map meter here, Foot, they take away the sunset, which means the Lotus is going to be open. Do you feel like teams should maybe just start banning the Lotus against them?
Bye.
I'm surprised that they move away
And
from
KC,
the
yeah,
Breeze. You know, they've proven that,
interesting.
and as I said, they tested a lot of maps, but Breeze was not one of them, and even last week they decided to not play it. And as you were saying, Sue, if you leave Lotus open for KC, they're going to pick it. We were talking about this with compositions,
no,
and they're not even going to second ban
They leave Breeze open.
That means if we get to that decider, we finally will see the Breeze, and we
I'm curious
know what
about
happened last
like
week.
KC's team combat
Yeah, I
mine.
mean, we can sit here and talk about like
Because they play Neon, they play Yoru, they play Haze, they play a lot of
I
stuff.
feel like they're in a position right now where they just have
So I'm curious to see what they think is
they have a
the
lot of
best.
structure and they have a lot of purpose to everything they do. So it's going to be interesting to see, like, is Foot going to be able to rake that even on
Because
5
team
going
don't
into the
play
first map?
Yeah, but it just feels like
Sentinels.
when you give them the Lotus, you're giving them a 1-0 up, no matter how you look at it. But the bind is where they lost the paper
Like,
round.
it's rare to
And
see a
the
Sentinel
Yoru stuff
on
they
bind.
tried, Kukuga, what did you think?
It's kind of like
I think it also has
split.
to do with the preparation coming into
Some
this.
teams
We're
play
not in
one,
kickoff
some
anymore.
teams
This is
play
not a
none,
one-time
and they
thing.
play
It's not a
double
tournament that you
controller,
have to play
double
day by day. You
initiator,
actually
or
will
double
have
controller,
a bit more
double
time to prepare
duelist.
for your one specific opponent. Well, in case this week they have to face against two, but you know, most likely you only have one opponent and you have to make a plan just for them. And for this one, my only question was going to be, is Foot going to be picking the bind or the split? You know, it's a bit of pick your poison, but as you said, Yinsu, bind is a map that they have already won against KC. But KC is going to come in with a lot of prep.
They owned them on this map, and that's not many teams can say that.
Not many teams can say it, but there's like two things that you can have on the flip side. One of them is that KC has definitely had time to kind of like rebound from the losses. You learn more from losing than you do from winning, just because you get exposed more and then you know exactly what you have to work on and fix. So that's like one of the things that they have to work on. And the other thing is like, you know, the Foot win was a while ago, but, you know, PRX is also a different beast, I would say, than Foot, right? So right now we're comparing like apples to oranges. Are we going to see, you know, these guys losing to Foot the same way that they would lose to PRX after they've had time to kind of rebound from both? I'm not sure that's the case.
To be fair, for Foot, we did see a lot of that recklessness and kind of explosivity going up against Team Liquid. You know, when they were playing on that split, round after round, they were literally on their faces and they were going for every single one of them duels, putting a lot of pressure, which is a lot how PaperX play. So maybe, you know, they got some ideas, they got some, as I said, polish and confidence in the compositions that they play in, and also in the macro idea that they have of how to interpret the maps.
This is the thing, you said Krax was looking really good last week, so surely stick him on the Raze instead?
But the KO is so good. The KO is so good.
I mean, they could go either way with it. I don't really mind necessarily who's on which agent. What I need to see more from Foot is about like the fundamentals. It's about, like, as you say, like as they play against Liquid, yeah, they go for these duels and they win a lot of them, but it's like a double-edged sword where they...
It's the return of
And we have a double controller, double initiator for Keiko.
Wow!
We have a Sage.
List here on Bind.
This is real 2021 stuff we're seeing.
They will definitely need the double controller because they don't have a lot of mobility, right? They need to segue the map and they need to work for spaces little by little. Complicated, but definitely. I thought that the testing period was over, but apparently it's not. What duelist do you want CNET on? Is it going to be Raze, Yorup? No, you actually want him on Sage.
And it's
I actually respect this because...
Sage.
Listen.
Instead of a duelist.
One of the things that Foot needs to do is they need to go for these more like execute things. Like they have a lot of these executes, and then where it gets sloppy is like in the mid rounds or in like the post plants. I think using the Sage and building towards those full execs
and we have a Sky instead of a KO for Keiko.
Yeah, I'm just gonna code because CNET on Sage on Bind.
I don't really like Sky as
two people will know more
in a double
about
initiator.
What this man can do, and it is of course your casters for today, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Well, it's not quite that yet, but I'm excited to see CNET on this map either way, Tom. But with the maps in, Bind, Lotus, Breeze, gotta ask you, who's won the veto here in your mind?
I'd say KC. Like, I genuinely think that although, like, the first couple of maps are fairly happy to play, like, they played them on Lotus last time, 2018. It was not the year, that was how close the game was. Genuinely absurd of how close that matchup was. But yeah, they've let their permaban through, and there was even, I think they even banned Split towards the end, which has been a great map for them. So they've taken it to Breeze. So if we get there, I think we've got one hell of a series on our hands, but definitely a bit of a peculiar veto for them.
It's a bit of a grudge match. KC obviously took Foot out of the running for Masters Madrid, and now Foot looked for revenge early on in the group stage. KC off to a great start, so are Foot, both dominating the early games. A good litmus test for who the stronger squad is this time around. I'm expecting a close series. I'm expecting all three. We can see here on this pistol round, the attack side of KC is under a bit of threat. They tried to take control on B. Maybe the idea to go back later on, and well, that's definitely the idea now after losing Tamazi and Martine. Tamazi being down means no Viper wall as well, so crossing out into this site could be difficult. The good thing is there's only one player here to defend, Tom.
Yeah, the bad thing is...
Late shower wall.
Now, he's got himself the wall still. If he wanted to try and sort of section... Oh, no, wait, no, he doesn't. Never mind. He bought armor.
He used the wall inside of...
He's just used it, yeah. He moved over to use it a minute ago and has just locked off that angle. So it means he can just hold on to some of those positions. And with 30 seconds left...
It's a very late wall,
it's going to take them a little bit of time to even break through this if they wanted to. We've seen him be ever so deadly in these positions before, but for now, they are going to clear that spot. They know where he is, and the rotation's coming in for the rest of the team.
That wall's going to go down at some point. There it is. There's a player behind him. It should be an easy kill. CNET's turn, though, and he's caught Magnum. Narrate's caught in the open, attempting to make that pinch happen, and now the spike is down. It's another disaster for the attack. They tried to make something work. They thought they'd caught CNET in a corner,
and
but
a flawless
he wasn't
pistol.
able to come out on top. Foot, don't lose a single player in the pistol. A strong start for the defensive side.
Yeah, and Andaluthia flawless to kick things off. Doesn't get much better than that. And normally they're the ones dishing out second round victories. So thankfully they should be all right to get things over the line. But this is the thing with Foot. I think we sort of underestimated them because of kickoff. We saw them lose to KC and Heretics and go, oh, well, that's them done. They're not going to be that great this season. Come back in, decimated Liquid, and obviously we then found out that KC and Heretics were actually two of the best teams in the entirety of EMEA right now. So this congestion could be interesting. CNED, well positioned, a chance to do some real damage, but you know, he's got support.
Yeah, the backup is there.
Holy shit.
It is. Even a snake fight to close out the round. Big kills for Yedije, 3 away from a Viper's Pit early on.
That was clean.
Hey, listen, I'll take either. In the hands of these players, it doesn't matter. Just get those orbs stacked up, and now I think we'll be focusing more towards Yedije. I'm surprised Ada Captain even bought a weapon. Why not play with the Classic after what we saw from him yesterday? He's able to crumble Liquid single-handedly with no credits invested. But now he's got a Vandal coming into this, and the surprise as we get back into the game, people might be shocked to see round 3, Foot have gone for an op. CNED has pulled it out right off rip on the Sage now. I'm excited to see his ideas with this. Straight up early peek. No one peeking just yet, and a nasty surprise awaits them, but it's a missed shot. KC can count their lucky stars.
This is where KC now may even just go for the classic strat, something that many have brought out in the past, of avoid CNED. It's a good one. It's one that normally saves you, but up against this Foot side, it's definitely been a little bit more problematic. Mr. Fallen himself, ever deadly. The pressure coming in. Martin over the top. The counter flash is good. Both blinded up by a Dizzy. But they are now going to look to wrap around. Spike will be going down. Nothing to be stopping that. And now it has to be a retake with weaker weapons.
Some advantages maybe if they can force those close-range fights. But it looks like they're out in the open. Mr. Fallen's good for the first, but their numbers are quickly thinning out. Mr. Fallen shot in the back with no chance. And CNED, he dropped out of heaven to take the fight with the op. That's a big weapon left on the floor, and it looks like it will remain there. Nobody from the attacking side brave enough to pick up the attack side op. Big loss credits-wise, but because of the early economy with Foot, they're still going to balance out evenly well. It's just CNED that's going to struggle.
Yeah, I guess the thing is he'll probably just play close in hookah, or that's the one thing you can kind of get away with in Bind, is having one weaker weapon. We've seen it many times with the Judge. It can work out, but yeah, really clean stuff from KC as well, especially when things got a little bit shaky. I think this team have proven themselves to be able to weather the storm versus some of these, well, more aggressive teams. And I feel like this squad of Foot definitely falls within that bracket already. They're going to force Ada Captain off that aggressive position. You can see the wall's been utilized just to try and hold off Hookah, at least for the moment. And the rest of the team are all going through B-Long, but this might just be for orb control.
And we've already got the Paranoia down, but flashes from Magnum still exist. Dizzy up top, there's a deep flash from Magnum, keeping these players trapped in, allowing individual fights to be taken. KC are winning again and again. Yedije and Mr. Fallen, the last ones to try and fight their way back through. You can see Yedije still on the other side of the map. That was a quick take from KC. You can see why they didn't take the op there. They need their guns for charging down that site. And it's worked out very well. An almost unlosable post plan. Mr. Fallen does well to find the first. The snake bite a little deep. Oh no, it's not a little deep. In fact, Martin was hit by it, so he's easier taken down. But a 1v2. That Shin eventually closes out. Okay, KC.
Jumping in the one way.
No.
It's another Shin triple kill that we never got to see.
Where's Miniboo when you need him?
Oh god, he is cursed. He is cursed. But no, again, something I want to highlight as well going into this matchup is change compositionally. This is something that fairly different from what we've seen in the past, which is bringing back in that Gecko for Narrate, moving him off of what was a Raze and not having the Yoru anymore. So they've gone for, obviously, less of a double duelist, but normally you got that information from the Yoru anyway. But I think Narrate's Gecko is one of the best we've seen in the entirety of the VCT. So good with this agent, so good at getting those players blinded up, and the combination of having that double flash is also going to be that little bit more difficult to deal with.
They're ready. They're waiting for this push to come through. A wise play by the side of KC, and the reward is there. Paranoia, though, that's going to make it awkward. Tamazi's so low, and there was nowhere to go. Pushed from every side. That's making great use of a low buy from the side of Foot. They've claimed a weapon, and CNED's claimed a kill. That plant might be undeniable, but if CNED could survive, they'd have the numbers. Still, Thrash ready to go for Mr. Fallen, and he's legging it.
And the rate.
He's on his way around to long, presumably to use that to break his way through. The time is still good to make this work.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can see Narrate has fallen back to a position where he can use his as well. Both teams are basically having the potential idea and already stopping it from getting any real value. Now becomes the opposing side, as we are going to see the TP. Nice idea from out of Captain, but not quite dealt with quick enough. The defuse is already happening.
They have to go?
Halfway through the spam is going to
up.
at least
Stop.
drop it, but for now,
Nice
Mr.
shot.
Fallen needs this
Yes,
code. He
time.
needs it immediately. He does manage to
No.
get it. I don't know if there's
Yeah,
going
he
to be enough
does.
time. I think he's just about got it over the
Holy.
line. Mr. Fallen pulling off the Red Bull clutch.
Unbelievable
Nice
play.
clutch.
Even uses that smoke to isolate the duels. It was a little deep, just thrown out in panic to try and allow that push up to deny the defuse. And wow, it ends up backfiring massively. Still, you have to commend Foot for coming in at the start of this round so well. They played the latter stage perfectly, but early on the idea is
I mean,
to
it
push
was
up,
an
to
equal,
crunch
right?
these plays. You could see the KC
So
were
it's
ready
a
for that kind of
50.
aggression, but couldn't deal with it. But masterful play in the clutch from Mr. Fallen, reading their positions perfectly. And now 3-2. Viper's pit online, off rip. The defensive side back in control of things. And it looks like KC they're not going to go into it.
No way. No way. Shin's actually just TP'd straight in, and because of everything going on the site, I don't even know if they're going to realize Yedajay has somehow managed to peek his way that little bit further forward, surviving just outside, but he's down to just 20 HP. Has to fall off this completely. And now Shin's position is just basically holding off any rotations.
He got back in the pit, but the B site is no longer the target. KC have realized how many players are coming their way, and there's the info. Krax knows if he's detected 2 players, they're on the rotate, they're pushing up. There's a lurk left behind by Martin to pick up stragglers as Heaven Control is sought after. Shin still with a smoke, but no paranoia to clear out these angles. Instead, they'll drop though, keep Heaven Control, I presume, and get a nice safe plant. Look, chopping up the site in a very different way.
Spike planted.
But Foot have positions all across the map. They're scattered, and the surprise factor could catch them a couple of kills. Although they've lost Mr. Fallen, lost their way back through, out of Captain,
Okay, Magnum.
isolated.
Martin
dealt with,
now?
and now it's
Yeah.
impossible. As soon as Yedajay falls, we realize Krax 1v4, surrounded. Best chance was just to do damage, and he doesn't even get that. KC with an answer right back.
Yeah, a really nice sort of wrap back around. I love the mid-round calls. This is something that we've got to give credit again to Magnum. Bear in mind, he is still a new IGL, someone who's only really been picking it up when being within this team, someone who's been under some pretty decent IGLs in the past, but the fact is just having the state of mind after you get the opener, after you get rid of the pit, to be able to just rotate back through, clear out the players, and just have yourself a plant on the other side of the map. Really well played from KC, adaptive in those mid-rounds.
And we have
More than like
another
the
equal
pistols
for
again, Mitch,
Foot.
but, you know.
Out of Captain's spot. You know, he's gone for the Sheriff. I don't know why, Tom. Those right clicks were hitting. They were precise. Let's see what he can do with the Sheriff in hand. Already one has been shot as Krax goes down. And the numbers on Foot are focused on the A site. They're again trying this pincer that worked so well for them before, but no value to be found. Instead, KC are going to the other side of the map. A Viper wall's blocking them out, but with the flashes they have, the Dizzy clears out most angles. Martin can see the rest, and they know it was a retake B setup now. So a nice, easy plant. And a post plant that, realistically, there's not that many dangers in. The Viper wall kind of means they have to keep some players on site, or it could get messy. Outside of that, I mean, it's unlikely Foot used the res here.
No, well, I'd say it's at 0 at this point because of where the player actually died. Krax on the other side of the map. Again, though, trying to aggress off of it is give it a fight to CNED. Ada Captain slowly
It was a bit
approaching.
wide,
At this
though.
point, it's been so long that they kind of have to expect that he'll be here.
Okay, they
Already
get the
watching
round.
Magnum there alongside Narrate to clean things up, and it's not the prettiest of shots from Mr. Fallen either. KC, 4 players surviving, credits building, and they take themselves the lead.
Well, the attack side's starting to heat up now. That's 2 in a row from KC, and big investments in both those rounds from Foot. It means they're running out of cash. Obviously, they bought the Sheriffs in the last round.
Yeah.
They tried to make something work the round before, dive in with all their money. We haven't seen the op return for CNED either, and it's been a credit deficit on that side. I'm excited to see what KC have planned in this one because they could run away with their attack if they claim this.
Yeah, and that's sort of the expectation here. Like, Foot, the last time they played this map was versus KC. They had a 9-3 attack in half. Now, bear in mind, now they are playing this without the duelists. They don't have themselves CNED's raise to entry. But I don't think that's going to change the fact that they'll likely have a strong attack, maybe just hoping they can get a few more rounds on this defense. For now, though, again, it's been the same walk up. Straight up B long, taking that space almost for free. It hasn't really been challenged for, and it seems like Foot goals in this round are to try and hold on to Hookah.
KC even thought about expanding the paranoia just to clear close on Garden, but keeping it in the back pocket. I thought maybe we were seeing a 5B long play, but one player, Martin, sent alone. The wall up will block him out, at least for the time being. His disruption now limited. Snake biting a slow.
It's got no blast packs as well. So he actually physically wouldn't be able to get over that wall, otherwise it might be a problem. Now, though, they look to try and pick up the pace alongside the Seekers. The slow is going to deny them a little bit of time, and actually, combined with a mosh, it's allowed at least for an extra rotation to come in.
Kill on Yedege. The numbers thinning. Good fights for Foot, as they now have to concede the site, though. With the TP coming through, this player's in spawn to try to just hold the push, hold the angle, so KC don't get any extra space. They end up losing their life to it. Crack still with 2 flashes. Could try to play into the pit, but they're separated. It's one thing fighting through a pit, fighting through it from 2 different angles. It's only going to be even more difficult. You can see Cracks will try to get an angle, but his teammate's already fallen to a shorty, and now his HP ever lower. It was only a matter of time as the decay made him an easy target for Magnum. That's 5 for KC, and now credit trouble for Foot.
That seemed really disjointed as well from Foot, because Captain going into that like 2v3 had his paranoia, uses it in a position where I don't know if he's hoping that somebody runs out of the pit in panic, but there's no way that Cracks was still walking around the pit. There was no way that Cracks could have any impact or go into the pit or combine it with one of his own flashes. It was just basically thrown out for no reason at all.
Maybe it's the idea of like, okay, he's used the paranoia, everybody turns to face him or gets ready for the drop, and they make a mistake, allowing his teammate to capitalize.
His teammate wasn't close enough to ever kill any of them. So it was weird.
It was a strange play, to say the least. One that hasn't netted the value. 5-3, KC now face off against a low buy. This is where Foot were terrifying up against Team Liquid on Icebox. Well, the whole series, Icebox is the most memorable one. Let's see if we can add Bind to the tally. Shin doing his best to make sure that doesn't happen. Already cleared out the real danger of that close range angle, and they're going. They're still going to fight up close. That almost came with a hefty cost, but Cracks gets nothing. CNED not a captain.
Thrash isn't done with you.
Oh, wow. They're not having an easy time. Thrash already caught one. Clean kill. How much can CNED make this? Oh, that's a beautiful double.
Nice shot.
Still, I would say it's on the verge of unwinnable. Unless
Could
they
rest
give him the
too.
fight of his life up top. We just pick the weapon and get out of here. But he wants to drop those. He wants to try for it. The wall up. The fuse won't even get half. And they know now he's not on it. On time alone, it seems like they've won. And indeed, it's locked in. Weapon retrieved, but no way out.
No, it's a little bit of extra damage. The res was already available, so it hasn't helped in terms of the orbs other than for his opponents.
1v4 with a Sheriff, all 4 kills, about all 4 dead, let's say.
Know.
That's pretty damn good.
I've seen him almost 1v5 on this map versus Focus.
Nice shot.
You had to throw it in.
Hey, you know, your boy Lewis had to showstopper him to stop that from going the other way. So, you know, for CNED, that was an everyday clip. But
Was he on a Sage then as well?
Yep, and on a Sheriff. The reason he loses it is because he tried to res a teammate. That was literally the reason he lost.
Doesn't need backup.
No.
Not this guy.
But even still, 6-3, looking good so far for KC. Cracks has been quiet, but he got off to a good start in this round. Again, though, Tamazi, someone to highlight in every single match. His Cypher in their last game was sublime, and his Viper still looks to be on point. Shin trying to reaggress. The pop flash is good, but even still, Cracks finally has awoken. A third already in the round for him, a pop flash. He's looking for more, 8 HP, and he's still pushing forward. Has the support of CNED and will narrate. The reason that Foot lost that long-fought battle on Lotus was because this man had 40 kills. So I don't think Foot are going to take him lightly.
Oh, we've got a lot of respect for CNED. He's earned it. I think Narrate has too. Tier 2 duelist to top of the world almost in stats. This guy's unbelievable. But this 1v4, well, he's got time on the clock, but just look at the positions of Foot. As soon as contact is taken, all eyes will be on Narrate. I hope he's got a high sense. catch this 364K. The captain shuts it down before it even gets started. And with 4 rounds on the board, Foot are back with a little bit of control. And it's mainly the ultimates. It's 4 ultis in play for this squad. This could at least see them equalize at the half.
Do you know what I really like? At the end of that round, Cena heals at a captain when Krax was on 8 HP. Like, maybe he only just got the heal on live, but it just looked like very funny timing of when to use that. After 4 rounds in a row, though, Foot finally back on the board. As said, my expectations are still going to be there for that attack side. It's where we've seen them thrive in the past. So if they can get a couple more rounds, it definitely isn't a death sentence. Martin, though, doesn't seem to want to allow that. An instant usage straight through the TP of the Thrash. And it has actually been a player to follow. This will give KC the information that maybe they can go back in the other direction. But there are still a couple of players here.
Well, I think the main problem is that that spike is now down on the floor.
Yes.
It's been locked down by Foot, only 2 players. But they can take the TP and further reinforce this. Problem is, Orb just claimed for Shin. 1 away from getting his ultimate. If he wins a fight, they could just TP, claim that spike back the easy way, so to speak. Narrate doesn't have a Dizzy, didn't manage to retrieve it early on. It means you can't just flash them and go seize this. Here comes the rest of Foot. The rotations have come in. Now there's 4 players. Narrate, oh, he had some support, but the wall completely blocked off Martin. So everybody's just staring at that angle. Nice and easy. The TP used, but not successfully. They've blocked him out from claiming the spike. And with 40 seconds left, they have a long run to go on. You've still got Martin close, but I mean, he's got 4 players to fight, a spike to retrieve, and a site to plant it on after. They might already be thinking about the next round, because this one's out of play.
Yeah, the credits aren't really in the spot either now for KC. Throwing away some weapons wouldn't really be the ideal scenario. He is waiting for Mr. Fallen, but actually, uncharacteristic. Martin isn't going to hit himself the shot, and now, well, all that remains is Shin, who is going to try and hold onto the gun. Great round from Foot. And the big thing there as well, although Cena, I think he tunnel visioned a little bit on placing the wall down, the knife catches Narrate. So he's waiting to try and catch them as they go for the spike. The knife thrown out by Krax hits him, and that's why he instantly swings onto the corner that he's in, because that was one of the only places right there that he could have actually been landing. So good utility usage throughout the round from Foot to win that one.
Yeah, I mean, really, like the knife for the info, the wall, like, immediately, I'm not even sure if it was off the knife. It seemed like it was almost it's synchronized. It just means they've nowhere else to look, nothing to worry about whatsoever. And it also obviously allows them to stack up on the spike without being shot at. 5 to 6, great denial from the side of Foot last round, both in the space taking, the realization Shin was playing orbs to try to claim back a little bit of ground. Get that spike, and now KC come in with weaker weapons, but one big one backing them up. The showstopper for Martin. The only problem is popping that early is almost certainly going to see the response of Krax. If you pick the wrong site, that knife is going to be the knife will cancel out, the ult will cancel it out, but luckily they've gone the right way, so the rocket's online and it's caught out of Captain.
That's a good start. That will not only potentially get him an upgrade in terms of weaponry, but it's also taken so much space. The shot off gives up where Thomas is standing. Mr. Farland still holding strong, but will fall. Cleared out by KC. And while now you have seen that no command put into play, but there's not a lot left, really, that KC could have utilized.
Just look at these angles, man. Martin's got a stinger, but what we don't see is what's in his hand. A shorty holding the close angle means his teammates inside Lambs don't have too much to worry about despite their low HP. Good shot as Yadajay falls, and denial of the defuse with a gap in the wall used to push around, and then the flank comes in eventually. Very clean from KC as they close out this half with a 2-round lead.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed that half coming out from KC, if I'm honest. I think really adaptive in the way that they actually played, like constantly happy to go for mid-round group ups. So even if they've got the spike down in this round, they all immediately start wrapping around to avoid where the Sage Wall was, and they just have the spams on the spike from behind, clearing all the players in front. We saw the round where they did the same thing through the spawn, realizing that a lot of players have rotated through the TP and they could try and catch players out. It had also been cleared by Shin. It seems like this team is very good at sort of feeding information either to Magnum or whoever's making those mid-round calls, and then just acting off it as a group. And I think that's such a sort of valuable thing to have as a team is just how reactive, how quick they are to adapt in these scenarios. Now Foot go on to that attack, but as mentioned, they no longer have CNED's raise. So that's one thing as space taking that might be a little bit difficult. They do have a little bit of extra utility though.
Something to help them get those plants. KC want to get aggressive towards Lambs, fighting on the corner. 2 players already and stacked up. Good shots connected by Martin, and then Narrate swings. Sees nobody. They've already claimed the space, denied the push, and left Foot sat back. Key thing here, Yedege, his wall is down. You know that means they're not looking to cross up and take that space anymore. But for KC, it doesn't mean that they have to rotate and play this crazy. They've actually made a very good call, I think in a pistol round especially, to just have the fallback on B, give the side up completely, and leave Tamazi watching it. A retake on one side of the map, and a full stack on the other. This is going to be a tough one for Foot to find any opportunities. Even with the way Tamazi's peeking this, you sneak up B, you maybe get a plant, 5v3 retake, you sneak up B, you push all the way through, he'll either get you or spot you and run away, and that's all they need is the info.
Instead, it doesn't look like his impact in this round will have much at all. They are building into what is the completely stacked up site. 4 players waiting, contact held for Martin, and somehow Crack's actually done all right there. That looked like a moment where they might get slaughtered, but they brought it back into a potential scenario, although there's a lot of utility still available. The defenders putting into position so many spots now that the spike can't be planted in. Only 14 seconds left. The spams might not kill him off. He'll be able to survive at least a second longer, but it is left all onto Cracks. He doesn't even realize where they're coming from. Tamazi there to close out the round, and KC are going to extend their lead a little further.
God, I just love watching KC play Valorant, man. Such a smart pistol round. After the initial aggression and those 2 fights that go their way, they set themselves up for success. They make sure that there's no opportunities given to Foot, which if you think into Foot's last series, I think it's fair to say that was the exact opposite, Tom. Consistently, you would see advantage be taken, or even just early round risk be taken by Liquid, and Foot would slap
I did Spider-Man
them
on
right
him.
back down. But this is the thing, now Foot are up against an opponent that aren't giving them those opportunities to bring back these crazy rounds, these classic rounds. I say that, and it is round 2, having lost a
this
pistol
is where
for
they
Foot.
did it.
This is the real danger zone, somehow.
To be honest, I will say I have a lot more confidence in KC.
Even after that pistol, I think it shows you the difference.
Yeah, even just look at the way they're playing this round. That they've allowed the space. I think this team is where they've truly been the best in the division, is playing off those retakes. Double flash straight through. CNED says, you know what, I'm having none of it. And actually, Cracks has hit one with that Sheriff. Oh, maybe we spoke a little bit too soon. He's really looking to try and take this one into his own hands, but Shin has been able to trade him out. No weaponry to be retrieved, but also a lot of the angles still made awkward, still made possible for CNED to try and hold them back. And a captain up close with a classic, always devastating. Mr. Farland's found another. This is starting to really fall apart, and the main issue now, Mitch, is that time, is that clock, as it all looks to fall apart again. It is the magic of this Foot side, is those second rounds are scarier than any other.
I don't know how they get away with it again and again, man. If they lose a pistol, they still get that early half advantage. Crazy. And we talked about this in their last series, if you guys weren't watching that. The advantage claimed by a round like this is tenfold what you get in a pistol. Their economy is going to be set, and their opponents have nothing to play with.
Well, to put it into perspective, they're coming into this next round, which is obviously round 3, with full rifles.
Yes.
And some of their players have like 3,000, 4,000 credits in the bank, so they can buy even into the next round. And they're coming up against what is just pistols, because their opponents haven't had a round break to sort of like, oh, okay, we'll come back into the next round. So you basically obliterate their economy for a round, make yours stacked, and then I have a chance to build it even further. And also you're talking about ults, like Cracks just managed to hit a few crazy shots. He's now 1 off already, having the null command for the next round. Now what is KC gonna do? They're gonna stack. They're gonna put every single egg into a singular basket. And it's already been spotted. So you kind of expect that Foot are gonna go, I think more than one person might have shot there. In fact, I think it was
TP?
more than maybe even 3. So I think A's probably lighter.
I don't mind the idea, group up, push slow, and try to either take them down or find the flank up on Hookah. But now the realization is in, after seeing utility on A, that flank on Hookah is instead going to be a flank on A. Foot have played this incredibly well, and I think the idea behind this round is it's a money-maker round. You know, we already mentioned the credits they have. If they don't lose anybody here, that's fine. They don't need to reinvest in the next round. KC need to make this costly to make up for losing the last. And as you can see, all bases are covered by Foot. The back being watched, that flash didn't hit, and Magnum knows it. With 10 HP, he's not winning that fight. So he'll bail around to his teammates, and it looks like KC realized the name of the game. It's damage. So they're playing exits. They're willing to let this spike tick all the way down. And the question is, will anybody from Foot take an avenue that they can exploit? TP for CNET is safe, and look at the other 4 players tucked away, wall banging that angle, and ultimately finding that win exactly as they dreamed about. All 5 players alive. The credits now are stacked on the side of Foot. KC have a tough time defending this lead.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds where you're looking now at Yedaje post-buy having 6,000 credits. Like they are set for the half. And as said, this is normally the half where we see them thrive. I think the combinations of Cracks and Mr. Fallen especially are going to be something to marvel at. And also something else to note, Anna Captain right now is having a quiet match. That doesn't normally last for long, so we'll have to see. KC obviously now onto their defensive side, and it's an aggressive start at that. Yedaje may have done a little bit of damage. The combination's nice, but it doesn't quite catch them. Cool idea coming out of Foot, but not quite.
Orb up and fall back. KC don't want to overcommit to fights. And thankfully for them, they won't have to. It looks like there's going to be a utility dump on the way through Hookah. Tamazi the only one in danger, but he's got an easy enough bailout. Oh, never mind. I said they didn't want to fight. Tamazi just goes swinging on that angle, finds one, repositions 2, but Krax is ready for it. Ever vigilant, TP through, oh, big fight on its way. I thought maybe they'd wait a second for this, but instead they go diving with the showstopper, claim the spike, and leave Mr. Fallen all alone. And with another TP, he's got an idea where everyone is. Now he's got that info locked in, but dealing with this is going to be a bit complicated. Even the flashes, he thinks they're going to push him. You know, he's burning up some of his utility that he very much needs if he's going to have any chance of reclaiming that spike.
Look, this is the exact thing we're talking about, though. A lot of teams in this scenario go, okay, one dude left, let's just push him, let's try to take him down, let's kill him. Not a chance. Both just sitting back on the spike, not giving any opportunity, playing it safe, and you can see Mr. Fallen's desperately trying to just bait someone into a fight. In fact, they're just going to leave. They just left altogether. Like, you know what, Mr. Fallen? We don't even want to risk one gun here. You have credits. We know that already. So we're just not going to give you anything. He's also 1 away from having Thrash in the next round, so they're not going to give that over to him. And Mr. Fallen's left all on his lonesome as the round heads over to KC.
That is not a round you're going to see most teams going for in that way. The discipline of KC highlighted, and it makes me so happy because, again,
I can't think of any team, at least in EMEA.
Someone's fighting. At least one person is fighting. The other 2 might run away.
Yeah.
One might run away, but someone is fighting there when there's a kill on the line. They're giving Thrash away, and they're setting Foot up for success in the next round. But no, KC play it smart. So I love this team. And Foot, well, their most advantageous trait is punishing over aggression, is taking fights. Well, they give them none, and then at the start of the round, they bring the fight. Cracks loses his life off rip, and he's been a big factor behind their success. That utility gone, and most importantly, the weapon no longer in his hands.
God, this is the yin and yang of KC. These aggressive starts to round, and then just looking to convert the 5v4. They are playing the numbers in Valorant, and it is enjoyable to watch. Now, Foot, they have to try and beat the odds. Cracks has definitely had a bit of a resurgence when it comes to this second half, but at least for now, they're going to have to play this one without him, leaving with a couple of flashes missing, and just trying to get that plant in, almost trying to bait again, so bait them into the fights. And only now that they have the full force of their squad are they going to try and get into position. The nade dropped, but Anna Captain's done well. Even still, though, trade is immediate.
That trade's keeping the favor for KC, and they know CNET could be around this angle. Dealing with him is a little bit different, but he's got his ice wall out at least. It will be put into play, and they'll have to break it, buying a little bit of extra time. Mr. Fallen, though, dividing his attention, and Tamazi takes advantage of it. damage, not a kill. Still 2 players alive. And with the spike being tapped as we speak, the spray's going to come through. A kill would give Thrash, at least if the kill was for Mr. Fallen. And he might not need it. Never mind. What? 6 HP left on Magnum. And he clutches the round from the jaws of defeat. I was already counting them out of that one.
Yeah. I feel like he must have broken his wrist to flick back to that second player. But again, here's just the early rounds, the paranoia combined alongside the guiding light to get them the opener. Seen it a little bit unlucky with the timing there, but yeah, it's these last couple of shots out from Magnum.
Wow!
Just filthy way to bring things home for the IGL, and well, now 10-7. Foot will have felt like that was theirs to take, and because of that, they're going to give guys a moment to talk with the squad.
Well, they have to, Tom. That was their way back in. Now they're on their last legs economically. Their ults are coming online. If they fluff this one, you're going straight to Lotus, and that's the problem. Bind was Foot's pick, and KC have come in with a commanding lead. I think with the way these rounds are going as well, you know, an upset here or there for Foot, a Foot round. But KC have been playing their game and finding very few flaws in it. In fact, I think if you're 10-7 in the lead when Narrate has 6 kills, you're doing damn well for yourself. Yeah. This guy's usually leading the charge, and he's not even, I mean, no disrespect to him, 6 kills, 10, that's 9 assists, doing his job, doing a lot for the team. But when he pops off, this game's over already.
Well, as said, like last time these two teams played against each other, I think he broke the kill record for EMEA of getting 40 kills in a match. So, you know, they probably were worried about him. Obviously, changes to their composition, changes that look good. Last time out, this was a 13-4 map in favor of Foot versus KC. Obviously, I feel like this team has evolved massively since then, playing through a Masters, having a decent finish, and only losing to the top teams within the world. And again, the same sort of early pressure. 3-player push, combination of utility to start. But Foot aren't sitting back. They're going to try and fight in towards Showers instead. An early fight wins them the duel, and Yadajay, another rookie to the league. As I've said many times, it does not feel like it.
It really doesn't. Yeah, you don't see too many rookies doing that, although it's funny to say it in this matchup, but they're right on the other side.
True, true.
Exact same.
And Martin, and Tomati. Yeah, I get your point.
This is a bad matchup for it, but usually the point stands.
Yeah, you know. We got some kind of good rookies, you know?
But that's it. That's what EMEA is all about this season. And by the looks of it, Foot are looking to challenge that here and now. They're back on the board with 8. This is already a save call from KC. We're going to play it for the next. Of course, we mentioned that the way the early half went and a couple of these rounds for Foot, they built up a major bank. They even managed to make it work with pistols when their economy was eventually challenged. Now KC are in that same boat. It's not worth committing to this play. Instead, trying to save the weapons, and thankfully they will drop out a captain who was hunting them down. So those weapons are pretty much secure.
The rest do still have a little bit of extra credits if they really wanted to fight for this, but with the majority of players either having their ult or being one away, and Tomazi also wanting to get his online, I don't think it's a bad call to just hold on to the extra weaponry. Still competitive, no doubt about that, but you do have to wonder how much of a possibility there's going to be, because it's now a weird cat and mouse, because you've had the super aggressive KC defense looking for the opener, falling back and making it awkward. This round, again, they aggressed on 2 fronts. They had that B-short aggression to try and take an aggressive fight, and then they also had 2 players push Showers. They got absolutely boomed by Yadajay. And that's what I'm sort of wondering now. Is there going to be further sort of aggression? Are we going to have those moments where KC continue to push, or is them being shut down in this round going to change the dynamic of their defensive side?
Well, listen, to anybody at home panicking right now, waiting to see the word technical up on the screen, don't worry. It's a timeout, a normal one for KC. We're going to take a moment to discuss exactly what we've been talking about. This is a big round for them, and I think one of the key things that they've got to look at is the fact that Foot have 5 ultis potentially online. 2 are just 1 away, the other 3 there to play with. And so there's a lot of discussion that has to go down as KC potentially commit a lot of credits to this. If they do buy up, this could very much open that door back up for Foot. That seems to have been shut in their face a couple of times. There's a few big rounds Foot needed to win that they didn't, but that's a Foot game.
Yeah.
They'll win the ones they shouldn't.
I think the scary thing with buying up here is that the ult economy, although getting better for KC, it's firmly in Foot's favor. Like, they almost have all 5 online, one of them being Thrash, Null Command, Viper's Pit not far away. Okay, I would say that From the Shadows and Rez are very situational. The other side, you have Viper's Pit, Seeker's not far away, but ultimately this round could easily swing because of the ults that Foot have. And having some weaker weaponry, like a lot of the aggressive fights they've been taking, you're not going to want to judge.
You don't reckon?
No, maybe in a passive position, like sitting in lamps.
Yes, sir.
You might want it there.
And that's it. Foot have been taking lamps a lot. That's what this wall is for. Cracks, unfortunately, a little bit of a recon beam going up in the sky as they eventually take control. They meet Shin, and it spams through the smoke. Well, they've caught Cracks again. That's 2 in a row. He won't be res this time, as he's dropped for good. Fight back from Mr. Fallen gets 1. Thrash is online, no safe space to use it, but they're out. At least 1 is 2 safe, and the other still out on Bath. Looks like Foot will be comfortably enough able to get this plant through. Thrash online, Rez. Yeah.
Planted.
I mean, good luck to you if you manage that, Rez. Maybe you could sneak up late, go through the TP, but that's just not how you want to play this round.
I was wondering if CNED would hang around a little bit, wait for that rotation. Thrash is basically just being used as a deterrent, allowing him to get back into position, and then it's going to be held for the late round. I don't mind the idea, the push! It is bold from Ada Captain. Trying to get into a position to catch them off guard, but they are moving as a unit, as always with the KC boys. They move as 4, they kill all 3, and KC now just 2 rounds away from taking themselves the victory on their opponent's map choice and moving into their home turf.
11 rounds on the board. Like we said, Foot's ulti con was very much stacked. They're not able to make it work. Thrash used a null command too. But at the end of the day, it's a shooting game. That's what KC came in with, that mentality. Come in as a squad, and barely any damage done to them on the way back through. Clean 3-round lead. Credits on the line for that attacking side. They've got some to back them up, but
they rebought the judge. That was dropped by Shin.
Oh, was it?
He got, yeah, because he got the final kill with a rifle. So he has either dropped over and then rebought, or
probably
just picked it back up, which I think that would be insane.
Yeah, and for Narrate, like, he could have dropped him, but this is obviously, look at the value the judge found you last round. Why get rid of it?
Here we go again. This time they put Martin to try and shut down Yedaje, and well, he does do that, but there's going to be an immediate res, an attempt to try and counter this, but the bodyguard of CNED and the wall will mean that that advantage this time is kept. I think that's been the plan. Try and go for some of these double ups. It's just last time Yedaje just won the fight, and it's like, oh, okay, I guess I don't need to res you.
Oh, Viper's Pit. Now that's going to cause a couple of problems. See, Snakebite's already burned up by Tamaz. He's got 1 left to play with, but have to put the orb up. So he's not going to be able... Oh, that's actually Yedaje's orb. So never mind. You won't be putting that up. So at this point, there's no real denial. Those players could be pushed out, but the Seekers get some information. Players outside of B, at least 1 as the Seeker gets destroyed, and a second 2. KC have the info now. They have seen that there are players B. Yet they commit to the stack.
I think the thing is that what Foot did was they played so far back that the Seekers go deep enough that it looks like they're building up around that A site. They were back towards mid. They were holding, so they gambled on the KC side, and Foot, they basically gambled that they would do that. A smart way to play with those rotations. At a captain, this fight could be everything. It's definitely a little bit more awkward. He dodges the flash, and the shots eventually connect. I feel like Magnum probably could have had him once or twice there. Now, though, Foot just starting to dominate, leaving Shin alone. And Andaluthia flawless is how they bounce back into this one. And well, I don't think this team's ever going to run out of credits at this rate.
Fantastic round from Yedaje. That ult kept them in position. The fact that Viper's Pit's still on A, despite, I mean, one of those Seekers was destroyed literally in the doorway to Hookah. I'm surprised at that point at least 1 player doesn't move back, but we've seen this from KC before. The willingness to stack up a site, stay there as a team, and their retakes together have been near perfect.
But it's also the 4v5. I think that's probably what sold it for them.
And then this time you have Yedaje just waiting behind. He's saying, you guys want to retake as a team? I'll cut you up on the way back through. And he does such a good job at disrupting that late round from KC. Now, 11-9, 2 rounds in it.
Yeah, still looking for these aggressive plays. The flash in, and it seems like the TP was just used as somewhat of a ruse, just to try and almost play with them a little bit.
I wonder if they saw the back push and then realized, okay, if I TP, they might think I've TP'd Heaven, and they actually can't they might not have anyone close enough to check that.
It does look like I just seen Narrate still checking the back.
Yeah,
they are.
that's it.
They are watching heaven because they don't know what control they've lost. This has been purely utilized by Ada Captain just to screw with them for the entire round. They're going to have to continuously think about where this guy could be. Even still, though, KC in terms of their setup, they've got 4 players ready and waiting, an aggressive hookah spot as well in case there's a rotation back, and it is just going to be this brawl on the A site once again.
Well, Ada Captain hit all 5 with paranoia, but not with his ability. Now, though, they've realized where he is as he steps into the fight. All right, well, he was looking at heaven. He should have been looking at the walkout. 3 kills coming back from KC. It's winnable yet again. They're not letting go of these rounds, but they might be forced to let go of the plant at least. Playing for the post, Shin walled off. No real chance to cause any sneaky plays. And so they'll group up instead. Viper's Pit for Tamazi. Online and enabled. Recon Dart used. Shin just goes ulting in to spot both players, but I think he only saw one. Might not have gotten to turn around in time. The Viper's Pit up. This is going to make it difficult, but CNED around the side. He could look for a spam. The spike's being tapped. He wants to move in to see him. And it all comes down to timing, which is near perfect for CNED. Now they wait out the decay. No, they don't. Yedajay just swings. Fair enough. That's one way to handle it. 10 to 11. I thought they'd 2v1 the fight, but, well, Yedajay's been hitting the last couple.
Yeah, he's been doing very, very well. And as I said, it's only a matter of time before you see Ada Captain come online. This still, again, though, the swings back and forth with this double up, but this time the 2v2 goes in their favor. As you said, CNED's reposition was perfect. And now after continuous buy round after buy round after buy round, KC are the ones to now take the hit.
To be honest, I think I've seen that same coach cam when they've won a round as well. It's hard to tell the difference, but KC definitely feeling a little bit of stress as they call for a timeout. And I think it should be their second one, right? They had one a little bit earlier on. For them, 11 rounds, they're knocking on victory's door. But the problem is that they've ran out of credits. They've lost their cash, lost their money. And so we're likely looking at an 11 to 11 scoreline. That means the margin for error is very slim on a squad that's been leading for the majority of this map.
I think the thing as well is that Foot have now started to adapt to those aggressive pushes. Because a lot of the early rounds were KC getting an opener, falling back, playing the 5v4. They're great in retakes, especially when they're advantage. I think they're one of the best teams in the world at trading. That's where they've been fantastic. But Foot have now, well, you even saw in that one, they use the TP just to get in their heads. They have to fall back. They can't keep playing aggressively because you don't know what ground that you have lost. Then that comes into a more standard execute, and that's where Foot's able to close it out with the even numbers. So even though it came close, I do think Foot have slowly been getting a hold of this attack side, as they did last time out. Even still, though, we're going to see the same level of aggression again, hoping that they can maybe bait for Narate. Now, he does have Thrash, but unless this gets into a position where they believe they can win the round, I'd be very surprised if he uses it.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. You'd have to hear a stampede coming towards Bath. And Narate, well, oh, the snakebite hasn't reached him. There is a gap. They should realize that. Even just from CNED's perspective, you can tell that snakebite isn't clearing the corner.
Uh-oh.
The dog through. Okay, he's won that with 30 HP left. One more blast, and he was in a lot of trouble. But the heal up is going to bring him back to fighting health, and he'll just avoid taking that fight. All paranoid up. Shin will get nothing. I like this mosh, though. I could force him out of position, make the fight go down, and actually give the timing for Shin to swing around. Will they expect him to be here still? No, they don't. The rotate's going in, and it looks like there's going to be a god-tier late flank from Mr. Fallen.
Yeah, I think it's, again, just patience that actually ends up paying off in this round for Foot. Okay. And a captain's going to go down, at least. And Mr. Fallen now on that long-awaited flank. Shin's actually going to go running back. Seems like he had an idea of it. The Sixth Sense talked about doing the Spider-Man in the last round. It seems like he had the Spidey senses, but even still, again, Foot just waiting. They actually end up catching Magnum. I think just, okay, he had to gamble at that point. You're getting to such late stages of the round, and that patience is, again, what pays off for Foot. 3 in a row here. This was looking like a done deal for KC. But now, well, it could go either way.
There was a lot of damage done there. I mean, 3 players were sub 50 HP out of the 4 remaining. So there were chances, but not ones that were capitalized on. This time, it has to be different. as a timeout is called in from Foot. And if I'm not mistaken, even though my hood might be lying to me, I think that's the last timeout available in regulation. There would only be one more chance to use it.
It was like KC called one when it was the pause that we weren't sure was a pause.
So I think that's just not being counted.
I don't think that one has been counted, but it's really interesting because I feel like this is the perfect moment for KC to take a pause. So I'm sure they're on the other side of things.
Thanks, Foot.
They're going, yeah, you know, I agree. It's a good time. But it might just be that round got a little bit shaky at times, or even just, again, I think Guys is very good at this point. He's been with this team a long time of reading, okay, maybe they're getting ahead of themselves. Maybe they're not talking about certain things I want them to talk about, and just going, okay, we need these last couple of rounds. Because that's the thing. Even though Lotus last time out when they played it was, as said, 20-18, one of the most ridiculous scorelines we've seen in EMEA, that doesn't mean that KC haven't evolved since then. They got to go to Madrid, play the best teams in the world, learn the weaknesses of their own compositions, and also just play a lot more official matches on that map in particular. For Foot, it might be a map you think you can go close versus them, but you're not going to want to lose your own map and then go there.
Well, that's it. Yeah, if you're going in with a map deficit, there's a bit of a different vibe. For KC, they've had, I wouldn't say commanding control. It has definitely been in contention the whole way. But it seems like they had their hands on the reins for quite a while. And the rounds they've won stick in my mind as much cleaner rounds, repeatable ones. Then again, I do know Foot. And when you see a round you don't think is repeatable, you're wrong, because they'll win the next one with Classics on the next map. It just keeps happening. They've done it here already, and with 11-11 on the line, Martin, I saw he had an op earlier, but he's given it over to Narrate instead, playing a closer angle, and that's why! Okay. 2 quick kills, and the third from Shin. KC, they definitely got their hands on the reins now.
Yeah, he's been lights out in this match. So many important openers when it comes to this defensive side especially. 2 versus 4 scenario as they look to try and make their way continuing into this site. Shin still having his paranoia from earlier, just going to slow them down even further. The push coming up behind them as well eventually, so it feels like Foot really need to find themselves the kills here. And if they use the TP, their opponents will be waiting.
30 seconds
no, this is
left.
going to be commitment. Wall saved, perhaps for the spawn, but they have to fight for it first. Shin's in their way, and he's going nowhere. 3 quick kills. His first in the beginning of the round, trading out his teammate, and the last 2 clean as he stands alone and stays standing in the end. 12-11. KC 1 away from closing this out. A map that, you know, like we said, they've had a decent bit of control on. They won't be delighted about how things have gone along the way. But if they get a 13-11, that's all that matters.
Yeah, it really is impressive as well, like this man's glow up. Like, I think we can all look back and say, like, oh, you know, yeah, I saw glimpses, like, he had some decent, but the fact is, even just on an individual level, Shin has been a different player this season. 22-14, having a great time within this new look KC. And while now just 1 round needed for KC to open up in this matchup, take that first map, head into their home turf of Lotus and put Foot on the back foot within this series. Even still though, as we've mentioned, Foot have had so many credits saved up since the early stages of this half that they are still comfortably able to buy.
With Thrash in the back pocket as well. Cracks 1 away. There's a few ults that could come online, but it's Thrash for Narrate as well. Defensive reaction, op in his hands as well. Hasn't really had the chance to use it. Here comes the first Thrash of the round. Thrown in towards this site, and it might catch Martin. In fact, it will, but he's already out and safe. This player's covering him, but Shin was spotted and spammed that, so he'll give up that control. And the A site under a lot of threat. Mosh might buy some time, but another Thrash to go through. This time, Mr. Fallen falls, and then the shot connected by Narrate. Pulls the Thrash out as the defenders now throw theirs in to try to slow down this attacking side. Captain has, I don't know if he's quite snuck his way in. They're definitely expecting it. In fact, I see Narrate holding it, but now there's no chance. TP was used to claim Spike after the wall down. I mean, okay.
Cena went to get it, took damage from it, and then they used the TP. It's just Cena has taken a ridiculous amount of damage from basically no reason at all. That's very badly communicated by the side of Foot. Now they're going to have an even bigger deficit, and as we've said, when it comes to these retakes, this is where the death ball of KC comes alive.
No, it's just been ruthless every time. C-Ned's now backing up inside of Hookah. be able to provide some support, but actually not the death ball. Split into two-man squads this time for KC, and that could be a mistake. Tamazi able to double up though, and that round is already sealed. CNED solo, tucked in the corner. KC deal with him and find the defuse with plenty of time to spare. 13-11 on map number 1. Foot's pick, KC's victory.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's another showing of KC growing, adapting, changing their composition in order to match up against Foot. The last time they played at kickoff, it was 13-4. Well, let's hope after the break that the Lotus is going to go a little bit differently for Foot. Otherwise, this could be a 2-0.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all run away up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try to get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all run away up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's
It is a great start for KC. They continue their winning ways here in week 2. Just wanted to hear some of these comms, you know, before we jump into it. There we go. I hope I didn't interrupt anything, but I am back here with Kakuka and the Steel. Like I said, a great start for KC here. At one point, maybe it could have gone either way, but Steel, they managed to close it out, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I think what we saw there was kind of like a lot of resilience from KC. You know, starting 0-2 down, picking up a round, getting ecoed like a couple of times on their attack, and still being able to come out on top, and then keeping that resilience all the way through the second half, even though they were trading rounds back and forth. I think that's like one of the name of the games for KC of the series.
Yeah, exactly. And little by little, we would see, you know, how they were adapting to what their opponent was doing, but they always had a response. And if not, you know, Eng will chime in.
Yeah, how many timeouts we have towards it? I think every single timeout got saved for that last bit. But let's take a look at this round real quick, because it feels like Foot's defense, you guys weren't super impressed with it, but what about KC's defense? What do you think about this?
I thought when it got into certain situations where like Foot was able to get into like a 2 versus 2, 2 versus 1, any of these like late round situations, I feel like they generally came out, they fared pretty well in those situations. If Foot could design as many rounds where they could get into those types of situations, that's going to be kind of like where they're going to convert the most, and that's what they hope for. But KC is usually pretty good with being proactive on their defense and being in the right positions at the right time, but then they also do a pretty good job on the retakes, much better than their post plants on their attack.
I think that this is lovely because I believe that this round is right after an Eng timeout. What he's telling them, honestly, just let them take the space. They're going to have to do everything little by little. And to be fair, Foot was faking a lot, you know, just putting a bit of pressure because since they don't have a duelist, they don't have that explosive factor, right? They have to work the map bit by bit. You don't have an entry per se, so you have to be finding the holes. And I think that KC ended up with a very good read on that and just say, honestly, in this situation, just play together and open angles one by one.
Yeah, but also, Kakuka, the eco rounds, well, we've seen this time and time again from Foot. They don't need to win the pistol because they just win the next round anyway.
Honestly, this is something that should be on any team that is going to be playing against a Footballist. The fact that if you win the pistol round, you have to be super prepared on how you're going to play the anti-eco, or however you want to call it, that second round, when you do not expect your opponent to have a lot. Foot always comes in with the best of plans. They did it the other day to Team Liquid a couple of times, and now we see it again.
I think when you see teams winning eco rounds like this, what does it really mean? It means that they're really good on an individual level, especially with Sheriffs, being able to win those isolated duels, but it also showed us that KC is probably not looking as strong as we had like hoped to see. Obviously winning this map against them when it's supposed to be their weakest map, like, oh, if they're going to win on anything, it's going to be Bind. And if KC is able to overcome that, even showing how sloppy they've been in this map, I think that's still a pretty good showing that they still have the resilience to bounce back.
Yeah, exactly. And if we take a look at the numbers, another things that might be surprising is Narrate not having a 20+ kind of game, right? I think that he has been performing in every single one of them. But even though his numbers were not crazy in this map specifically, he was being super, super careful, and he was trying to use his utility for most of the round to have that kind of impact.
One of the things I wanted to touch on was just about like CNED, not necessarily just CNED, but Foot on defense is like way too static. It's not like they're not playing their agents properly. I'm wondering why they went in the form of the Sage. Like, we talk about the lack of duelists, cool, whatever, but it's like, if you're gonna play Sage, at least play them properly. We're not seeing any like creative walls. We're not seeing any like deep walls or proactivity. They're just standing around.
Yeah, he rezzed once, only one time in that entire map. And speaking of CNED, here he is in the AIM Labs warm-up as we head to Lotus. Surely he's not going to play anything too funky here, right, against KC?
Hear me out. I agree with you still. Like, putting CNED on Sage is something that, yes, we have seen before. On round 3, he already had an operator. So I assume that is going to be a different type of Sage. The way that he was using some of the rounds, even in the last round where we just saw the Omen taking the TP, the ultimate to get the spike, and he used the wall, which would have probably make us go into OT if he would have had that kind of resource for later in the round, and brings back the same problem that they had at kickoff. CNED wants to do everything, wants to try everything, and nothing is ready. This Sage was not ready.
Yeah, and on Lotus, if we take a look at the agents here, what does he have to do here on his jet?
I thought it was CNED. I thought it was CNED.
Yeah. He's gone back to the jet. Surely, Josh, we can expect something a little bit better.
I mean, we could hope for something a little bit better. Obviously, if they're going to be able to, I mean, they're starting attack, so we're not going to probably see the op-out for him that much. But I mean, they're on double, they have Cypher and Viper and Omen, so there's so much info denial. But again, they're running the Sage. I want to see them do something different. So if you're running Sage, the purpose of Sage on attack is to get that wall and get those plants and being able to block off the areas. And on defense, it also means that you have to save the wall for retakes.
Well, this is where KC are going to really come to light. It's their home map, and it's time to jump into Lotus with your casters once again, Mitchman and Tomboy.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, at our analyst desk. Yes, map number 2, KC's pick, and one that they demolished Paper X on. This could be a 2-0. I'm hoping to go all the way to Breeze, especially with them letting it through in the veto. I think it could be a super exciting map to see, Tom, but what do you expect KC to be like here?
I expect KC to be good. Like, there's no question about KC. It's more so Foot's like changing composition.
What's
because
going on?
I think that especially like losing what is their additional flashes makes this very interesting. Because a lot of the time, okay, you don't have flashes on the other side, but you got a fade. You got something to sort of implement extra movement, extra checking of corners. There's a lot of tight angles. There's not a lot to do that with on the Foot side, and instead you have a Sage. So I guess you're just going to lop off those angles instead.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I am curious to see why they've changed this up to go for the Sage, what benefits it's going to bring that other agents wouldn't. For now, a plan secured for Foot with very little early fighting. In fact, only points of damage done are towards Adacaptain. There's just a small tap from a Ghost through the smoke. The retake attempt from KC, somewhere they've been fantastic, is actually being disrupted. Yedajay's in the corner, unspotted and able to find so much value. Reloading even, and he had a chance with another half second to pop off a few more shots in the rain. Shut him down in time, but he'd already done so much damage now. Foot have the advantage to play with. The numbers there, and you can see it in the gunfights. Too many classics awaiting them as Foot take 1-0.
Yeah, and I think it is going to be important for them to get off to solid starts. As it's been mentioned, KC, when it comes to this map in particular, it's not even really been one side, because you could talk about, okay, they got 11 rounds over on the attack when they played versus Team Heretics, then versus Paper X, I think they got 8 on the defense. So it's just a map that they feel comfortable on in general. I think it's even when they lost to Sen, it was like both halves were decent. They just didn't manage to get it over the line. So I think the focus is definitely going to be on Foot here with how they do. And again, I think the compositional changes is definitely something we're going to have to keep an eye on, how they're going to properly utilize the Sage. That round at least was just, okay, in the pistol it's a lot easier to section off angles because it takes about 15 minutes to break the wall with your pistol, so I can understand it.
It's from here on out, really. I guess post-plant, denying their way back through, slowing them. There's going to be ideas, and we'll see them unfold. Probably not in this round. Very aggressive position from CNET. He is on the jet, but no dash to play with. And this is a rifle that is being risked for this play. The only main rifle that they have to work with, that being a Vandal. The rest on Bulldogs. And Adacaptain, although he's got a pistol, it's not likely that he's going to retrieve CNET's fallen weapon. In fact, that's just been picked up by Tamazi. Maybe they go deliver it to them. But it gives KC a better opportunity on the retake that by now we can see they have no choice but to go for it. There's no denying that plant.
The interesting thing as well is I do actually feel like a lot of what Foot have been doing recently is just putting CNET on agents where he almost doesn't need abilities. Like when we've seen that with him using Chamber, just dropping the trap on the floor. Maybe that was the plan in the last map with the wall. You just have to place the wall and you can do whatever you like. Now on the jet, as you said, he didn't have a dash, but his only goal was to find fights. And as you mentioned, this round at least, Tamazi just going to save. Like the holding on to the Vandal, he gets to keep the extra few credits. And what you can see, Adacaptain may just go hunting here. Only has a pistol to play with. They were hoping that they'd keep 4 rifles and maybe the pistol would go down. Instead, well, you're going to see Narrate not give the orb over by dying to the spike, and Tamazi, there is no one close enough to take that gun away.
No, they were getting, they were going in the right direction, but he backed off, tucked into a corner, and saved the rifle through. So at least there's some semblance of positivity for KC in those early rounds, and a couple kills here or there. Sure, it makes Foot reinvest, but for the most part, in a healthy position on this attacking side to contest round 3. Now, for KC, yeah, like we said, this is a map that they've been dominating. They've looked incredibly good. And up against Paper X, they squashed them. Curious to see, though, the early fights against a team like Foot, who love to duel, and off rip, they've lost one player, but it's traded out very quickly.
Well, that is the thing. Even though they have some weaponry deficit, CNED is still just running in a spot where the gun is irretrievable unless they're going to go back in the late round. And by the looks of it, they are not going back in the late round. They're going to try and just run through all of Tamazi's utility. Yenergy has got to a ridiculous point. Eventually, Magnum is the one to close him out. It is just sheer aggression. W Gaming, maybe they learned something from Paper X, even though Paper X lost.
Pretty dramatically.
And now, well, building into what could be a late rotation back. As I said, Mr. Fallen still doesn't have a gun, so if he goes round towards A main, there would still be CNED's gun to find, but he is currently alone. Cracks, though, is going to be able to win a fight. This is still a round that Foot might be able to turn.
Beautiful as well. A glimpse inside Krax's mind. He takes the first fight and just swings back out for more. Never letting it go. That rifle's not retrieved by Mr. Fallen. Instead, he's done just that. Fallen outside of A and giving KC the idea that that's where the play is coming down. So they're going to be on their toes with one player already on the site. And Tamazi alongside Narrate back in the spawn, covering off these angles. As time goes on, 15 seconds left. Foot will eventually have to commit to getting this plant in. Utility is limited, no orb to play with it. I can see it's on site, obviously, but now I even walled off, so Ada Captain ain't getting that back. Most importantly, it's not going to be on the spike, so no post-plant utility, no snake bite to deny. Instead, it has to be the fights for Ada Captain, and he's good at those. The first one, the snake bite, perfect in the swing, but Shin wins it. Clean on the headshot, and he needed that. Only a few bullets. One, in fact, on 42, while vulnerable, would have taken him down. Cracks below. Timing is everything, and oh, he's lost it. They know where he is. They put him in a box and closed the door on it. Great round from Shin on the way back through with 7 HP left. He's won both those fights and put KC on the board.
Yeah, it's still a competitive round, though. That's the thing. When you think of that as a bonus for Foot, it's really not a bad position to be in. I think the only frustrating thing will be that it was winnable. Like, Mr. Fallen going down, not checking the cross.
Nice, let's go.
He was actually picking up a Vandal over a Bulldog. That was the only... He already had a gun, so it was a minor upgrade in the end that cost him his life, maybe just thinking space has already been taken. This is where they buy back up, though. The only other argument I have for the Sage is it could be the exact same reason I gave for CNED. Maybe just Crack, because Crack's had a fall in individual form when he wasn't playing the KO. Maybe they're just thinking, let's let him frag.
CNED's ahead of the wall, but he's being spotted. The dash used to stay safe, and the Cloudburst to get out. They're giving up the control. They haven't taken a loss for it. That early aggression on A, so hard to deal with from KC. Foot have it in their head to go elsewhere. Take this towards the C site. Cage down and triggered, but they're pretty confident he hasn't gone running through the orb alongside the Nano, although Yenergy did that last round, or round before. It's being watched this time, and they're ready for this push to come through. 2 players on the site. Magnum might be giving away that he's on his own, but Tamazi's now, well, actually dropped. It's split from both sides, and no chance. They're going to play the retake on the defensive side, and they're going to have to deal with that wall as well.
Yeah, very reactive attack side right now from Foot. Playing aggressively A if they're challenged too much, falling straight back into a C-side take. Relying on the openers. Whoa, Yenergy again. This guy just pulls off ridiculous kills, taking over the round on his own once more. A third already. Crossfire set, but he doesn't need any help. And finally, Shim will put him down in the back. You almost wonder where his teammates were there. Like, guys, I've killed everyone. Could you watch my flank, please? But they will now look to close it, Shin. This time we're not switching up him, but it will still be the trade out. Foot are going to break straight back, and again, no respite for KC with the finances. They always seem to be on the brink, or in this case, in the dirt.
This map playing into Foot's hands with the aggressive stances you'll take in early rounds, but they were taking them in late rounds. The paranoia used for Yenergy to take all that space. I'll give him the first kill was because of his teammates helping him. Every single one after that is a little bit ridiculous, and that's pretty much the face I had seeing him take that 4th fight. Robbed of the ace, but yeah, he's 7-3. He's had a 4K and a 3K in the pistol. Altogether, a good start for Yenergy.
Yeah, as I said, he's definitely been one of my favorite players that we've seen come up from that tier 2 scene within EMEA, and the majority of others are all on KC. They've been great. I do think that was one of the more disjointed retakes we've seen from them, though. And a lot of it came off Yedejay's aggression with that paranoia, making things a little bit more awkward, but he was able to take a lot of isolated fights with, not, as I said, not a mass amount of support, so good work from him. You can see immediately Eng is going to try and quell any of the problems. Also quiet to start for Martin, had a fantastic map 1. Again, you expect to see the resurgence. I'm interested to see how long this can last though for Foot, because Foot's plan so far has mostly just been, let's challenge A. If that doesn't work, let's sprint into C. And that has been the game plan. And then if that doesn't work, let's try A again. And if that doesn't work, let's go B. And like, I understand that that's a lot of this map is the push and pull. It is where you're fighting for control, but they haven't been winning the initial fights for A control. They've just given it up or CNET has died.
Yeah, and KC are making the decision now on the lower buy to focus towards C. Remember, they've been, like you said, so successful on that A play that they don't expect Foot to fully commit to it.
CNET's already walked out.
Yeah, there's still 2 players swinging to take that fight. But if they do bring things back to C, which it looks like they might, there'll at least be numbers waiting for them. But now KC, having seen limited information, start to second guess themselves. Maybe these players are elsewhere. Maybe they're looking for an A hit.
The only problem with that mentality is I'd agree that that works against most other teams. The problem is CNET is not going to stop pushing. If he is told to push A, he will push A every single round and just continue to try and take these fights, even if they almost just seem like suicide. Like, for the last couple of rounds, it has been him just walking into positions and taking fights.
Oh, man.
And he's taken that control with every single member of KC just on the other side of the wall, but they've done it again. They've taken A control. They have seen absolutely nothing. They have sold this fake. And in the meantime, the rest of the players have walked into C.
Yeah, CNET literally cloudburst, dashed in, and then walked back out. Just, oh, we're taking it, or are we? Oh, here we come. Now run away. And it's planted on C. Like, they've got to feel like fools after this round because they've been played like them. And you mentioned starting this round out, funnily, that a lot of this map is about the push and the pull, Tom.
Yeah.
Well, they have pulled them to the other side of the map, pulled their arm on this one, and unfortunately, there's not going to be much to say on the way back through, mainly because of the time it's taken them to rotate back. They're still up against this many players. There's a poison orb waiting for them. And presumably, a snake bite. All right, Ada Captain just fights them ahead of it. And screw the utility. Let's just take the duels. Why not? They're winning all of them. Only one player dropped. Cracks on 1 HP, but well, he's healing back up. It's all good.
Very, very slowly, yeah.
Not even close.
No, I like it. And that's the thing. I mentioned in the last map that a lot of teams in the past on their attack side have played the strategy of avoid CNET. I never thought I'd see the day where his own team are playing that same strategy, because normally you talk about his Jet. He's the pinnacle point. Like, we send him in first, he gets the opener, we plant the spike. They're doing that, and then all going the other way and just leaving him on his own to just try and fight. It's like he's been sent in as a bare-knuckle boxer, and the rest of them are just like, yeah, you do that. We'll back you up from very far away.
But if anyone in that position realizes, guys, I think they're faking A. Like, when you hear all that noise, there's smokes. I think there might even have been a paranoia. They're opening the door. There's players dashing on site. I mean, that is an A take. An A take is occurring right now.
Especially when you have an eco. Like, you're going to take that risk. Now we'll see how much it's going to affect them, because it's a difference in strategy. There hasn't been pressure from the defensive side on A this round. It's just been a walk-up coming out on the other side of things. And they're trying to sell the reverse. It's the Uno reverse of the strat they've been playing. They were playing go initially to A and then go C. Now they've gone go initially to C and now go A. Yeah. And there is only Martin watching. Now, he does have support from Shin, and they do have quite a lot in terms of utility to go for the retake, and that might just be the adaptation that KC are making. Let's go for the retake rather than consistently trying to take these fights and losing in the afterplan.
And again, there's just one player harassing them on the other side of the map, opening the door to B, looking for control on C, but now they've spotted Yedejay. With that, you might think it's only the lurk, but with how things have gone so far, yeah, they're starting to read, no, this is an A play instead. It might feel a little insecure. Are they actually taking A? Heard an updraft, that means nothing, but Rez comes through, Spike comes in, and now Viper's pit for Ada Captain. Big pit to play inside of. I don't know how CNET's got the kill there. That must have been a spray through the pit to find it. Gorgeous play either way, intended or not. And now, to fight back through this, they are in a lot of trouble. I mean, that flank is barely going to matter because those players could come out the back of the Viper's pit, and instead actually got Mr. Fallen spotting Tamazi, slowing down the retake, splitting these players up and making it even easier to deal with them. The decay running it down. Well, Shin, I don't know if he got the comms on where Mr. Fallen was, but that was a little awkward.
Yeah, it has worked out wonderfully for Foot once again. I did this time even having the res to sort of get Yedajay back in, because that's the thing, they had the contact off of Martinez. It's been the same thing we saw on the last map, where they have that contact play. Oh, there you go. And they just look to play the retake. The problem is the retake still ends up being 5v5 because of the res. But also, the thing with Mr. Fallen, they were planting on A as he walked through the utility on C. Like, that is such a ridiculously late flank that he knows, okay, they're going to use Viper's Pit, they're going to try and buy time. Nightfall gets used by KC, and even still they're unable to get themselves into position to do anything. It is impeccable how well they did in holding.
What is this? What ungodly act is Magnum about to try? An Ares?
I've never seen anyone be so all in on the Odin and then hate the Ares as much.
It's trash.
It's
just
such
a
a
bad
weird
gun.
combination, though. Like, most people who are sweats of the Odin at least tolerate.
Nope.
The Ares,
Get a sheriff.
Whereas you just hate it.
It's trash. If you're in an open fight with an Ares and you win it, your opponent's bad, right? That's the only way. I like the idea fighting around Mound, but well, Shin wasn't quite there on time to take that fight. Big ult now as the Neural Theft gives away these positions. No surprise element to narrate spot. Makes it so much harder for him to find any value as they realize he's alone and go hunting him down. Nice stuff. Foot 6 on the board, a commanding lead on the attack side. And this is very different to the last map, where it was a little back and forth. Casey had some clean rounds, and that's sort of what sticks in my mind a little more. Foot had these ones where they could punch back from disadvantageous positions, but wow, going 6-1 and off the back of an Andaluthia flawless, a lot of trouble brewing for Carmine Corp.
Yeah, this is now as well them stacking up their ultimates. I don't think it's a bad time to sort of just take a little bit of a moment, talk through things and try and come up with something, because the fact is they've been denied in their retake. They're even getting denied in their aggression. It's the same again. That push was CNED running through, going for an early fight on his own. Nothing else. Nope. I don't think, did they use, no, Mr. Father didn't use his paranoia. They used no smokes.
Just a guy
that was just CNED, go kill, and he went, cool boss, and got them the opener. Yeah. And that's Martin. Martin has been wrecked this game, by the way. He has one kill, and it was that kill on Yedajay. That's it.
He was leading those early duels last time, but not this time around. The turrets helped out. Even caught out of Captain. Cracks will heal just about, and well, you can thank his lucky stars that that turret wasn't online still. They would have dropped him. Up top of the retake, not ideal. In fact, you're going to see Shin swap it out on the way. Instead, the Vandal now in hand to rotate in, but Tamazi's here early. I think earlier than they'll realistically expect. Getting something done will be very difficult in the camp. Now it's spotted them. Now they've got that information to play with. I don't know where Krax is going. He's going to be late to the party, but they've got the util to potentially delay them. They've got Tamazi, though, picking up Yedajay. Now Mr. Fallen's alone, and this could start to get very scary unless Krax quickens the pace. Mr. Fallen has to hold strong in the site. It's only a matter of time. There's the peak, but Tamazi falls, and the flank comes through eventually. Foot thinking on levels we can't comprehend with these slower flanks. 7-1, and that's going to be so frustrating for KC, because a number of times now when they've set up for these retakes where they've been so successful, they get onto the diving board to go together synchronized, and they are just cut down in pieces.
He is literally like on another continent, like half the time. That's happened twice now, where Mr. Fallen is just going into C as they plant on A, and in the same in this circumstance where they're just planting on C, and he's walked through A. Like, it's got to be baffling for the side of KC, but as we mentioned, they love their retakes. They love setting up, and they're never really allowed to because of these weird flanks. Now, straight off the bat, an immediate explosive start. KC have had enough of sitting on the back foot, and in this round, they tried to put the pressure on. They've got the information a little bit early. The problem is the timing. They've got to try and get into position. Tamazi needs to get something here, and he will find one, but the trade is immediate, and his teammate's gone as well.
Yeah, Magnum only had a shorty, so that was a real Hail Mary play. And with the res in, the impact is negligible. In fact, it's null and void. And the kills keep going their way. Foot not letting go of this one with Shin and Martine. You know, there is a showstopper online for Martine. I would be perplexed if he was to use it here. And KC have had a lot of ults for a couple rounds, but haven't had the chances to use them. This wasn't the round for it.
I thought he might use it at the beginning when they went for that explosive sort of like util dump. Like that seemed like the perfect spot to use a showstopper. But again, it is just the context of the round. But also, I'm gobsmacked at what we're watching right now. Coming in with a little bit more of an obscure composition on this map at least. And I'll be honest, a lot of this just looks like a firepower diff, which is not something I'd ever thought I'd say. Now, it's been good, again, these sort of like really late lurks coming out from Foot. The opening kills have definitely been going in their direction. But I genuinely think it's just almost the disruptive nature of what they're running. Like, okay, we want to set up for a retake. There's a Sage wall in the way. There's a player that's 17 light years around the back of the site. Like, it's just odd stuff that KC are having to deal with. And I'll be honest, they're not.
This is the thing, you know, I spoke to Ulysses during the break, and we spoke about this map, and he said, no, Foot are going to take it easy. It's like, what are you talking about? Realistically, KC's performance, and they've only gotten better as time went on. Their most recent, they got a lot better on this map, but 8-1, incomprehensible difference. And I think it does fall back to exactly what Uli was saying to me. This team loves to fight, and this map is built for it. But this is a level that goes beyond my comprehension because KC are good at fighting. Now they have a chance, though. Showstopper already in, and Martine up close.
Go. Cracks has already found a trade. And a captain there as well. These post plants have been sublime, but this time they managed to get into position. There is still a snakebite available. They need to do something to get in here, and actually they might just be able to stick this one. If they can get in onto the defuse once that snakebite is gone, and a captain has to go through this, and round is over. There's nothing he can do here. KC will get it over the line as they drag things back to 8-2, but even still, this is a mountain, and they've just got past the first stage.
Got past the molehill. Yeah, this is a lot more. A big trek ahead of them, but that's one way to start it. The showstopper entry. That's something that we have to highlight, because you said Martine's been getting diffed. Last map, he was 7 out of 10 opening duels successfully won. This guy was breaking through Foot on the attack and the defense. Now, though, a very different look. He's got 3 kills. Foot have been shutting this man down, and one of those is a showstopper. Here's the big boy, the Odin in play. They're a little off the angle, and the spray through the smoke
1 HP.
with a Vandal. Yeah.
It almost went the other way. It almost went the other way. That's the crazy thing about it.
I think I would have been more angry if it went the other way.
I think you would have been as well. But that, again, that seems to be the CNED strat, is just... it feels like there is 2 strat books. One is being read by the entirety of Foot, and the other one is CNED, which just says, try and kill someone on A. And it says that on every page. He's like turning it meticulously like a menu. And he's like, oh, what have we got for the hors d'oeuvres? Oh, I'm going to push A and try and kill someone. Oh, and the main course, I'm going to push A and I'm going to try and kill someone. It's manic. This time, they've shut him down, but even still, they're heading in towards this A site, and there is still opportunities here. Mr. Farlin is just walking.
Yeah, I mean, he took a timing as the door was about to close. The haunt faded.
It's going to be an Odin lure.
It is. I'm 99% sure. They're pinging it, aware he could be here, but with the wall going down, with the lockdown in play, this is forcing Foot back. They might want to utilize this position, but Mr. Fallen dies trying to claim it. Still 3 players from KC here. And the Nightmare, the Nightfall comes in, catching them all. 2 at least, and the first already fallen out of captain. Out of here, 12 seconds left. Reposition from Magnum is perfect. Sublime play from the side of KC, letting nothing slip. And that's one way to close a round for Shin.
Yeah, he's going to make sure. And he's also going to do the right thing and throw the Odin away. Like the piece of trash on the ground it is.
Hold on now. What's all this about?
He did. You know, like he did with the classic throughout the map.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that was just beyond, but it served its purpose.
Nice. He is up at the top of the board right now. 12 and 8. Shin has still been fragging, but definitely been quieter performances elsewhere. And 8-4 definitely not a death sentence, especially not on this map. As I said, we've seen impeccable attack halves from KC in the past. 9 versus FPX, 11 versus Heretics when they played in EMEA. Even still, though, Foot gonna try and not get them back. And we have reached the dessert, the final page of the CNED strat book, because he's currently going towards C.
Yeah, a little different flair to this round for him. Wouldn't be surprised if he dives into C and they go plant A. There's a little bit of a lurk battle going on for Yedege. Shins locking down the A side of the map, trap covering the B aggression. And this scrap here is just to take the utility out of their hands on a side of the map where they know there's so much to play with, and that Paranoia will get nothing but the information that there's a player there. Shin staying close though, when this cage drops, it's all on the line! Both players jumping, but Yedege's a little quicker to find that. And now they can look towards this A site, seeing it's wide open, but seeing even more so that the rotates are coming through. The site's being given up on C. The wall from Magnum gives him an angle. He's using it against them. The battle for CNED though. He completely distracts them as they look for the fight on the players entering site. CNED's there behind, giving them a fright and leaving Narrate all alone. 3 kills for the Jet in the final round and 9 for Foot as we close out the half. This is a beautiful attack side, and I'm already thinking about Breeze. Even if KC win a pistol, odds are they won't win the second.
Like, yeah, I'm looking at this right now as well. Like, this is a huge win for the just put CNED on Jet gang.
Right?
I know that Sue had a big whiteboard, but a lot of what he's been doing is just solo fights, and he has been winning a lot of them. Let this man focus on duels, and he'll win them. Yedege again, every single time. The double lurks, the triple lurks, the whatever ridiculous across map lurks. Cracks as well. I won't lie, I've seen him put down Sage Walls every single time. It gives me anxiety. Like, it always seems to be such a risky position. But as said, their comp has just created irritations. And on an individual level, he is also popping off.
You know, not to say that CNED wouldn't do this on other agents, but the thing that I love about him on a Jet is, like the fight up against the AWP, that had nothing to do with Jet. He just wide swung, shot an AWP in the head. That's how he does it. But is he going to do that on some other agents? If you're a Sage doing that off rip in the round, what are you doing, bro?
Well, we saw that. He sometimes would, like, he'd take a fight, win the fight, and then he'd die because he's trying to put a Sage Wall up.
Yeah.
Whereas now, just don't have a Sage Wall.
And this is it. Like, when CNED has less to think about, he does a lot more because he just shoots better than 99% of the players out there. That's
not
the
right though. And actually, I think that was more.
There were 4 people.
That was Magnum hits the dig. I was about to say a frenzy from there already is looking much better. Just an absolute blitz in towards this A site in the pistol round for the side of KC.
10-4. 10-4 it is.
For God's sake.
I mean, Sue had her fun fact up earlier, and it is 3 out of 3 so far. When Foot lose the pistol, 100% of the time, they win the follow-up.
The stat has to end sometime.
It does. It does.
And the pistol round isn't over yet, you know? Still got
You're
the
right.
Sage Wall.
How about now?
The Rain looking like he might just close this one out. There you go, now it's over. And Andaluthia flawless to take themselves out. And Andaluthia flawless.
Okay.
There was a stutter on the mic,
Better
you know?
Oh, yeah, I heard it. I heard it. Loop back, feedback, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, look, Andaluthia flawless, clean as can be. I'm scared about this follow-up round, man. I'm very scared.
That's not happening again.
Defensive side.
It's already not happening.
So what we've seen from KC as well is good info taking early round. I doubt they run into a stack. In fact, they won't run into a stack. I'll say that almost as a guarantee because there's no stack. It's a 2-1-2. They will play this low buy round like it's a normal round.
They just have to be careful of this. The CNED Marshall, so you got to be kind of careful of that because he's quite good with snipers.
He's all right. Yeah. He's known for hitting a few shots.
At least a 6 out of 10.
Now, the sniper on the other side isn't a marshal. It's an outlaw, and nobody has shields. So effectively, a double shot op, a double barrel operator to work with. Very strong, quick reloads. But again, on this map, with the way Foot are playing, they're tucked in a lot of closer angles. They're not going to give those opportunities away quite as easily. There's 3 players, and now sort of is a stack on A that they're running into, but up against those weaker weapons. KC have the advantage, extended with cracks falling, and eventually they'll finish off Yedege, approaching every fight with a sense of caution, and this is why they've ended up back in a 2v2, and Captain's Classic is still alive. What's happening? How is CNED getting 3 in this round? They've no idea where Captain is, and he's cut noise just in time. That Classic has crushed the dreams of teams before, and it may just do it again with Magnum not exactly low, but with 30 seconds left, Tom, he has to plant that spike. He has to give it away.
30 seconds
the turret
left.
will help him at least lock down some control.
the spike.
Be anywhere at this stage. Slight upgrade of the rifle. The information will be there. Snake bite in, but Magnum just used it as bait. Finally, the curse is broken, only just, as they will manage to win themselves a second round. But you can still see the happy face of CNED at least. He's done so much damage in that round. He's now 3 orbs away from having Blade Storm, and they're going to come in with a 4-buy. Like, they have made things so costly that this might just have to be a weak-ish bonus round now for KC, because they only saved forward that 1 gun.
Well, that's it. You know, Foot's record is now no longer 100%, 75, another 25%. They're leaving you with 1 player left alive.
Yeah.
So either they get a huge economic advantage or you get a huge economic disadvantage. I'll take it either way. CNED's still here. He's pushed wide. Atacampen's baiting for him. They're not anticipating another player here. And he's not being caught by the boom bot, but he dashed out. He gave it up. A rare passive play from CNED, and well, it'll leave them without the opening pick for now.
Similarly to what we saw on the other side, though, Magnum has used this to take a lot of control. Tomazi already tagged down to just 17 HP, and I already see at least a couple of players around this angle. You're going to have the HP of Adacaptain back up to full as well as they look to enter into the site. They had themselves that Nightfall, but already Yedaje is going to put 1 in the dirt, a second as well, even the low HP and blinded up. Yedaje is still putting up numbers. Leaving the remaining 3 just to potentially try and fall back with the door opening. You're going to see still a player around that B site, Mr. Farland waiting if they try and double back in that direction. And even CNED on C.
Covering all their bases in case it's a fake, and with so little noise being made, eventually someone's going to peek out for a little bit of information. Looks like that will come through on the defensive side, and for the defensive side, timing almost caught Cracks off, but he had backup on the back of the site. 10 rounds now for Foot, 5 for KC. Swing round coming up with the investment of that attacking side, and we get a real test for them. But they've had a lot of success, even on this round, in pushing their opponents back and making Foot play on the side. I question if we'll see the same thing now that there's rifles for both sides. I expect aggression from this defense.
Well, in fact, they're going to take themselves a pause. Maybe just with, again, some of the shakier nature we've seen from KC. Obviously, an important early round. Like, normally at this stage, maybe you're in a middle position, 7-5, something like that. But this could genuinely be the swing round that takes things over the line for Foot after what was a very impressive attack side. Also, it just looks like a lot of the players are on a heater. Like, we've seen Yedaje, 17 and 10. Again, this youngster, one of the new boys on Foot, looking as comfortable as ever. CNED back on his jet. Like, these are 2 things that are going to strike fear into the hearts. But even Cracks, like, as I said, he's been performing so well. I feel like it is just less distractions. Just let the man shoot. Let the man pop heads. And that might just be enough for Foot here. Because I'll be honest with you. Sure, we saw some positions locked off with a Sage Wall. We saw some fakes, some late lurks. But I don't think this has been the craziest strategical performance Foot have ever put on for us.
No.
It's just that right now, the team just looks comfortable.
There's a lot of benefits to that, as we can see. I do want, like, I don't know. This composition from Foot, it's working. Don't get me wrong. I just don't know that we're going to see Sage be such a key part of other teams' comps.
Yeah.
But to each their own, and for Foot, it's functional. CNED running his dash down. Adacaptain's been spammed through that smoke. They might want to quicken the pace. The dash heard on its way back. Foot have tripled up this round, though. It's a slightly different setup with the Cypher now sitting on the side. A Cam up close to get the information, and then even closer, Yedaje tucked on the corner. So your points of contact are going to be seeing CNED, seeing the Cam, and then probably focusing on CNED on the way back through. Good opportunity for Yedaje to pick up a lot if KC go this way. And looks like it will.
He's also put his trips across the map. So like, he's basically just the info finder for the team. 1 towards A, 1 in B. And then he himself on the C, the entire map covered. But as we've said before, KC with a man advantage are normally pretty good. They've cleared out Yedaje already. As said, he's been a danger man and also got the information onto CNED. This after plant should be in, and well, for the side of Foot, it's now a question of how much do you believe in a 3v5 retake?
It's just one of those missed calls. There's no way for Foot to know what was about to happen, but they decide to gamble on the other side, pull CNED offside. He can't destroy the Prowler. He can't draw their eye on the way through, and he can't support his teammate as he goes down. Those numbers for KC looking strong. Credits, they're riding a little low for Foot. If they got an opening pick, they could go for it, and there it is, Martine. The first to be dropped. HP low on a lot of these players. They're still committed to this. I mean, that time, Tom, seems to be ticking away a little bit too quickly, and now Mr. Fallen wants to get out of there. He's Mr. Fallen back.
Yeah, well, he has to say. They need at least one gun to be onto the board, otherwise financially they're going to be in a little bit of trouble. For CNED, I don't necessarily mind the push, because he wanted to maybe get some extra kills, find an extra 1 or 2, and that'll be enough to get the Blade Storm in.
Yep.
But I don't think he's quite managed to get there, so they will at least be able to put something onto the board for this round, but it's definitely not the prettiest of pictures.
Overall, round 16 just saw this be Narrate's round, essentially. He catches the player close with the Prowler, Haunt on sight, gives away the players that are coming in to rotate, and then the late Haunt gets so much value, responsible for both of those wallbang kills we saw come through. 10-6, 4-round gap. It's winnable for KC still. Coming out of their pause, they'll still have some tricks up their sleeve. In fact, the round's already kicked off as we see the aggression from KC met by Cracks, and he finds a bullet from Shin.
It just puts his life on the line. It's Martine who's had, honestly, a cursed game so far. Last fights versus CNED full sprint, and he will fall again, and a lot of that is going to take away what they have in terms of him entering into the site. It's probably why we've seen more from the rate in terms of those space taking and control. But again, we have this early stack up and more of that Cypher utility just being put into play across the rest of the map. It leaves a solo player over on C and a walk up into the B site. Sure, it'll be met with a cam, but it won't be met with any other resistance.
Yeah, there's no one to follow up on that information. In fact, the cam, there we go. It's revealed them, and it'll stay dormant for now. They haven't spotted where it is. Oh, now they have. And for what purpose? I suppose they could already hear them planting. I don't know. Seems like a waste of some post-plant utility, but looks like they've got that information to play with either way.
A little bit more aggressive post-plant. It's put CNED in an awkward spot, but he hasn't taken any damage. And a captain, however, has. He will beat that player coming in from behind as well. The turret attempting to be surpassed. Hasn't gone fantastic either. Mr. Fallen's position is definitely known, and there's a stack up of players on the other side. Utility denying Yedajay from really doing anything on the plant, and the post plant from KC is nigh on perfect. Foot don't even get remotely close to defusing that spike. And I do think they might have to change up the way they're playing this defensive side, because just allowing one site open every time, I don't think you can give that to KC.
Yeah, I mean, they barely got within arm's reach of the spike in the end, so I doubt they're going to be sat there thinking, yeah, you know what, our retakes might be the way to play this. And for KC, they always have that little bit extra to play with.
What?
Mainly thanks to that guy. I don't know how Narrate is able to find value in a lot of these positions, but he does. Great utility usage the round before. BS spams this time. Either one works.
The replay showed that he must have just seen the smallest of pixels of his opponent about to come around the corner.
I couldn't see it when it was paused, so fair play to him. Eyes like a hawk.
There we go, though. No purchase this time, only CNED. Only. He always seems to be a menace. Nightfall plays through, but it hasn't really connected onto anybody. They are still going to continue their push. Cracks was the one man on the site. He has been forced back. It looks like they might just opt to try and set up around CNED's singular rifle. He's still going strong. A second kill already in this round is starting to fall apart a little bit for KC.
Oh, there's definitely some struggles. The low buys of Foot being so deadly throughout their last series and this one. Rifle recovered for CNED. Blade Storm in his back pocket.
I'll find you.
Almost expect him to give that to Cracks. They have 3 rifles now as they set their sights on the site itself. KC very much fragmented. There's an initial duel on Narrate, unable to trade. The slow, it kept them in position. And now, all hope lies with Martin. Showstopper in, and it's caught a kill. The ace with the nade, the shorty, in fact, to find it. Martin was quiet, but now he's woken back up just in time.
Just when they needed it the most. He just doubled his kills in a singular round. An absurd individual show of brilliance from Martin to save them. CNED, well, he was definitely a worthy opponent in this one. But managed to find a multitude of openers, but every single piece of utility put into play, even with a shorty to end it. And if you're ever questioning whether or not KC were broken or battered, that will be enough to bring anyone back from the depths.
2-round gap, so winnable. Quick play by Martin, but it's shut down immediately. Shot out of CNED, doesn't land. But with Martin down, the rest of the players are a little further back. The wall won't keep them out for very long. It does allow a little bit of a reposition from Mr. Fallen, who's close and ready to fight. Sneak through from Tamazi as we're on board with him. Viper's Pit's blocking out B, but it looks like they'll bypass that with a crunch from Spawn and from the connector. The idea here, hopefully Tamazi can pick them up as they move into position. The rotates out of the A site, being watched, and he's turned at the wrong moment! That timing is abysmal! Surely Magnum, though, the second surprise element as they rotate back to the A site, he can get a beautiful flank. Everything comes down to timing for him with the player coming behind, and it's only a matter of time until he turns, but never mind. Yedajay wins the fight anyways, and will spam through under the rate. It's Shin left alone. 1 man against 5 from Foot. A near impossible clutch, and well, he can take the bragging rights back from Martin if he wins this one. The spike down in the open. Next to no information and 30 seconds left. It looks like this one is already in the bag with an 11-8 scoreline. We could even ask the question of how much damage can he do, but the answer to that is 0.
Yeah, and Andaluthia flawless to put things onto the board. It truly is just absurd. Some of the positions that are being held. That's the thing. I think Foot gave up a lot of control in this one, but they knew exactly where it was left. And while I think Martin, clearly feeling confident off the play of the last round, went for something super aggressive and just unfortunately lost his life for it. Everything after that was just a domino effect. 11-8. Finance is once again problematic. The ults, at least for KC, a couple of them, Viper's Pit, Lockdown, not far from being online. And it seems like they might go for a little bit more of the same. Some early control, but just look at CNED. Again, just going walkabouts. It means they can gamble players immediately onto the other side of the map.
Ping out of KC on C as well. Seems like they're quite aware of that aggression potentially coming through. It will be watched by Magnum as he covers B, and I think his turret's watching behind him. So these players can make noise on A, and that's all this is. They're trying to be loud and trying to drag those rotations that have come in again and again, trying to get that flank underway so it can be capitalized on by Magnum. Maybe someone comes up on B and pokes their head around, and he can rip it right off and get a straight play through connector to B. It's not a bad idea, but it hasn't found value. Eventually, they've got to go for it without the picks, and it'll be door open and B blitzed.
Close angles cleared. Boombot will do that.
On Tim.
Already throwing the extra util. Again, that cam, similar place as what we've seen it before. By the looks of it, it might just have to be a full-on retake hit. The Viper's Pit will be utilized. Now, those stingers are going to be even more fearsome up close, but Krax isn't shying away from a fight. It's an awkward one, but he still manages to win it. At a captain's found Tamazi as well, and somehow, from what looked like it could be dangerous, Foot make that look easy.
The Viper's Pit down on the side as well. The fact that they deal with that, I didn't catch who found the kill.
At a captain.
It was at a captain. Was it? It must have been a blind spray.
I don't know if it was because they were being pushed from behind. Maybe Tamazi went forward a little bit.
Let's see.
It was Cracks going through.
No,
Yeah, it just spam. Okay, nice.
Again, Tom, though, how many times do we see this? The attempted spam by a weapon that gives tracers. If you're the Viper, that's a death sentence a lot of the time. The last thing you want is to be flagging like, I'm over this direction, guys. Just fire back. Oh, nice shot.
Leg shot him.
5 HP already. Can't catch a break. Well, at least now CNED's missed a shot.
Well, I know who can't go through that snake bite.
You should run.
It's already, that was one of the weapons they've had. They've had to hand it over on the other side. Lockdown is going to be put into play. Doesn't seem like Foot are going to over-rotate just yet. Still wary that this is a ruse, and CNED was trying to just hit the shot. Will be detained, but they're not going to mind too much, especially without a captain doing that. And they thought they had a way into the site. The man just disrespected him. He was CNED's defender. CNED would have died if he went down as well. A ludicrous display from Ana Captain. And maybe the end of the map.
It doesn't even stop them from going backside because you have someone like Shin who's Shrouded stepping past the snakebite. He can get there early. So for him to just run out like that is ludicrous. But it works. Of course it does. This is Foot we're talking about. 5 versus 3, 5 HP on Martin.
Oh,
He's out, and it looks like just Tamazi, the last man standing and the last to fall in this game. At least on this map, Breeze is up next if Foot secure a 13-8. And my, what a map that will be. 20 seconds left and an op staring down at her. It's a round and map win for Foot, 13-8. They trade each other's picks, and we go all the way to the decider.
Yeah, it's definitely been a series a little bit backwards from the way we expected. And it's going to finish in a similar way as well, as Breeze has been a map yet to be played. The first series in EMEA Stage 1 to go to 3 maps. We'll see you after the break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I can't believe
What a fantastic response that was from Foot. They managed to take down KC of all teams on a Lotus. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here once again with Kakuka and Steel. We did this in the pre-show. I'm just going to bring this back because we talked a little bit about their comps on Split. We're not going to see Split today, but taking a look once again at this Lotus comp from Foot, I only have one question to the two of you. Would you steal it?
I don't think I would steal it. I think it worked here, but I feel like if KC was able to get ops out earlier and more consistently, I feel like we could have seen a different thing. I think KC has been untraditionally like really sloppy right now, and I think if they were on point, we could have seen a different result.
Also, I think that we need to keep in mind that this could fall into Foot's preparation for today, right? As we said, they play enemy by enemy and opponent by opponent, so they can change things from week to week. What was the strongest thing for KC during this kind of maps? It was the retakes, right? You have to disrupt those kind of things. I think that the Sage Wall was a great element for them, and time after time, we saw KC struggling with that. We saw them struggling, creating the damage and creating actually a space for themselves.
So would you steal it?
I wouldn't.
Both of you would not steal this comp? The one that just took down KC.
In a map.
Okay, yeah, in a map. On their strongest map. But let's take a look at this round real quick, because if you don't steal this comp, would you steal this, I guess, execute?
Well,
this one.
so this is the funny thing here. It's like, okay, this is the round where they use the Cypher as a human drone, right? And then they use the Sage Res to get them back up, because they don't have an initiator on the comp, so they have to do something like face checking. Usually do it with like all the info denial, but yeah, this is
honestly, if I have no initiator and I have to get information with a beacon that it's a person, there is no other team that would do it better than Foot. That's at least my opinion. I think that they feel incredibly comfortable taking duels and fights that for other people would not be comfortable. And I think this part of the map, both on C and on A, they were always going to struggle getting the space and the pressure. And in some of them, they made it seem effortless, especially when they were rotating over the map, you know, mid-round. I was very surprised by that.
Yeah, I think one of the things that played really well into their composition is I feel like KC needs a lot of info about where to move and where their opponent's positions are. I'm okay for now, thank you.
You're welcome.
So basically what this means is like if there's no initiator, then KC doesn't get the free info. Oh, there's a Gecko here. Oh, they're starting this. Oh, they're doing that. So then KC can't move around freely. And then there's so much info denial with the Viper wall, the orb, the smokes, the cages that, you know, they can make it a little bit of pressure towards C and then walk back to A and get that full A exec off. And KC's just blind the whole time.
Yeah, and then when it comes to the defense, I know that we talk about how important Zenit is. For example, when he goes into this role, it's lovely to see him back on the jet, to see him being very comfortable. But I think they were relying on it a bit too much, but I think that it had the effect that they wanted it to have, right? The putting the extra pressure with the operator feeling free. He only needs a smoke. He doesn't need anyone to flash for him. He will fall back, and it also helps them in a way. We were talking about this on the desk of camera. If they don't have to sync for anything else, for the utility fallen, and they just can go for the duel,
just swing.
They're fine. They're fine.
Yeah, just swing.
I mean, that is a big part of it, is that they're really good with creating the chaos and then like just taking those duels. Like if everyone's able to just fight and they don't have to worry about, oh, I'm playing this agent, so I have to learn these lineups or learn how to use this ability. It's like you just throw your wall down and then you're fighting the rest of the round. Your jet, you just fight the whole round. So that plays really well into that.
Same on the other side, right? If you're KC, what are you thinking? First of all, what are you thinking when you see this composition? A composition that has never been played before, in a way that you do not expect it, right? Because especially not having a single initiator to gather that information, but also to put the pressure and regain the zones, it's something that you're not supposed to be playing against. And the first thing is like, you wonder, what are they going to do? I think that actually Krax did a very good, job on the Sage and with the silent utility and how he was using the walls again, especially when it was on the attack. Because you're just looking at it being like, okay, so Cena's gonna go in. How's it gonna go in?
Do you feel like maybe they should have punished him a little bit more? Because he was just walking into their spawn like every round.
that's part of like the info denial and everything like that. But like just to highlight where you're talking about with cracks, I would say it's not even the wall, it was the slows.
Yeah.
So whenever KC on their defense would come in for the retake, they would start using their utility. They would throw like Omen Flash or whatever, and then stage slow comes. That's 7 seconds, 8 seconds. You're just like not even moving at all for the retake, and you've used all your abilities to do the retake, and then all it's left is just gunfight versus gunfight. And the same thing with the flip side. You know, KC's trying to go A. They open the door. They're using paranoia. They're doing all these things. Sage slow comes, lands in. They can't even move.
But hear me out. It also comes down to time and time again, especially in the latest, I would say 2 to 3 rounds, that we would just see Foot. Like Casey would put a piece of utility. They wouldn't care. They're just like, oh, Vipers, I don't care. I'm gonna push. And Casey were like losing duels. We have never seen Casey lose this year.
Yeah, and there was quite a round we saw as well where CNED here popped off, got his kills, but then Martin, I don't know what happened after this, because I honestly thought Foot might have won this, and as we remember, Steel Martin just did Martin things.
Yeah, and this was the first round where KC was actually able to string more than 2 rounds together in a row. This was so pivotal because not only did Martin have to win in a 3 versus 5 ace clutch, it was also the eco for Foot. It was CNED with a Vandal. He got a couple of kills, and that opened up the round for them. But I mean, the rest of them had Sheriffs. Like, you can't be losing these types of rounds. KC's not looking good at all. They're looking really sloppy, not what we've seen, not reminiscent of what we've seen in previous weeks.
Yeah, they managed to lose on a Lotus, but we are going to move on to Breeze. So do we feel like KC comeback here?
I would like to see a comeback, but I think that I'm still giving props to Foot in their preparation. I think that they can prepare very well, and I think that this could be another example of it. Just taking an example how KC played against Giants. Now, out of all the maps that Foot has played, I was mentioning last week how even though they played so little during kickoff, they managed to ban and play different maps besides the Breeze. They came into this regular split playing 5 out of the 7, even though they just played like 2 or 3 times during kickoff. They managed to play 5 of the 7 maps, and they were perma-banning the Breeze. So this was a huge question, because they also had the chance to ban it on the second round. But no, they decided to go for the Breeze. What I want for them is a normal-ass composition.
So no Yoru? No CNED Yoru?
No, honestly,
Chamber.
after what they just did, Chamber, after what they just did, I want to see this in it. I want to see the CNED that is on the jet, that is feeling comfortable. And honestly, you have Breeze. You can have best in slot for many things. You have the jet, you have the cracks, the KO, you have the Viper, even Jet to J.
They're listening to you.
Thank you
listening
so
to you.
much.
They even have Mr. Farland on Sobers.
That's what I'm telling you. I was gonna go for. They have best in slot. Like, if there is a map that they should, on paper, be comfortable of, should be this one. That's why I was so, you know, I mean, I kind of understood it when we kick off. They were playing so many comps, but coming into the regular season, I need to see this Breeze.
I feel like this is going to play way too much into Carmine Core's favor right now, though, because I feel like there's so much more freedom for them to move around, especially on defense. They do things like with the hulls pushes, mid pushes, they do something different every round. And Foot, they don't look great on their executes.
Well, Foot, they're on the precipice of pulling off an upset here, but KC, they have a great chance to come back into this. So let's jump back into your to the game even with your casters, Mitch and Tom, to see if they can pull it off.
Thank you, Yinsu Kakuka and Steel. Map 3, we deserved it in this series, and I'm glad we got here. Breeze, a couple question marks. I think looking at Foot coming into this, I am a little bit perplexed at how the veto went down, at Breeze being left in, but there was a reason for it, Tom. That wasn't by mistake.
You have to hope so.
I do.
The fact is, we went into the last map and we said, series is done. They pulled out a Sage as a way to win a match. They put CNED back on Jet. They're just going to play their comfort picks, and they ended up winning. So I'm not going to doubt them at this stage. They haven't played this map. They've come in with a fairly basic comp, but they are also comfortable agents. Cracks going back to his trusty KO and playing a mirror matchup. It might just come down to who's better individually rather than the comps. CNED leading the charge, back on his Jet. That might just be enough.
It's enough to win my heart, Tom, for whatever that counts for. Already some decay with the walls, but no bullets landed just yet. This is a frankly disgusting position from Yedije. And he's got them by surprise, but Martin somehow wins that fight. Ever vigilant for the reflank up through tube. Advantage sits towards the defenders. And KC have been pretty good at getting back into sites. Limited utility as they make their way back through. It's a pistol round after all. And maybe Foot can just run down that clock. As KC tapped the spike, someone needs to swing to check. It's not being stuck, and it comes at the cost of their life each time. Halfway already, and now they all look to duel on the side of KC, knowing that Ada Captain's the last alive. The snake bite will soon fade, as Ada Captain's life force does too. 1-0 goes to KC. Tom, you know what that means.
Yeah, I definitely think on this map it's going to be more difficult, but I think if there's expectations, maybe CNED can come in with a Marshall. I think that would be the one thing that can turn things. I like this though from KC. I think especially Martin getting off to a good start, I think is going to be important. Like, he is someone who had a quiet last map. The stats sort of show you that he had like an okay game statistically, but it was one round and an ace, and then everything else was a bit of a miss from him. And now, well, the real question is how to FUT win a map without a Sage, because they've been consistently running it. I would have been very upset if they brought it in on this map. And they've actually gone for a second Marshall. Mr. Fallen's going to be pulling one in as well, so doubling up the potential damage with the snipers. Not this time though. CNED gone.
Well, this is it. The last map, you know, when you take an Outlaw, you're sectioned into one side of the map. They go elsewhere, it's going to be tough for you to find impact. Map like this, though, plenty of open space for Martin to be playing with. That's exactly what he's doing. They're doubled up, though. 2 Marshals in a firing squad waiting for the peak to come in from Martin. Eventually, they'll back out. In fact, that timing, perfect. Because Martin won't get another chance. FUT have been great on the low buy rounds. Losing CNED early on, you know, that was one of the main things you said. CNED on the jet, maybe he can make it work. Maybe that Marshal can come in huge. Well, we'll have to in the hands of Yedege and Mr. Fallen, who's got an opportunity, but a pixel robs him of that chance.
Oh, it seems like he might have got positioning. Gonna try and almost confuse him a little bit. Nice shot from Yedege. Maybe this round still has a little bit of life in it. Retrieving the gun seems like an improbable possibility, but now they've killed off. Where was that? Was all the way in mid. That was a wall bang to kill off another. I don't know how they managed to make these ones competitive every single time. It almost seems like it might be worth an eco for FUT and just play into the second round. A very passive position, an almost crossfire, but the timing hasn't gone great, but it does work out for Yedege. An extra couple of tags, every little will help. He is damaging every single player, but it still comes down to just cracks. Has to try and hold on to this. A couple low, but they are clearing him out of position. Just 48 HP, and the healthy Shin will be there. Thankfully, this time, the second round, it's almost going to be one with 3 players as well. Magical.
Big improvement up against FUT. That stat finally being crushed, as it deserves to be. They had no right to find so much success in those like early buy rounds.
60%, right? It's still pretty
damn good. It's still very good. And remember, one of the rounds, they got it down to 1 player alive. And we saw that economical impact as the rounds went on. So, yeah, they've been good early, but now on the last map of the series, the curse is broken. KC 2-0, clean follow-up round, and now a bonus with a lot of potential, especially with Martin on the Outlaw. Tagging up these players will make it so much easier for Narrate or Magnum to finish them off, as well as obviously the Bulldogs on Tamazi and Shin. Ton of potential, and somewhere that FUT need to be very cautious right off rip.
Right here.
Straight away.
Revealing area.
I'm going to see the close angle cleared by the fragment. Just basically, they're reducing the positions where CNED could be stopped from. Same with the shock dart over the back. And this post plant already in effect. Not been anything really able to deny it. A few counter pieces of utility. The drone not even used in the take. The drone is used in the post plant. Cracksover has been hit. You mentioned that Outlaw. He's on 10 HP.
Oh yeah, I mean, anything's going to take him down now. We need to see the fights come through, though. CNED onto Tamazi. It's a clean trade, but KC are closing the distance. That's all they want. That's an ambitious peak. The idea being that Magnum could trade. He got one, no follow-up on it. And the shots landing make it ever more difficult for KC to find any value with Shin on 1 HP. It's a quick and clean follow-up from FUT. 3 players alive and 3 rifles carried through to the next. Great work, by the way, from Jack Igo. I like that third-person angle we saw coming over, because that nade from Cracks not only clears the position for players, it also got rid of the trap. And that's huge, just to shut down that little piece of utility that could cause so many problems on the way through.
Either way, that was the bonus coming out from KC. So they're going to have a rifle purchase. Outlaw has changed sides, although it's mainly because of the lower finances available for Mr. Fallen. Maybe expecting some level of aggression for the defense. It does seem like they might be pressuring early into A main. We've already seen the knife go over, but with no one spotted, the space will be taken by Shin. And instead for Martin, he's already going to be rotating back. Middle control almost left completely open. This could be problematic. There is a cam watching, which will be immediately destroyed. And now the pressure is in on that B side once again.
Still a trap on site for Tamazi, but how's he getting out of this one? Hunted down by Mr. Fallen. But the kills have come in across the board. Yedajay and CNET have been lost. Big players for the side of Foot. Now another hero has to step up, and they better step up quickly. The spike's being dropped in the open, and now it's fully secured by KC. 4 versus 1. Mr. Fallen would be one hell of a clutch with the Outlaw. Be one for the books. He won't land even the first. Yeah, now rate was 150 coming out. 3-1. KC right back on the board. A blip for Foot, and they're back out.
Yeah, it definitely. It's the quick rotations, I think. Just getting that early information in towards A main allowed them to go and reclaim some of that mid control.
I can't aim, but he can either. All good.
It's impossible not to love him. Like, and he's off to a much better start as well. Like, we saw him have a resurgence after what was a bit of a quieter first map for someone of Narrate's standards. But that's the thing, though. Again, we see both the players on the KOs comfortable. This time, Martin immediately taking that control. Hunter's Fury actually used here. Now, bear in mind, this is a low buy round for the side of Foot. And a tasty shot from Martin. Definitely seems to have got his confidence back. The flash is going to be dodged by Tamazi. I've been enjoying seeing his Cypher play since he's brought it in. At least at kickoff, he was mostly sticking to that Viper. But showing that little bit of extra depth now to his agent pool.
Did CNET? Yeah. He popped the Blade Storm. I heard the voice line activate, and I thought, is it Martin in a 5v2? Surely not. But CNET in a 2v5, it tracks. It's a Foot play. It's a CNET play. But, well, let's see what he can do. 50 seconds. The all-purpose EMP had landed on Tamazi earlier, but obviously now that trap is back online on B. The cam is there, and there's a 2-man rotate to help him out. They're choosing, I was going to say the right side of the map if they go A to at least get a plant and post-plant. But it looks like they want to fight. Right now, those opportunities are not being given away by KC. With the retake A setup, we may still see the plant come through, but it's following up on it. That'll be the real challenge.
Yeah, at this point, it seems like they're more than happy to give up the plant, but I am sort of...
Oh, he made noise. He made noise again.
See that. We've seen him do so many magical things and they can't jump up the boxes. Somehow I imagine that's going to be in the replay, but for now at least he's looking for rotations, desperately hunting for some sort of fight to give Anna Captain. He's even going to be pinged up. They now know where he is, but it doesn't matter. Anna Captain now finds another somehow again. In these lower rounds, it becomes competitive, but putting CNET in the dirt, that is all they really need. Narrate will deny, and all the danger quickly dissipated. It does mean the economy's not going to be built up quite as far. And well, for Foot, a few extra credits, a few extra orbs, I guess, but not too much in this round.
I think that's quite funny as well that Yeah.
Happens to everyone. That's the thing.
It does. Even seen it. That makes me feel good, to be honest. One of the things is looking at Tamazi on the B side. He gets hit by that EMP. The knife grabs him, so all his utility's down. And you've seen him change his trap positions a couple times, the last 2 rounds in particular. Now that one's coming back, because this is the trap that we saw. I'm going to just highlight it for a sec. This is the one that we saw be destroyed by that nade through. It hadn't been placed for a while. It lets Foot get better positions. But even despite moving his traps out of the way, taking his traps offline, he still grabs 2 kills, stays alive for the late round. That's a disaster. Foot can't allow that to run, and instead, they're going to be going back to B to finish what they started. Tamazi, they don't want to let him out of here alive this time. It's Ada Captain that might have the chance to... Oh, no, never mind. The dash in from CNET. He's going in with an op in hand on the close range angles. The Blade Storm from Martin's grabbing something, but Nare down to the op as CNET doubles up and gets a little ambitious.
One enemy
Ada
remaining.
Captain in the corner. CNET will close it as well, and in the end, it is Foot to just basically hold on to the advantages that they took. It's a similar round to what we saw previously, but this time having an operator. And also, I don't think the rotations were quite as quick for the side of KC. Obviously, I think last time it was Narrate being able to flash back through mid and catch them in the flank. Instead, though, this time, I think just being able to isolate that duel onto Tamazi quick enough, and again, just some fantastic utility. I think it was from Mr. Fallen.
Oh, nice shots by CNED as well. And all that chaos, all that action allows Ada Captain to creep up close. Much better round from Foot, a lot of success. Early knife gets nothing. Sets up for the aggression of Martine, but they pull back. 4 players on A here, you gotta do something. The B side is exposed, but most importantly, mid is left wide open with that concentration of players. Spotted one inside main with the drone, but it's the mid push that I'm most concerned about. Both Shin and Martine going out to try to find the duel, at least the trade, and in fact, it's a clean one with a big piece of utility removed from Foot's belt early on in this round.
That's definitely going to make any sort of A play nigh on impossible. Instead, the reliance, again, seems to be on CNED. Util will be offline. I think he must have popped the cage just before, though. And that is actually going to buy just about enough time. Walks back into the ping as well. So they're going to have the information. There are a couple of other players on the map. And the spike is now rotating seemingly in towards A. But they haven't cleared anything out. 35 seconds left on this clock. A close position as well from Magnum.
30 seconds left.
It just has to be a fight here.
Even if you get the first, there's backup, not just in Martine. Even if you get him, there's backup, because Shin's here too. Spam gets Magnum, drone eventually goes out. 2 players coming to reinforce this push, but no Viper wall. They've got to take the fights in the open. 14 seconds left. Time really starting to run down, and not much of a reveal here. Martine, 8 seconds. He just needs to deny this, and he'll go for it. A kill quickly found. A shot from CNED might keep them back for a moment. Put some hesitation into play for these defenders until he's dropped. Great shot by Tamazi on the flank. The narrated already cleaned up Mr. Fallen seconds later. 5 on the board with the defuse secured, and the lead even further in KC's pockets.
This round was just a bit more perplexing. I don't know if the side of Foot had just thought they'd pulled off an impeccable fake by having a couple of players hit by the knife. Maybe you think, okay, well, they've seen the fact that we have KO over on B, so we'll just walk into that A site and there'll be nobody there. But KC, I don't know why they would have gambled it. They didn't manage to push Tamazi into any awkward position. He didn't see anyone on the site. No one even touched his cage, so he's now got all of his util back online, information and support from the rate. So I don't know why Foot thought they managed to pull everybody off of that site, but it almost just looked a little bit panicky towards the end. Now, coming back in, Martine's going walkabouts as an operator of his own. Magnum also going pushing, and it's a snap from Yedege. Just that little bit quicker on the reactions.
That gets them a lot of info too. 3 players towards this spawn. They know they can isolate Tamazi. Pressure him back, spam him up. He's 30 HP as he rounds the corner to safety. Won't be too impactful in the late fights by the looks of it, and there'll be no utility for a little while as the spike eventually gets planted. For KC on the way back through, Martine's going to hope to find an angle with the operator. I think probably the point of contact for this defensive side will be him. Scoped in, looking for something. Yedege still lurking. They're wise to it, they're clearing it, but not good enough. Yedege has been unbelievable, and off that alone, they will fall back and concede this round. 5 versus 3, damage done to Tamazi, and a valuable op still to be saved.
Yeah, of course, we haven't seen a mass amount of KC's attack because of their dominant defensive side when they played up against a GX in week number 1, but we know that their defense is impeccable when it came to picking up a lot of those rounds, and especially with the pistol. Foot managed to keep this one competitive. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to shut down any of those weapons, but again, a slightly more direct approach seems to be the name of the game for them at this stage, and they haven't managed to retrieve that operator. But to be honest, I don't really mind it. I think having CNED as the tip of the spear is a little bit more important than him being able to find those openers with an op.
This goes here.
And for Martine, he's at least going to get his back into play for this next round.
This
but
is a nice spot. This goes here.
We'll see if it's going to be able to have that same impact. Seems like he's going to try and roam around mid after Foot have had a couple of rounds where they've been able to take that control.
Offside play as well for Tamazi, so he won't get hit by the knife. Gets hit by the knife.
3 people did.
That's a reposition from that utility, and Krax has found a gold mine, putting some pressure on B, but there's no one there to capitalize on it. Instead is some fake control as they spread out and look for individual fights. Looks like Ada Captain found his.
I can see the frustration in the cam as well from Martin. You just got to be fuming. It just gets insta-popped.
Caged.
The captain has gone down early in a lot of these rounds. Instead now, again, the pressure comes on to the young man from Portugal trying to hold the backside, and it's close, but no cigar. In fact, they're all dropping like flies. Narrate tries to get back in and help, but he's a little bit late. CNED may go down to a shot, don't know. It's instead going to bounce onto Krax, who's taking a lot of damage. And actually, with Magnum finding another, if this kill goes the other way, this is starting to fall apart.
37 and 11 HP, Tom. Two players extremely low, and both are the ones on site, isolated by this Viper wall. Magnum, he snuck around up close, but the shot is found too quickly, and the flank from Yedege locks in the win. Foot with 4, and that 5-3 lead, or 5-2 lead, quickly closes in on KC. Now Foot are right behind them.
Yeah, it looked like that was going to be an overheat round. I almost think yeah, you've just got to see how frustrating that is, and you understand why. CNED as well, just about scraping through with his fight. And yeah, they almost got caught out, but managed to weather the storm. Weaponry now starting to be an issue as well for KC. Like, this has been such a great early start to this map, with a back and forth ultimately being in their favor. But if they lose this next one, they could be in a bit of trouble.
Could definitely start to slip out of their hands. Surprised to see risks like this being taken. Martin got dunked on last round up in window. Now he's pushed up to play behind the box. It's not an easy position to find value from. Often the one kill and then you go down. And that's if they decide to push it together. Flash thrown deep. I don't think it's going to catch him. Now Martin's still good, tucked in this corner, and there's no fights elsewhere for KC. In fact, there'll be no fight here. Backing off, I was expecting CNED to barrel in towards it. Instead, they'll move towards the B site again. The knife from Krax. Remember, Tamazi repositioned last round to avoid it. And he's getting hit by it again. And it's hunting him down every single time, and now revealed, and oh my, I mean, a Hunter's Fury and a nade, a dash in from CNED. There was nowhere to go.
No, he even gets pinged by the dart as well, so they knew exactly where he was. No surviving that one.
Welcome to my world.
They're even going to throw in the Viper's Pit up close. I don't even know if he'll be needed. CNED just kills everybody. Martin trying to fight back, but he will find only the 2. And again, the thing is, Foot, they adapted their take once more into this B site. And I think it must just be so confusing for Martin. The last couple of rounds, almost every round, they've gone for splits through mid. They've taken mid control, and a captain popped his head. We've had them run up. They won the first time they did it. The next time they got caught by CNED going that way. This time, they do the exact same strat, but with no mid control. So you had all that information from our team probably going, well, I don't think they're going B, because they always take mid, and then they just direct hit, and it's completely onto Tamazi, as you said, versus a dart, Hunter's Fury, what was it, a nade at the end, like it just, and CNED
dashed up alley.
Let's not forget CNED, who's top of the board, 12-7.
It's impossible. It was literally impossible to survive, and I would love to see a highlights. Not even a highlights, just a little compilation of Tamazi's rounds, because so much of it has been stand there, wait, KO knife, dash in, utility on me, there's 5 players and you're dead. And then they've lost B. And he repositions, he still gets hit by it. It's just the paranoia this guy's living under. I'm surprised he doesn't put his traps B and just go A at this point.
The funny thing is as well, if you're normally the B site player, the main complaint that B site players on Breeze have is that you don't do anything other than try and retake A. And Foot have just gone, no, we're going to push B, like, I don't know, I'd say 8 out of the 10 rounds you've seen so far. Like,
and it's not even, sorry, it's not just the knife. It's also like the nade to take his trap down. And there's just so many, every time he tries something, they're ahead of him. It's like they can see what he's doing.
Now, the one thing that could pad the gap here a little bit is the fact that they do have ults. You've got yourself the Blade Storm thrown in immediately. Martin's like, right, this time they're not mid. I'm telling you, And while I'm sure Narrate probably agrees, Hunter's Fury is going to help out massively. They're trying to use these ults to pad the gap, but CNED has now popped one of his own. He realized what's going on a little bit earlier than anyone else.
Oh, that flash is perfect, Martine. He had no chance with the pop from Krax. Krax's utility is just out of this world. You see why we talk about this guy on a KO. He might have lost his life here, but the trades make it worthwhile. Leaving only Tamazi, and they take him 1 by 1. Red Bull clutch as Carmine Corp keep the lead.
If you don't head to B, he'll come to you. Finally, he got some fights that were a little bit fairer. Them both having guns and him having a share. Yeah, fairer than what he's been up against so far. Even still, what a huge round. It was the ult spam. It was what they threw in, but ultimately, it came down to this man just popping heads. Oh!
And that was a much needed round as well. Secures Economy gets an op online from Martine coming into the final round of the half, and Foot could be trailing by 2. It's been a pretty close game with KC being tailed by Foot again and again. It looks like we might close out that way, at least if KC have their way about it. Viper's Pit already activated, and there's traps ahead of it. And the trap user is on the other side of the map, so hopefully won't get hit by the knife. Really strong setup on B.
Somehow he always does, though. He's like a magnet.
It's gonna land on his head.
Martine also, I was about to say, has not been having much success with the op. He's been better with the rifle. Every time he's had the operator, it seems like he's been slaughtered. And while this time, again, something he probably didn't expect was Mr. Fallen coming in with an op, solo peeking him, and managing to win the fight. It's left Magnum isolated, taking a lot of spam. He was hoping he could maybe find the plant. Instead, he's found everything else. Welcome to Tamazi's world, Magnum. Every single piece of utility. But they still haven't managed to get that plant in. Shock darts still available. Magnum, I don't know where he's going to get to use them. And instead, Anna Captain now splitting in from the backline is going to make things just that little bit worse. Even still, though, KC are clinging to life. The fight back not going to happen as Yedajay comes through, and now Shin left in a clutch.
At least we'll catch all his kills this time. 1 versus 2.
You get off that third-person cam now.
Mr. Fallen and CNED sitting around with the information to work with. He's still around here as the recon gets destroyed. The wall cutting it up. Only beckons them forward. Double peek through it for 6-6. A tied up scoreline at the halftime. It's hard to separate these two teams. We found that out in the first 2 maps. That's why we're here. We're neck and neck, even still.
This is just my favorite thing about this is I felt like throughout this entire series, Martine has probably just had so many unexplainable deaths. Like, it's like, oh, how did you die this round? Well, there was a cloud burst and Anna Captain shot 1 bullet through it and killed me in the head. Okay, well, okay, you hold A main with an operator. Mr. Fallen, yeah, well, the Sova player, he solo peeked me with no utility with an operator. Has he played operator at all? No, just this round. He just decided to buy one and kill me with it. Like, he just got to be sat there going, yep.
Should have seen that coming,
mate. Yeah, cool, nice one. Dead either way.
It's funny because Krax is on the bottom of the scoreboard, and yet I think he's had the most impact. It's not even like 3 assists. It's not about that. It's the utility stripped away. It's the lack of impact Tamazi's been allowed to have in a lot of rounds where he would have walked away with so much more if it wasn't for that annoyance. Some really nice setups by Foot to claim space, but even still, they end up neck and neck. Now on their defense, you best believe they're still going for aggressive plays. This is Foot we're talking about. 3-man push, and that timing could not physically be any better. If you choreographed it, they are slipping right behind them. Will they see them? No, there's an orb up, it's dropped, and there you go. Oh, out in the open for CNED. Easy pickings with 3 quick kills. This round seems to be done and dusted.
I swear to God, no one else's Ghost works like that. Like, normally you'd see someone spam 15 bullets to the back of their head. CNED, though, it just doesn't miss at all! This is why you want to see this man on Jet. Don't give me a chamber. Don't give me a bloody Yoru. Put this man on Jet, and he'll take over the game.
It's what he does. It's what he always does, and there's no stopping him here today. 17 kills on this map already.
It doesn't, like, I've seen so many players up behind someone like, oh, I'm going to get him, and then you see a whole clip just shot into their butt crack.
It's the hardest shot to hit behind them. Behind 3. But you can see this guy's been hitting aim laps. Been hitting it hard. 7-6 advantage to Foot. And the buy, similar to what we saw from KC, couple rifles and an outlaw to work with. Only classics for KC. How poetic it would be if they won this round.
It would be karma.
It would be. It would be deserved.
The ultimate karma.
I reckon we'd switch to Geis, and he'd be like, "Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
we had that coming."
No, he wouldn't.
No,
he definitely wouldn't. But I like the idea of it. Unfortunately, it's not got off to a great start. Nice flash. That's something. I would have been impressed if Narrate managed to get the second one. Now, I guess the only saving grace about this round so far is, well, firstly they got 2 kills, but also CNED hasn't had,
yeah.
CNED hasn't had any other kills, which would put him very close to a Bladestorm, especially if he gets this kill and then defuses. Yeah, like that.
That will get him very close to a Bladestorm.
That would actually get him his Bladestorm.
Just straight up on it.
That was the silver lining before the last 15 seconds of the round.
Before he got the Bladestorm online, yeah. The highlight was he doesn't have it at least. Well, 8-6 coming into round 3 of the half. You've got a full buy for the rest of the team, a pistol in the hands of CNED, and knives floating all around him. This is a terrifying start because not only has CNED got an ace in the first round, a 2K in the follow-up, now he's got the Bladestorm to come and hunt you right down. And this buy round for KC is going to have an element of hesitation to wherever they go.
Let's put it this way. In-game, you can see his nice little shiny champions Karambit. And it's going to take a lot for someone to stop that shining, because that's for the top top fragger in the game. Mr. Fallen as well, back on the sniper. I could almost bet he's going to kill Martin. Like, you can almost bet on it. They also seem to have almost perfect timing with each other. Martin, of course, does have the rifle. CNED not seeing anything. Had a captain. Are they about to set him up? It looks like they might have a flash for this. They do counter flash, but it's not needed.
Great shutdown. Good start to the round. That defensive side aggression expected, especially when you've got weaknesses.
Deploying drone.
And I like the KC don't jump the gun. They don't go rushing towards it. There's no plan to pick up the pace. Still 50 seconds, plenty of time to play with. And realistically for them, they just don't want to end up on the stacked site. Knife on A, that's going to keep 3 players here. That single piece of utility, Cloudburst used, Dash heard, and 2 players spotted with the knife. Huge information, but capitalizing on it is something else entirely. Evidently, Foot have been shut down. This was a bonus round with some serious bite to it.
Yeah.
But, well, they've come out of that one empty-handed.
No, you could even see the Foot were willing to sort of push the boundaries, get aggressive. They do still have to be careful, though. They've kept this one nice and clean. A good way to build up the finances, but Yedeje is someone that you don't really want to give anything over to. The fact is, other than the rate, they're all sat back, waiting within A main. Yedeje just slowly encroaching. Doesn't have any utility to close the gap, and well, you can see that Narrate, the reason he's fighting is because he wants to get that ult. He's going to have himself the null command for the next round, and an Andaluthia flawless to get them back in contention.
Yeah, this setup was extremely nice. Not only is the initial fight for Martin, because of the angle he's on, he's not caught by that flash, but even if it does go all the way through, like you said, Tom, there was a counter flash there and ready. And that's what I'd like to see, is a team that has an idea. Okay, what tools do they have at their disposal? What are they likely to do, and how can we set up to break them when they do that? And you can see the KC were willing to wait all damn round, if that's what it took. 1 round gap, full buy for both sides. The B site was very successful for Foot on their attack. They had a lot of ideas for how to get through there. You never really saw the impact you needed to coming out of Yedeje, but the traps are still online. Yedeje's on the other side of the map, so as they walk through, they still haven't realized, still haven't walked right into them. And when they do, that's the chance for Adacaptain to show up. That's Shin down on the back of some information. All thanks to Yedeje.
Spike planted.
Yeah, he's managed to give them that man advantage. Almost extends it a little bit further. Spams. Look to come through the wall. Narrate trying to play a cheeky angle, and it has worked out. Even still, though, Adacaptain there again for the trade. The flash solid, but Magnum not quite able to capitalize. And Adacaptain, we've seen an explosive first round out from CNED. Well, now, I guess the second man on the board is going to be Adacaptain, pulling up with a 4K.
Really, really nice setup. I love this idea from Foot to leave the utility on B, to have other players there, realizing that there's a good chance Narrate comes in and pops his null command, that they storm the site on the back of that. They've avoided it completely, and I'm not surprised, considering so much of Foot's attack side game plan was, let's take Tamazi's utility out. So they go, they might try to take our utility out this time. And it worked out perfectly. Like I say, I love to see teams thinking a step ahead. What are they going to do, and how do we combat that? Beautiful stuff. It's plain as day in a round like that.
Well, thankfully, because of the Flawless, there's not really any problems whatsoever for KC. And they also have a couple of ults getting ever closer. Martin's going to take the orb and get him one away from the Bladestorm. Magnum also one off that Hunter's Fury. He might be able to challenge for the orb elsewhere, but Edege actually repositioning his utility midway through the round. We're going to see that pop flash thrown in. I don't know if this is going to be a late lurk, because the spike is over on that A site, but they now start running it back over. There is nothing within this B site. In fact, the only trip is in case they get aggressive from mid.
They would have been shock darted on the way through, so effect is the same. It's whether they expect the Edege to still be here. You've got to be conscious of these angles anyways. That's where the rotates are going to come from.
But it's exactly where Adacaptain was last round, so if they're not expecting it, you'd have to almost be a little bit foolish. CNED, not able to connect that initial shot. Now they'll definitely know. I don't know where Shin has just died from. A straight up wallbang from Mr. Fallen, and they are now falling like flies. Every single member of KC, an attempted fight back, and Martin, he was meant to be the last man on the block. They had the sight for the majority of that round, but the rotation comes through. Shin gets wrecked. The spike gets dropped, and Martin has no choice but to save.
Yeah, it is the only call at this point for Foot. Double digits now secured, 3-round gap locked in. Ultis coming online. Adacaptain may even have his Viper's Pit for retake on next round. There's a lot of things stacking up against KC. And for Foot, well, been a few rounds since I've seen CNED pop off. You always know that one's queued up, ready to go.
It's been too long. It's been like 2 rounds, you know? So
yeah, that's too many. Too many for this man. A timeout is called by Carmine Corp. They need a moment or two to gather themselves. And I think the key difference of this versus even the first map, for example, that's their second timeout for KC. Foot still have 2. So if things start to get shaky, if the game starts to slip out of their hands, they can always reach back and have a moment to talk to Geis. Worst case scenario, fake a wrist injury and get him on the stage, you know? He'll pop off.
So we've been talking obviously about like Foot and playing Breeze. Like we said that like they've not played it this year. Well, the truth is they didn't play it last year either. Like it's been a map that's been completely out. Obviously it wasn't within the map pool, so it made it a little bit more difficult. But the last time they played it was all the way back in 2022. So it has been clearly a long time coming for them. For a first showing with obviously a roster of changes, this is massively impressive. And I do think that when you have CNED, when you have a map that is characteristically just fantastic for Jet, it doesn't make sense that it comes back into the pool for them. I think it's going to be difficult, especially for guys, even if we do see a resurgence from KC, it's going to be difficult for guys going forward if he puts CNED on anything other than Jet, because what this man is able to do when his focus is purely on the fragging nature, well, he looks like one of the best teams and the best players in the world.
Yeah.
20 and 11. Adacaptain's starting to wake up. Yedege's not gone anywhere. And just look at what's in play. Narrate has a rifle. They've actually bought up another as well. One was dropped from Martin, of course. Shin has purchased one. They're taking a bit of a gamble here. It's because of this Bladestorm.
It does give him a lot of potential. Martin, oh no! He spammed down and Mr. Fallen catches Narrate off rip. This round just got a whole lot more difficult. A nice shot by Tamazi. That could go in a highlight reel. Problem is, they're not winning this round. Adacaptain with another 4K. Answering up with 11-7 on the board. KC are in dire straits and they're out of timeouts. No more chances to go back and chat to Aang, chat to Zeish.
Unless Foot
it was a reveal. I didn't notice the reveal. That's absolutely perfect timing from Mr. Fallen.
The funny thing as well, I'm sure there would have been a point where maybe like a VLR forum or a Reddit thread, like towards the end of the day going, they just got carried by CNED on Jet. Well, Ada Captain's ruining that now because he's actually catching up on the board, 16 and 10. He's got his Viper's Pit online, no surprises there.
Shout out our cam ops, by the way, for getting they're observing on the stage behind Ada Captain. It's kind of nuts. If I had a camera to stand behind someone, I'd pick CNED. So they really made the right play.
Yeah.
4 rounds in it. Yeah, look, this is a tough one. And for KC, putting all the credits on the line, Tom, it's the swing round. This is it. If they're going to have a heartbeat towards the end of this map, better start pumping here and now. You know, see them break through this Viper's Pit? I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be the play. It looks like they want to root their way through middle and apply pressure from both sides. You're still going to see those 2 players in main have to contend with Ada Captain, who's been popping off.
The thing is as well, look,
Has a Vandal too, I hate that.
Look at the rotation. Well, I guess no one died, so we would have had to basically.
Yeah, just chuck it away.
But here we go. Knife is used to try and give him a little bit of extra information. The thing is, you don't want to push into a pit anyway, but pushing into a pit versus Ada Captain, who's been so good, and the read, honestly, is sublime.
Nice snake bite.
They're going to take away the rest of his utility. The flash will help him out a little bit. Ada Captain definitely under pressure, but CNED is just watching from behind. They're finally going to get towards him, finally going to clear him out, but there's so many more players here that they have to deal with. 20 seconds left. Shin will put another on the death toll, but Mr. Fallen was just hiding at the back of the site. He was waiting for his moment. And because of that foot, are now going to get themselves to 12. As said, a map that we haven't seen them play in a long, long time. They're currently winning 6 out of their 7 defensive rounds. That is filth. Marty genuinely is the unluckiest person on the planet. Like, he's just been owned.
Tamazi might have a word or two after that defensive side with you, but I can see what you're saying, Tom.
Yes. But the thing is, at least the stuff that's killing Tomazi is really well structured and planned. Whereas Martin's like, I just got hit by an op. I've been headshot through a smoke. Like, it's just stuff that you can't do anything about.
Yeah, and Mr. Fallen as well. You're talking about the headshot through the smoke. That was Mr. Fallen's recon that got that done. Huge impact in the round that they came towards B in. Even if the stats don't show it, only assists.
It depends which one we're talking about. Martinez had that like 3 times.
Been a few. And then you talk about the last round for Mr. Fallen and IGL. A leader, and he leads from the front with a 3K to put 12 on the board, to give Foot 5 chances to close out this map and finally have their revenge on KC, the team that ended their run to get to Madrid. A devastating blow to Foot after consistently being able to reach international events.
Hey,
looks like they're back on form with a 2-0 start to the season. If they can get 1 more of these next 5 rounds.
Unfortunately as well, the buy stinks.
It sucks.
You've got like literally a pistol on one of the players. Now straight away, they are going to be able to take the util off this time. CNED hasn't been needing to use much of it. And the Hunter's Fury definitely helping out, giving Yedajay the extra space to just dominate again and again. He just takes over these rounds. The individuals on Foot are thriving. And well, they might just be one of the most fearsome teams within EMEA right now. They are back with a vengeance.
Vengeance, that's the key word here. KC took him down last time, and now they step on that regional stage and show him it ain't happening twice. Foot looking indomitable starting this season, and the question is, who is gonna take them down? Who can take him down now?
Oh yeah, well that's the thing. I think many people thought this would be another sort of, well, I guess a cleaner run, because that was the thing. KC's initial run saw them in the play-ins. Like, it wasn't the cleanest at the beginning, but the fact is, they have come up against a formidable opponent. They've taken them to a map that they looked fantastic on and got beaten hap-handedly. We've seen CNED, that newest signing, or one of the newest signing on the block, thrive back on Jet. We've seen Yedajay as well. Has to be one of the most impressive rookies we've probably ever seen step onto this stage. And well, we know the rest of it are always going to be thriving. Unorthodox comps, some weird stuff in the middle, but the fact is they've taken it home today.
And as much as I hate to get involved in backseat gaming, CNED can't play anything other than a Jet, right? Come on, Charles. It's unreal. 21-13, and I feel like I've entered a time machine watching this game, Tom, because he is back, baby, up against a team that has just delivered a phenomenal run on the international stage that came in week 1 and looked incredible. And now, well, they barely got off the starting mark on the final map, a map that I think we all had questions about Foot in the veto system even letting it through, and here they are. they don't look too bad at all.
No, that's the thing. They have basically walked into the home of KC in Lotus, beaten them with a comp that, as said, it said on the desk, I don't think many other teams can do that. They can't run that comp. It won't work for them. They've then gone on to Breeze, a map that they haven't played since 2022, at which KC played a week ago and won 13-4 and beaten them 13-7 just moments later. And now they had themselves 2-0. I'm sure Yinsu is going to have plenty of questions for Geis, and one of them better be about CNET only playing Jet.
Don't worry, Tom Biz, I've got you. I'm joined by Foot's coach, Guy is here, and Mo's going to be translating a little bit for us. Now, first of all, huge congratulations. That was such a great victory from you guys. I feel like maybe people were saying you overcooked a little bit at kickoff. Do you feel like at this point you're very happy with the strategy and the comms you guys are running, and that's the reason why you were able to win today?
Yani bir şeyler denemek her zaman çok güzel oluyor. Ama bunların ne zaman sonucunu alabilirsek o zaman daha da mutlu oluyoruz tabii ki de. Bence bugün overcook yaptık Lotus haritasında. Biraz farklı bir komplo oynadık. Ama bunu oynamamızın sebebi de sadece bir fikir üzerineydi. Ve onu da iyi yaptık. Diğer harita olarak Bind özelinde de çok fazla bir şey yapmadık aslında ekstradan. Sadece 11-11'deyken Smoke'dan bir flash atsaydık şu an Biriz oynamamış ve 2-0 kapatmış olacaktık. Ama Biriz haritası için sadece oynadık ve kazandık. Çünkü çok yaptığımız bir şey yoktu. Çünkü karşı takımın da Biriz banını biliyorduk zaten. O yüzden şimdi kolay gelsin.
It's kind of good overthinking sometimes if you get the result, of course. He thinks we get some overcooking in the Lotus map, and we get the result, and we cooked this comp because of the one idea, and we did it well. About the bind, if we flash from the smoke in 11 to 11 round, maybe we couldn't play Breeze at all. We know that they're not that good in Breeze, and we also not the best map is our Breeze. So basically, we cook well.
Yep.
I think you cooked very well. Let's talk about that Breeze. You've been banning it and banning it and banning it and not playing it. So why today? Why did we see it today of all days?
Herhangi bir fikrim yok.
No idea.
Oh, I mean, it was your choice. You didn't have to. You could have banned it, right? So maybe you felt confident?
Yaklaşık 3 gün önce bunu planlamıştık, takımla konuşmuştuk. Herhangi bir şekilde biri çalışmamıştık o zamana kadar. Geçen senenin fanatik Pearl map'i gibi full ban gitmesini istiyorduk. Ama demek ki bir yerde bunu yapmamak gerekiyor. Çünkü karşı tarafın zayıf olduğunu biliyorduk. Çünkü karşı tarafın herhangi bir fikrinin olmadığını biliyorduk. Karşı tarafta herhangi bir fikir altyapısı oluşmadığında oyunları çok kötüydü. Ve bunun da farkındaydık. O yüzden bir de Biriz haritasında 5 karakterde main karakteriydi. Sinet Jet, Yetu, Cypher, Krax Kayo, Sova, Mr. Fallen, Ata Viper. Hepsinin best karakteriydi. O yüzden de kolay oldu açıkçası.
We talked about Breeze thing 3 days ago, and we didn't practice at all before that. It's like a fanatic Pearl thing. We didn't want to play it, but we know that they also don't know anything about Breeze, and our players' main character in Breeze, like Yetu-J, Cypher, CNET, Jet. These are our main characters, so we all gave them and do something in 3 days.
Oh, comfortable. Lastly, very, very quickly, I'm glad you mentioned CNET Jet. Do you think that is his best agent? Is that something that you need to keep doing for you guys to keep winning?
Yes.
I mean, we agree. Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations once again. Thank you, Mo, for translating as well. We have another great match coming up. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, Team Vitality will be taking the stage against Team Heretics.
Thank you.
Nice! 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 Nice!
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande. I, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others find they feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the studio. I'm your host, Yingsu. I got Kakuka and Steel here with me, and we'll soon be joined by the man himself, CNED from Foot. But before he gets here, I just want to quickly break down a couple of things that Gaia said in his interview, because I think he repeated what you said verbatim, Kakuka, beforehand, that Breeze makes sense of them because all of their players are comfortable with all of the best agents on this map.
Yeah, exactly. And probably one of the questions coming into from kickoff into this regular regular season, how Foot are going to not only be performing, but actually look map by map with the unreal players that we already know they have. And I love this because we're starting to get the Foot that we got last year. Got us to dream and got us to surprise us. And, you know, we came with this preconceived idea from kickoff, and actually the more I think about it, the more I value it from them. The fact that they went that far, they're still going far. For example, what happened with Lotus, but I love how they're doing, how they went from testing stuff into relying to such comfortable picks.
Yeah, it was interesting to see them just like, you know, experimenting with stuff. It was kind of surprising to see them running some of the comps they ran, like the Lotus comp was like, oh, okay, interesting. But
he said they overcooked. Do you agree?
I mean, that was a definite I mean, they won though, so it's all okay in the end, right? I think when it comes down to it though, it's so crystal clear that they are a momentum team and they just win or lose based off of their duels. And if they're winning these duels, they just, it's like they level up in the game. It's like they're like a MOBA character or something like that, an MMO character, and they're just like literally leveling up as the game progresses. And then they go from getting like a 1K and then like suddenly they're able to get a 4K with like a level 6 ultimate or something.
Nice, different game. But we were discussing, you know, the potential contenders of these teams going to playoffs versus the pretenders. Does this convince you a little bit more? Does this put Foot on the list of contenders at this point?
This is looking a lot better for me. Sorry, I know that you want to jump in there, but I want to just flip it on the other side and say KC just did not look that great this time around. I don't know what was going on, but they don't look like a clear-cut top 2 like I was thinking that they looked like. They didn't look like they were, you know, we saw them go 1 and 2 at Madrid, which is not like the best, but not the worst. But the way that they were playing there looked really good. And then here, it's like they're running in a straight line. They're not clearing the boxes. Like multiple times they're going to retake B. They don't clear behind the half wall thing where the tall box is. They just like run in a straight line to the back of the site and get shot on the side. They're not clearing basic things like CNET on pistol round is able to shoot 3 of them in the back. Like none of them look down on him.
So beautiful.
Come on,
you've never hit those 3 bullets in your life.
But these guys are just like, what
All
are
right,
you looking at? You know?
We will have a chance to talk about KC again because they're playing again this week. But let's move on to our second match of the day, of course. Heretics versus Team Vitality. Now, I want to instigate a little bit here, you know, do what I do best and play a game of truth or cope. I'm going to give you guys a statement, and I want you to tell me if this statement is the truth or if this statement is hard cope. And we're going to start very right off the bat, and with CNET joining us as well. So CNET, I want you to get involved with this. Come join us. Congratulations, by the way, on that win.
I love seeing you so much on the show. Now that you're winning everything, you can come every day.
You're one of us. Now, I'm going to explain the game to you real quick, CNET. I'm going to give you a statement, and you have to tell me if you think this statement is the truth or you think this statement is cope. You know, we're coping. So I'll start with you, Kakuka, to get us get the ball rolling. Looking at Team Vitality's deadlock comp, this is the meta-breaking pick. Truth or cope?
Cope. I think that is hard cope. Also remember that, if I'm not mistaken, Navi picked this into Vitality. I think that at some point, and honestly, you can confirm this with us if you have some information, Vitality have been running the deadlock a lot. So they were like, we know that they're going to be playing on the bind. We know exactly what to do. If they could counter it with 0 VOTs on it, it's not meta breaking.
CNET, truth or cope?
Is it? The question is meta breaking, yeah?
Yeah, it's the meta breaking pick.
No, it's not.
It's cope.
It's the Sage.
Yeah. Why do you think it's a cope?
Because, like, I will say it can be good, but I wouldn't say it's meta breaking because actually we also tried deadlock in
not
bind.
Surprised.
Before, like it was maybe 3 or 4 months ago. It was very early, but we didn't like it. So I'm thinking it can be played, but it wouldn't be meta breaking.
I think it's Omega Cope because
Omega Cope.
I'm trying to, you know, use some more Zoomer lingo here. I think the reason why it's Cope is because the way that they played it, especially on their defense, was no different than they would play with like a Cypher. And if you're gonna, you know, use a deadlock over a Cypher, you're losing the camera, you're losing like being able to get deep trips. We didn't see any sort of synergy between, like one time they tried to do the net with the raise nade through the teleporter to do a hookah trap. That one time in the entire game. The rest of the time she was like a passive B player. Why not just run Cypher at that point, you know?
There was a couple of things. I remember a couple of things. I remember that they had a trap also, you know, the exit from hookah that you can do with the grab net and a lot of damage, especially on like the pistol round. There were things here and there, But again, I don't think that Navi was surprised by any of it.
Yeah, of course. Vitality, they're the only team to play in an official in EMEA so far. No one else has gone there. CNET, I know you just said that you guys have practiced with Deadlock. Is this something that you think you'd be confident to show in an official?
I mean, if you will be confident, we will play it. So.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Zero surprises.
Yeah, I mean, it's as I said, it can be playable, but it's very easy to adapt, I would say, because in defense you don't have so much thing to do with Deadlock. I think its attack is okay, but when you go defense, you need to a lot of things to. You need to be experienced to play it, and I think it requires a lot of experience.
So how do you compare it to play in no duelist Sage on Bind?
How?
It's
how would you compare
Sage.
it?
How?
Yeah,
it's gonna be good no matter what.
Yeah, but now that he's gone from practicing to playing in an official.
How I will compare?
Did you like what happened with your composition today on Bind? Is it what you expected?
Okay. I think we played good, but the missing part was I think we didn't play too much together. It was the missing part. If we will play together, I think it would be 2-0, but they play better in the bind and we lost it. But I think our bind is still good, so yeah.
So we can expect no
I agree. I really enjoy that. But let's move on to the next truth or cope, and this time it's Team Heretics. I'm just going to throw it out there with this statement. Heretics are nothing without Mini Boo. How do you feel about this, Kakuka? Is that a truth or a cope?
Now, hear me out. We were scared to think that they would not play with him when he was gone for the exam, right? He actually ended up playing. Are they nothing? No, but they're close to a very... It's like 0.3. It's not a 0, but it's definitely closer to 0 than it is to 1.
So it's closer to truth.
Yes, it's closer to 2 than it is to cope. What do you
agree,
think?
Sinan?
No, I think it's cope.
Yeah. Why do you think it's cope?
I mean, one player, of course, it changes everything. It can change a lot of things, but I think it doesn't change everything. So I think if another good duelist will be in place of Miniboo, I think they will play the almost the same. I think that's my opinion.
Still, are you with Kakuka or are you with CNET?
Look, I'm thinking Miniboo, he does a lot of good things for the team and he creates a lot of space, he gets a lot of openings, but it's really just a full team effort, I think, in a lot of the situations. And he might be the first step or the catalyst of the whole thing, but it's everyone working in tandem. I've got a round here that I want to bring out from Team Heretics versus Fnatic, and basically it showed that it's not just Miniboo, it's the rest of the team. So at the start of the round, basically what's happening is Fnatic's trying to set up to do a fake of an A lobby control. So what they do is they're using this Odin spam here in the middle. This is going to try to shroud the fact that they're going for this this thing. Boom. They've been using this Odin spam on their A defaults a lot, and this is causing Team Heretics to fight A lot. And what this happens is Patatek decides he's going to push into B, try to steal this info and this map control, and he's going to walk into the trap from Fnatic. So now it's a 4 versus 5, and Team Heretics is going to have to play the retake on this round. And when you're playing a retake and you're down a man, you need to do everything perfectly. So what we're seeing here right now is Boo is throwing the Omen Paranoia. It's going to come in first, and at the same time as that, we're seeing Mini Boo throwing out of heaven the stun. Now Mini Boo's going to come out of heaven, gonna get the first kill, gonna get instantly traded, but gets the info on where all these players are around the map, and now it's time for the rest of the team to show up. It's now a 3 versus 4, and this is the rest of the team showing up and fighting together. Boo is going 1-for-1, then right here, we spot another player. Rienz is gonna throw a Gecko Flash through the hole, and then they're gonna be able to close up this 2 versus 3 together right here. So even though Mini Boo was the initial start of this, and the catalyst to the round, it was like the rest of the players that were able to do everything together with the flashes, with the paranoia, and just coming in together at the same time and capitalizing on that chaos.
So it's not only Mini Boo, it's also Boo. That was what I was saying.
So is this a cope, an Omega cope, as you were saying, you think?
About Mini Boo being the only...
Yeah.
I think Heretics has a lot of good things without Mini Boo. Mini Boo just helps elevate them and gets them the opportunity so that they could capitalize off of, what he's creating for them.
Yeah, I mean, they do look like a very good team right now. Sinan, how do you think this matchup is going to go between Heretics and Vitality?
Who said that? Someone said Vitality is very good in practice.
Oh, Magnum.
Magnum
yeah.
said. And after that, I expect them to play good against Navi at least, but I think they couldn't show up maybe, or maybe they are not good. I don't know. So I think we will see in this match like Vitality, like what Magnum said is copium. If I would guess, I think Heretics will win because I think they are good team right now. Like I think they are top 2 or top 3 in the EMEA. So yeah, I will say 2-0 Heretics.
Ooh. I mean, I think it's going to be more evened out than we think. I think that I think that this match right now that we just had has to be a mirror of what we're going to have in the future. Just because week 1 something happened, it doesn't mean that after that break, everything's going to be different. So I want to give some edge to Vitality.
Well, truth or cope, all that matters is which team shows up on the server. You guys have heard from us already, so let's bring out the teams and see where we're going to go here. Please give a warm welcome to Team Vitality and Team Heretics. Team Vitality, we've heard their scrim bugs. We've heard teams could be scared of them, but we also feel like they might have overcooked just a little bit with that deadlock. But this is only week 2. They have plenty of time to bring us more and to turn things around. But this is not going to be easy because look at who they're going up against today. It is Team Heretics. They've looked so good at kickoff. They looked so good last week. They took down Fnatic on this very stage, and they could potentially be one of the toughest opponent anybody could face in this league right now. But hey, we saw an upset already with Foot against KC. There could be another upset on the card here. My question is to you, CNED, do you think it will be harder to take down KC or harder to take down Heretics right now?
For R, you are asking for R.
Yeah, are they a harder opponent than KC, you think?
Yes, Heretics is a harder
why?
opponent than KC. As I said, I think they're better. Like KC, I think is playing a little bit more predictable than the Heretics.
Okay.
What
do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, I think Heretics has been playing at a higher level, and I was surprised, for example, during kickoff when KC was able to win the rematch against Heretics, because Heretics did look a lot stronger in the beginning, and they've looked good all throughout.
Oh, wow. Yeah, let's take a look at this veto as well. Of course, we saw the deadlock bind stuff last week. Are we expecting that map to come up again, Kazuka?
Oh, I want to see actually different maps, because I want to see how Trex is going to play into all of this, because as we know, he joined from the previous week. I'm surprised that they actually go and ban the Lotus.
They don't want to play bind. They don't want to play bind.
I just wonder if we're going to see the deadlock somewhere else. I think that the first veto makes a lot of sense if you know the Team Heretics is going to continue on that Ascent bind to maybe go for something different that you already know is very strong for Team Heretics. I'm very, very excited about this kickoff though.
Yeah, it's interesting.
About this kickoff, about this breeze.
Yeah, I do wonder what Vitality's got in store for us, because, yeah, we've seen them trying off-meta-like agents like Deadlock. Are they going to do anything crazy? But then again, they're the middle-of-the-pack team, and Team Heretics is one of the top dogs this split. So what are we going to expect from Team Heretics? Great defenses. Is Vitality going to be able to break through that? And then they're really good with creating these chaotic rounds and making sure that everyone's moving in together, especially with explosive characters like Miniboo. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of what direction they do and just focus on their strengths.
Yeah, in terms of this breeze, Sina, you just played a great breeze. So do you think the right thing to do is to go with a meta, play the Jett, Viper, KO and such, or do you think there's room for other stuff?
Of course, it depends on the team. If I answer this like, you should play like default combo, or you should play Yoru, it will be wrong. So it's just how fits the team. If you feel
What about these two teams?
If I will be on Heretic side, I think it's better to play them like play Yoru, Kaio, like something like stuff, different stuff. I think for Vitality, it fits more than like default like.
Yeah, well, they used to run the double controller, right? So we need to see if that is something that they're going to continue doing. They run it with the Astra. What are your thoughts on the Astra on this map? Would you...
We will play...
Don't try it, but would you test it?
No, we played Astra in 2021, I remember, in Breeze, and it was good, but I think it's hard to play right now. But yeah, who knows? Maybe they will play good.
Yeah, we'll find out right now because we got Yoru versus Yoru. Hey, why not? What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I think it looks pretty interesting. We obviously have the Astra from Team Vitality here, so it's going to be interesting to see kind of how these teams really just buy into the game plans. And something that we've seen positive from Team Heretics is it looks like they really buy into the entire system of everything, and everyone has good teamwork and ability usage. And that's going to be something that they need to do here with the combination with getting Yoru the entry space, especially they're starting on attack here. So comboing that with, you know, the Sova drone or dart, maybe it's a dart with the KO flash, Knight to get info so he knows if an area is clear so he can just TP for free or not. And yeah, Vitality just being able to utilize the Astra to create more like fakes and push pulls and retake potential.
Yeah, exactly. From Team Heretics starting on the attack, I know that Miniboo had a 20-4 on the one time that they play, so I'm expecting greatness from him.
I'm expecting greatness as well. And to bring your casters in for this game, I just have one question for Pansy and Hypog. Are you guys friendly?
Oh, Sue, I wish we could say yes. Hello? A reference for all 10 of you who know what that was about. But yes, Jackson and Jessica are indeed here today to bring you the content. I'm pretty sure Bren and Sideshow are probably, you know, co-streaming, partying.
Yeah.
So, hope you guys are doing well.
We're not sorry yet.
No, we're really not. We stand by our choices. But speaking of, well, not standing by their choices, Vitality, talk to me about this comp, right?
Yes.
What do you make of this? Because it's not weird and wacky.
It's not. I mean, the Astra, the Viper, the Cypher remain. And actually, if anything, the Astra remaining gives Runner a little more support on this Yoru, to be honest with you. So a little more, I guess, versatility in the smokes. There's some opportunities with the ultimate and the Cosmic Divide to kind of get him into a pocket to really run rampant in the backlines, really.
And I'd love to see what Runner looks like when he's activated more, because he's got a big head-to-head here up against Miniboo, for example. That's a very tall challenge to take on. Already, though, drawing first blood and feeling comfortable about it. Benji Fishy going down, big scalp to claim. A player who's been impressing me constantly since, you know, kickoff through Madrid to now. And again, the same can be said for the Heretics roster. When we talk bigger picture here, Mike, as well, this is interesting to see us coming back to Breeze as well. Not taken away from the veto. Left in rotation. Heretics happy to leave it out there, and obviously Vitality clutching onto that as an opportunity here. And we haven't seen Heretics lean towards this for quite some time.
No, obviously previously Vitality, the 1-1 overall on Breeze, Koi and Gentlemates previous series here, but new comp, potential new look. You see here, Heretics now gathering outside B side. 2 members here to hold down the 4, but Trek still kind of playing towards a rotation. He's holding onto the backside of Tube right now. Safe, under a lot of pressure though.
Yeah, but he's got, I thought he might have gone bailed out by Runner. He's been overwhelmed. Rien's a player I want to talk about further. Has been a shining star for Heretics, but Trex gonna get one on the way out here and turns his attention towards middle, and rightly so. Gorgeous from Trex. A lot of questions around his performances of late, and already looking very good here, capitalizing well on Kix's utility, sent into motion, leaving just Rien's. A tap on the spike to try and draw some of the attention. Excellent trade there in the end. Vitality gonna get the first.
And comfortably done as well on the back of 4 kills from Trex. Beautiful timing. The swing onto the dart here, not really much for Boo to do on default here. Maybe just a little miscommunication. Rien's obviously an opportunity to deal with that dart himself, but nonetheless, Vitality come out on top. Eventually, I thought the diffuser had already come through there, taking us through time with that. Maybe to retrieve a ghost or something elsewhere on the map. But yeah, what I'm curious to see is really how this Astra does comp, and maybe not so much on the defense here.
No,
typically we're going to see Trex in that sort of position, ready to rotate and obviously apply a little more support where needed. You don't really expect Runner to be doing much in the form of, I guess, being overly aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, when we look at this Vitality roster, I do want to see bigger results from them, even individually, right? Trex has been a hot prospect for some time. A lot of talk about what he could achieve in the right environment. Good to see him back in. Now Runner as well, one of those younger players who've looked very solid. Let's see a big game out of him now. Obviously, Heretics, a hard opponent to make that toward. And Heretics this round, I'm looking mostly towards that Outlaw. What can Rien's achieve here? Again, the light armor could give some opportunities over. And he has been a bit of a superstar in the making, Rienz.
Yeah, it's just been so clean. Time and time again, we've seen examples of it. If anything, I'd say behind Miniboo. Oh, alongside Benji Fishy as well. Very exciting player that I guess, I don't want to say flew under the radar, but maybe isn't the headline of this roster.
It's wild, right? There's
but becoming,
three players.
definitely becoming so.
Yeah, and for Vitality, waiting to see how they look now. They've stabilized, they've got the roster out that they want. See how they start kind of coming into form. Patient round here coming out from Heretics. Keep in mind, they are still working with pretty much classics, a couple of Sheriffs and that Outlaw. Maybe trying to play in Rienz. Pretty close towards the ult as well, so if he could get maybe a couple more bodies, he'd be happy with that.
I mean, initially with the damage onto Runner as well, it's going to force a Vitality a little deeper. And he must have heard us. His ears are burning. Benji will find Sender
30
over on B
seconds
side.
left.
Not necessarily open just yet. Safe still here.
Yeah, he's got a little gap. No, not anymore. And he might get overwhelmed. He's got to be really careful. Safe. By those mechanical monsters. He can at least punish Rienz and the follow-up.
Wait, hang on. That was Benji in the front lines. It was actually off the tag, but...
Spike planted.
But this is what scares me, though, a little. That Bulldog in the hands of Miniboo. If Boo and Patatek can play him in, that's got some potential. Looking like maybe there's that mid lurk coming out as well from Boo. Have to wait on the timing of that. 4 players to play this retake. Patatek's already taken away safe. Patatek just trying to play towards the side, and this is the time for Boo to strike perfect. And now the tension is split and punished. Patatek at the helm, and now just one and not for long. Heretics played that to perfection.
Yeah, the push and pull around the pillar here. Absolutely beautifully done by Heretics. On the back of what seemingly not a lot of inventory bringing into this round. Able to flip it on its head. Look at this opener, that's ridiculous. Again, here the tag. Look at the tag in the background with the recon. It's actually Benji that falls right in front
wild.
here. I got really confused for a second. This is Patatek that's revealed.
You take him when you get him. I guess luck is on safe side today, but
not so much on
enough.
Benji's,
Yeah, not enough for the round, though, right? So this is a bit of a turn of events here. This is going to shatter the progress Vitality we're making with the economy and everything else. So they're going to have to sit back and basically deal with what's dealt with them this round. Time for Heretics to maybe get the lay of the land here.
Slow setup outside A here. No contact just yet, but the drone will confirm presence. Oh, they're trying to get him, but catches the backside of his own flash here. Miniboo and Boo to find the kills. Opens up A side a little bit, but a play down tube here from Vitality. Trex may be in a position to catch at least info. Oh, more than that.
Yeah, actually safe though with a massive chance here.
Yeah,
Already
Miniboo was
done big
tagged up.
damage, so that's great to take away those weapons. Those were Vandals now left on the ground, so you're happy enough with that, and that's going to be one to be able to be picked up too. Yeah, Sender's in a bit of a nightmare because they need to overwhelm him. They need to secure one of the sides of the map. Sender!
Oh, they both step
on,
in.
Sender, what is that? What in God's name is happening? And Rienz has been noted. Support's on the way, and Safe has that Vandal he worked so hard for. Sender is doing the dance so well. He's buying so much time. Rienz is screwed, trying to bail himself out here. Can he keep this on track?
I have the
Safe. Oh, brilliance from Safe and Sender. Lovely work in unison, flipping this right back around.
I mean, obviously, when Safe reveals himself, he knows obviously then there's an opportunity to upgrade the weapon. Heretics look to try and overwhelm Sender here, but they both step into the snake bite, making the classic at that point a deadly weapon. Boo and Patatek fall in here and Safe to seal the deal. A little bit of a tilter, to be honest with you, after that round 2 flip.
This is a nice spot.
Heretics reset back, but 2 rifles board in. Rienz and Miniboo still going to try and make a go of it. Ult's just about coming online now.
Gonna be honest, I'm loving the prospect of this game after these first opening rounds. Miniboo has actually found kicks right off the rip, and look at the pace. Miniboo is absolutely off the leash. Gonna note Runner pretty quickly, put a lot of attention towards it.
I'm back.
And he's committing. Oh, and it's gorgeous from Miniboo. That's Runner gone.
Running rings around
Using
him.
that rifle so perfectly. They only had 2 to come in with, already up to 3 now. Safe trying to make up for the absolute nightmare that's gone down here, but none of them really in a position to find any of these players just yet. Oh, and there's gonna be that late mid pressure. The timing on this, and Rienz too. Layers upon layers to handle. And look at his patience from Rienz. Perfect. Oh, he's seen it all. Doesn't need to overwhelm it here. Doesn't need to do too much. He's set up everyone with the information, but it's actually Benji Fishy to fall. Maybe still a little life in them yet, but Miniboo says no. And Sender, the last one, standing with a stunning shot. But 2 to find and no time to do it. I think he knows this one's wraps. Heretics right back at him. Mike, this game is volatile as you can get.
Both teams going blow for blow here to kick Breeze off. I mean, the first blood comes through what feels like the first 4 or 5 seconds here. Miniboo straight up into double doors. Yeah, just so much chaos that really Vitality, it feels like they just can't really get a grasp on exactly what's going on before it's already escalated. Sender again looking pretty deadly here with his back against the wall, but not enough for Vitality to maintain.
And I mean, look, the Outlaw's good, but they're going to have to hit some massive shots here for safe. Dink some heads potentially, I don't know, but that's going to have to put in a lot of work now. Patience being shown. I love this pace change.
Cool.
Just copped a whole lot of damage.
Like Miniboo's time and time again been the same person to take, I guess, the brunt of the front line here. Force Heretics to reconsider their approach for a moment. China don't think would have spotted Rians. You see the pings coming through here, maybe to invest the Viper wall. Yeah, alongside the drone. So Heretics continue to apply pressure towards A. Nobody actually dealing with the dart here, so a ton of information confirmed on the back of this.
Starting to congregate towards this A site now. 35 seconds, and again, information free flowing. Save.
The tripwire killed him.
Oh, Miniboo. Not going to be happy with that at all. And this is just, look at them, they're all stuck here. All of them are stuck in the corner.
Spike down.
And Vitality just punishing them, Riens. You're going to have to do some heroics here. Flashed up in the corner. They want him dead, and they're going to get it. Vitality answering back again. None of these rounds are safe.
No, it's, I mean, clean in some parts, but it's scrappy to kick things off on Breeze. As I said, going back and forth here.
Oh.
It's. I think we saw another tripwire kill on Fracture. I think it was in EMEA as well. But yeah, maybe. I'm sure we've seen one other kill previously. That's not an exclusive club that you want to be joining, but
no.
Miniboo punches his name into the history books.
And, well, one hero rifle on Patitek. Rien's ult is there, as is Patitek's as well. On the other side, Runner's got his and Trex with the divide. And the early utility, the early hand has been shown towards a B site. 3-2 split looking like. And again, rotation's already in. But so is one of the players. Yeah. How has Boo got it? And the pacing of this. Hunter's Fury's there. Miniboo's starting to fire off as well. But look at the punishment. Boo and BenjiFishy both fall. Safe looking for some more information on the jump spot. He's going to find a little more than he wanted. And that's messy from Trex. It's not what you need. And Safe is trying to bail him out here, trying to keep him alive. But Miniboo is having none of it. None of these can be recovered yet, though. None of those rifles could fall into Miniboo's hands. He's got his ult. Does he make a play on this? A 1v3 is a lot to ask from here. He's having a go.
Though. Yeah.
48 seconds and a bit of a dream.
I said that no weapon to recover this time, at least looking healthy. He's not taking any chip damage on the way in. Does have his ultimate as well, but tricky to really guarantee value from that in a 1v3 post-plant situation.
And they're aware of it. They're going to know that's on the cards.
They need to stack up here, really, because he's still got a flash to work with.
Yeah.
If he can isolate somebody and get an upgrade, it's definitely doable.
Michael, we're just going to wait.
Please check.
We're just going to wait. We're just going to wait. We're going to wait. We're going to wait.
Thank you.
It's all good. They checked. All good.
Golf
I like
clap.
the way we clapped.
Golf
It was
clap.
like, yep. Hey, we've seen stranger things happen. Different map, but whew, it's all good. All calm, all collected. First time we've seen the team with the rifles actually converting the round here, it feels like. It's been so unstable, and you saw the danger in this round, I've got to say, in my mind.
I mean, there was still punch to this, yeah?
Yeah, Safe was the one who kept this round pretty much going Vitality's favor. Some really critical kills coming in. Being the player you'd want there is your safe pair of hands. Already sitting on 11 kills. So a big performance from him. Getting one of the longest standing players now in EMEA. Still
Yes,
punching
wild
numbers.
when Sue and Kakuka were telling us earlier. But again, that's the guild gauntlet.
It is, right? That
the number
long
of series
journey.
what was it, as of today, I think, passing Nuki in 224 series now. Which is, the veteran of the region, Safe.
And it doesn't feel like
thought?
it. It doesn't feel like that sits right in my mind, but it's absolutely true. And he's showing some of that pedigree here. Very good reason he's been around for so long. But as it stands, pump the brakes. Heretics deciding it's time to check in. Let's let this simmer down a little bit. Again, we haven't had much of an eye test of Heretics on Breeze. They've not been early vetoing it out of map pool, so they've shown that they're willing to potentially play it, right? It's not something they've taken away. I think the last time was the Na'Vi situation.
Yes, yeah. Again, we were discussing veto. It feels like Heretics, I guess, in terms of the bans, feel comfortable in floating maps. Again, whether or not we get an opportunity to really see them explore deep into the pool, we'll have to wait and see. But again, an indicator here. I mean, especially with even to just compare the comps now. We're talking about obviously having the Astra here for the new change of Vitality is going to apply a little more support towards Runner if they do have any set pieces cooked up around this. Obviously, composition here for Heretics. They do have 2 initiators, but kind of feels like this is more to let Miniboo stand on his own 2 feet almost.
Yeah. Initial Hunter's Fury. Don't think it's going to find too much, no, but it does allow for some safe passage to apply this pressure. Trex now needs to pretty much commit towards A main, feeling like they've lost the rest of the map, and you're right, they've pivoted. But look who's still there, though, safe. Out of all the players, he's the one I probably wouldn't want to meet, and that's why. The guy's dangerous.
Spike as well.
That's a big find for him. Massive trade for Benji Fishy, but the cross still not safe as well. Kicks! Desperate for that to connect. Doesn't get it, so this should be the plant now coming in.
Runner, though. Just try and find some information on the backside of this.
Planted.
I think Miniboo as well, clearing with his ultimate all the way into spawn, so Heretics now know what space they've got to work with, and do have the numbers advantage here as well.
Gonna need to find someone soon. Waiting on the timing of the flank potentially, but Miniboo probably won't pull that trigger too soon. He does, actually. Gives a chance now. Runner with the first step to work forward. You can see with both waiting. Oh, and he's got another! A freebie on Rienz, and now it's on Boo. A 1v2, and he's been noted. He's got the best of Runner. But Trex, he's not stopping on this. He's finally pulled away. Spray comes in. Boo's got to be real careful down to just that classic here. But time is on his side. And I don't know how close this is going to be. I don't think he does. Very well done by Boo in the end there, keeping cool under pressure. And a real gear shift. That fake absolutely bamboozled them in middle.
Indeed, applying a ton of pressure. I guess no confirmation with the Hunter's Fury on the backside of that. Really leaves a question mark for Vitality. And they kind of have to commit to a couple of opening peaks just to find out whether or not it is a fake, or if there is any commitment behind this. Heretics with a response. We'll keep it within touching distance. 1 round separating now. Sender and Boo, both with pits available.
See what they go for this round. Seeing a variety coming out from Heretics, so I have to see how they adjust accordingly on the other side for Vitality. Already a bit of a different look here. Maybe just using that Outlaw in a position they feel viable. It puts a lot of strain on Sender. Now going to commit the ult, trying to dissuade any approach, but already the outrun coming through. Sender's got to be careful. They might challenge this quite early, and yeah, he's in danger. He's lucky to be still alive at this point, but they can clear. Runner on the other side of the map has somewhat bailed them out in unison, right? Finding Boo is big. That indicates there may have been something else happening, but still, they look like they're just going to commit this way. Spike's on the way over. Pressure from Safe, who's just thriving, but this is just madness. Brawling out on the side, and Sender somehow still alive.
25 HP.
I don't know how he's lived this long.
No stray bullet catching inside the smoke here. Able to get Patchstick back on his feet, though. Sender still looking to do some damage.
I know Benji Fishy caught him that time. And now it's Trex.
Spike down.
Trying to catch him before they can get that plant. Already going to take away Benji Fishy. Re-ends on the trade. And again, this is all ahead of the plant here. They didn't fully stabilize. Maybe Vitality trying one of those almost pre-takes. But it looks like, again, Heretics happy to fight in that chaos.
Yeah, they are. It's a number of rounds now. We're looking at almost, I guess, a visual test. It looks like they're really not showing much respect to these site holds. They're happy to brute force their way in, slow things down as Vitality look to try and re-challenge onto site.
Let's go.
But initially, I guess it's paranoia built around Miniboo. Whether or not he's really just going to run it down at you.
Surely he wouldn't do it again. I mean, he has been.
I'll return.
So this is going to need a bit of an answer back soon. This is 2 on the trot for Heretics. The scoreline's still sitting at 4-4. Economy starting to become a little shaky on the side of Vitality. Sheriffs, Outlaws, odds and ends. Maybe hoping Safe can catch someone with that. Got to say though, Heretics normally quite solid in these scenarios once they stabilize, but this game has been topsy-turvy, really, when it comes to it.
I mean, one area that Vitality have consistently found value, I guess, is slipping out of A or coming down tube and finding a kill or two. So there's going to be any adjustment here from Heretics. I guess a few more bodies stacked up this time around, but maybe not feeling like it's too much of a threat just yet. Let's get a little bit of peace and quiet to kick off around this time. 45 seconds left on the clock. Now got their sights set towards B. Sender retested once again.
Oh, look
he's
at
got
this,
to jump
look at
straight
this.
into the fragment.
Oh, you can see the pressure. You can see how well crafted this site take is, just from Sender's perspective. Really hard to find any sort of safety. Now, the support systems here on the extremities, right? You've got runner towards middle. Sender's finally been pried out of the position at the back of the site, so they could go for this plant, but we know that Vitality like that midway pressure almost, right? For now, aren't going to be coming in. They can't quite close the gap. Vitality having to sit back a little bit deeper here.
Cutting through.
Waiting for that wall. Still very much in place.
Safe still looking for some damage, I guess, with the scope in hand. And actually, the pit invested does spread onto the spike, I believe. Yeah, we'll come all the way past bricks.
Utility layering is just a nightmare for Vitality. So hard to find the right timing to go. They've been caught again. It's not getting that springboard towards the site. And look at how Heretics are playing in this pit. They're going to make it so difficult. Minibu going to back away. Spamming out here. They're getting nothing for this. Heretics just going to drift away. They don't need to overstay their welcome. And Vitality going to opt to give it up to the spike, it seems. But actually, the drop of the pit will reveal at least one. And Vitality going to have to suffer the losses here and move forward.
Yeah, nothing really for Vitality to, I guess, cling on to. Really get any sort of comfortable approach back onto site here. Themselves a Hunter's Fury now in the hands of Rians, only ultimate on the board. As things, I guess, feel like they've maybe stabilized a little bit after the start of this half.
Yeah, 3 rounds back-to-back is enough to kind of give you a nice buffer going forward. But again, we have the buyback here. Again, some of those rounds of Vitality were on the lighter end of the purchase, so I want to see how it looks now back on the purchase for them. A little bit of a different look towards middle as well, leaving... I mean, Sender has been playing mostly towards that B site now, kind of taking over from Safe, and he's been let a little further loose, so...
Take flight.
This is very telling they've made it this deep in middle already. So they're going to be on a knife's edge here. Kick's got to be careful.
Avoiding the first, actually.
Yep, Flash does come in.
So not
No
confirmed.
threat. Does he get to go back on this one, though? Looking for that spam. Not going to get it. So plant's in. What do they have for the post plant? I mean, they've got all of Boo's utility still to play with, 2 shock darts, lots to work around, and the nade from Padatek if they need it. Benji Fishy will give up his life for this if he has to. Not ideal, but it's fine. Again, he's done his job here, got that plant down. First layer to this, to slow down any sort of diffuse, is that fragment, right?
Oh, hang on.
That doesn't feel as safe as I thought it might be, but here we go, Minibu. Look at the angle. Look at the angle he's working with for these plants. They actually clear him in the end.
Yeah.
And the timing is right. I think Vitality absolutely shocked them in there, because Heretics looked like they had it on wrap.
Yeah, a little bizarre that Vitality are allowed to get so much pressure towards the choke point here, because that's the safety net, right? We even said Benji Fishy probably happy to give up his life in that situation. Optimal scenario being you go 1 for 1 there, Benji gets one before falling, or even a little bit of chip damage on the way out. But the fact that Vitality are able to get 4 bodies here to really challenge towards the choke point means that Minibu's late round position is kind of given
calm
up.
and steady, guys. No stress, just do the things we do.
No stress.
No stress. I mean...
Hasn't felt that way watching.
No.
It's been pretty
Maybe
stressful.
Why they need the reminder.
Yeah.
But no, it's good to hear Safe being that voice of reason for this team as well. You can see him level-headed. 3-2 split again. Is this the first time we see this test here? I don't think Heretics have seen this yet. I don't know how aware they are that Safe has been walking here. And a 1-for-1 trade. Safe still standing, goes back for a second, outdone. Had to turn the flash. Either way, he was probably dead at that point, but first time Heretics have worked that out, but they haven't cracked the site just yet. Kicks and Trek still going to be watching this one. The plant's made it over, so that should be going down into a 3v3 post plant.
Spike planted.
Sendo actually picking up Minibu's position here, probably going to isolate, or at least confirm Benji's whereabouts yet.
That's a good angle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thanks for that one. That's a bit of an issue now. Minibu and Boo. What can they achieve? Gonna reveal the position on the site. Pop flash and a swing, no presence noted close. See if they can create a nice little crossfire here. Actually, Miniboo gonna get a little bit aggressive in this. Pop the ult as well. Gotta be cautious though, be a little bit careful. He can keep track of them, but he needs to bank on Boo to do some serious work. Another tap on the spike. You're gonna come out of this one. Sender, last one alive.
Wow.
Beautiful work between the two of them there. Fabulous stuff.
I mean, Miniboo's Gao Gel free card obtained on site here. I mean, dead to right, it's really a little bit of a mistiming here with 2 shock darts sent and still a snake bite, I believe, in the hands of Sender. That does land a little after that first snake bite comes in, but Miniboo's forced down into a position where he's actually able to isolate this kill here onto Kicks.
Oh, Miniboo is sharp,
Yeah.
isn't he?
I mean, just so slippery to get the ult up there, to reposition. When you know Vitality, then the clock's running out. They have to force their way on towards the defuse.
I mean, if he didn't get that ult, he didn't get that kill, I felt that was going to be, what, a 1v3? He was dead on the site. There was no way out of it, even with the pop flash. He needed the kill as well. Sender's seen at least one of these players dropping from the window, so we'll see how he responds. I think he's already calling over safe. And now Heretics have the round where they've worked out that there was that mid-pressure coming out, that mid-information flowing through the Vitality side, but Trex actually with a little bit of adjustment here. I like this, but Boo noted anything on that.
Decoy at least will remove one of the trips on the way in. The Heretics just looking to plant that seed of doubt once again. Now, talked about finding value here previously. Trex looking to apply further pressure. Just at Heretics' end. Yeah, Boo seemingly aware. I think previously he was one that was isolated.
Yeah, drew the shot earlier.
Now confirmed. Trex will find it, but I guess maybe a little bit of a red herring. I mean, it's a Viper. Maybe if he saw Miniboo, I don't know if maybe he saw on the minimap a ping come through there with vision, but I mean, it's the Viper, so maybe reading that it's the lurk, but you're absolutely right. Vitality seemingly still aware of the possibility it's a fake.
And Safe seems to be the one reading this really well, but he couldn't convert the kill. Benji Fishy lingering around long enough to catch Safe. Now, do they get the success on the side? They're not going to have as much of an easy time as they imagine. 15 seconds. They've got to stick the landing. Sender's right here. He knows they are just behind that wall. The flash was not good enough at all, and it's a massacre. Beautiful read from Vitality.
Yeah.
Whoever called that out, whoever figured that out, kudos.
I mean, you got to argue, like I said, whether or not Trex gets the minimap ping on the second, you see the Viper, I mean, it's either Boo or Benji Fishy, right? That's almost like the one person you see that doesn't necessarily give the game away. Miniboo to an extent as well, you could have a TP set up somewhere, but beautiful call to stack up here. And late round, you're walking in towards potentially a Cosmic Divide and a Snake Bite to really shut down this choke point. Really well maintained by Vitality.
No, that was very impressive. It has kept this scoreline very close. If you're just tuning in, it's 6-6.
Somehow.
Yeah, this game has been, the scoreline almost feels irrelevant sometimes because it's been so, hot and cold at times. We've seen rounds and moments flipped all over the place. There's been very little stability between either side, but the fact it's 6-6 is fantastic. Go back in here now. Heretics on that defending side. Vitality, the opportunity to set the tone, set the tempo. And the first bit of contact shown towards A.
Yeah, Heretics playing pretty deep on this, so maybe just waiting to see how Vitality wish to approach. They give too much away in terms of the overall game plan.
Drone.
In the pistol. Late investment of the wall. Drone to follow through. But no progress made yet. No confirmation on the side of Heretics, but Vitality don't necessarily achieve anything on the back of the drone.
Oh, but I'm looking at this mid-progress between kind of Trex, and I guess you could argue Safe as well in Tube, see what they can get out of this. Runner's fallen, though. They're starting to lose out on the players on the site itself, and that could be the issue. As much as this pinch could have been really nice, makes it very uncomfortable. They need to get something in their favor, a kill. That's it, that'll do. That'll open up a chance or two. Still a player on the side that they haven't yet cleared. That's going to be Boo and swept. Sender, well done on that front. And again, this pinch looking really well crafted.
30 seconds left.
Get the plant down. Planted. Can. And now into a 3v3. Rien's kind of locks him on the site. And his aim is just so clean. But a great trade for Sender, who's having around it. Benji Fishy looking dead to rights at that point. But still on the site. Sender tries to make a swing. Miniboo did that sort of thing in the first half. He's not going to fall for it again, but it's on Trex now.
Nothing to really cut sight lines. Well, actually, no, still got a cage, sorry.
Okay, and the double swing! Trex!
They stack up.
You couldn't ask for it to happen better for him there. Pressure mounting in the Red Bull clutch to confirm the first and the second.
Unfortunate turn of events here. I didn't even spot the cage still available for Benji here. And opting for a double swing outside of it. Like I said, Trex's position just so happened to be the worst possible scenario for Heretics. I think maybe a double swing towards bricks here is the expected. And Trex kind of drifting into, well, you could call it no man's land. Way outside main, he's banging the open, but it's a bold play that pays off.
He does. The buy up here. 3 rifles, and then just the ghost for safe and kicks. On the other side, a very light investment. Just that sheriff really to report for Miniboo. I'm looking for any sort of proactive approach. We do have the standard sort of affair here, but more, what does Miniboo do in middle? Not much so far, not really being receiving much. And Vitality looking to just stabilize, take their time. They don't want to fall foul to any sort of funny business here. And the only real threat is Patitek at this point. I mean, maybe with a bit of work from Boo, but...
Well, I mean, yeah, Boo does have util. He's got snake bites to slow this down. Trex has already found Miniboo, yeah.
Yeah, Patitek. We're going to get away with here. Not a great deal yet. They've slowed the roll a little. They're trying to play him in.
Yeah, it's gonna, yeah, couldn't get the dart quick enough.
He still gets one, I don't know how. Trade is there, 30 seconds now. Boo, Rien's and Benji Fishy, but he's still got those rifles standing. And Sender's already taken away Rien's HP. Got a little lower for Sender there for a second, but back into place. Benji Fishy's found, and Boo looking like a formality here. That's very, very robust approach from Vitality.
It's curious there what the plan was for Patitek to either commit to that opening engagement, but I'm not even sure actually the timing of Boo's snakebite. Maybe that's the reason that the dart's not dealt with before it pings out Patitek. Unfortunately, nonetheless, 2 on the board now for Vitality in the second half.
It should be good for them to find a bit of stability here. This will be the first fight back, but look at, I mean, when we say bonus rounds, it barely feels like it anymore,
But
right?
no, I mean, yeah, when you've got this with 2 Bulldogs to round it out, this is, I mean, it's close to a full purchase that you could wish for in round 3 of any half of Valorant.
I mean, look at this stack. Completely wrong place for Heretics. It's going to be a hard one to play back from. Puts a lot on Benji Fishy here, especially with that ult to boot. Runner going to be clearing through. Spots nothing so far.
You say that, though, but this is almost the ideal situation here to get no real... Oh, unless Benji can get spammed out here.
He's made it out.
Yeah, Runner probably desperately pinging Benji's location out. But in terms of value on the way in, this is best possible scenario. It's a full 5v5 now on the back of the Yoru investment.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Mitigating all of the impact it could have had actively in the round.
This is crucial, though.
Yeah, this is everything. Barrel shows, and safe goes into the next round. Miniboo as well, outdoing Runner. This now goes to the back line. You're looking at Sender, you're looking at Kicks. You're looking at Trex as well. Stall on the spike. That's the name of the game here. Time imperative starts to tick. They've got to get a move on now. Heretics can't quite get to the spike. You can see what's there. The spray, the prey, and the pull away. They can't get to it. Boo trying to just dismantle the back lines. And is that going to be enough? It might just be. They break the back lines.
Oh my God, I thought he had it.
I thought he had that too. Just in the final couple of seconds. Held on by the finest of margins.
I think it's that final gravity well that actually...
It must have pulled him off just enough.
Was it, I think it was Rien's or Benji initially sticking this, and it just doesn't get to halfway. Well, it feels like Heretic have almost moved quick enough to mitigate this late post-plant pressure, or I guess value, that Vitality have from this composition. Yeah, I mean, I guess in that I just couldn't hear the spike and how quickly it was ticking already. I felt like Heretics maybe still had a second or 2 to play with there.
Wow. Vitality, that backline defense holding on. Miniboo, gotta be careful here.
That is a shock dart, by the way. I don't know if you just caught that in the picture-in-picture. We'll come back to that a little later, because Boo forcing his way in here. Miniboo, the one to find Kicks, actually. That's a little awkward. Look at the minimap.
Yeah, what is going on here? This is really topsy-turvy. Unlucky observers. Good luck. Pick your fights. Let's see how well they do. No pressure, Zilv. Runner down on 9. He's the one kind of stuck in, I don't want to say no man's land, but a really tricky spot. Benji Fishy, the one to put him almost out of his misery here. Left to his own devices. The spike left deep in control, really, as they've already taken over A main. And Sender in Trex's position, they're going to be considering it at this point.
Yeah, enough time will pass here, and yeah, with Trex confirmed. Oh, Sender times that peak well, though.
Okay.
That's maybe one of those situations where Patitech's looking towards the minimap. He's in the back lines and maybe not expecting a player to be so split in a 2v4 situation.
Oh, but Boo. Maybe not expecting them on the active angle holding that, but they are. Heretics not letting that spike go. They were willing to challenge and fight on this, and I think Trex, he knows this one isn't going to be happening for him, at least through A main. And yeah, what a topsy-turvy round. I want you to kind of talk us through what just happened there, because it did feel near on bizarre as we're going to be able to save.
Yeah, ultimately, it's in one of the worst rounds to see it, but I'm not sure if we will see in the replay maybe that shock dart coming through, but it's almost to plant the seeds of a B-site hit coming through fairly quickly. And if, I mean, this just so happens that Heretics are actually looking to aggress outside A, they actually catch Vitality in the act. But I mean, maybe having an indicator previously that Heretics are playing a little looser towards B, maybe Cypher's playing off-site and just relying on the spy cam for information to stack up elsewhere.
There we are.
Right here.
But definitely wasn't that shocked up. The other one, but this is how Miniboo got the opener there, just a brute force on the way in.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
So yeah, we don't necessarily see. And now, actually, on the back of that, I mean, Heretics going to be pretty unaware of the shock dart potentially, but now I have two players stacked over towards B. The TP available as well for Miniboo, and the ultimate, actually.
I'm going to look at the site now. TP gets taken. Runner's in a bit of a predicament here, actually. Yeah, he's got to be really careful. The amount of pressure on this man. He's actually been able to get out of danger, which is incredibly surprising, but position still going to be noted. Camera finally dealt with the Viper's Pit in place. 4 players for Heretics are on this site, but the fight, it kicks off. Rienz and Patitech, the ones to connect so far. Flash doesn't get turned. Benji Fishy, the one to capitalize on Miniboo's utility. And Safe's lurk just feels so far away now.
Yeah, almost lost in this lurk. A 1v5. Patitech, the only one softened up, but Rienz talked about him being sharp.
Yeah.
That's a killing blow to an Andalusia flawless. You've been waiting, I know you've been looking at me for the last
I was just curious if you're going to go
minutes.
for it. I was wondering if you were going to send it for the Andalusia flawless.
There it is.
That's the one.
I ticked it off now.
Yeah. Sponsors are happy.
Yeah, everyone's happy.
Everyone's happy. I missed you, Mike.
It was actually clean for me. I don't know if you just caught that. Actually,
Was it actually quite good? Was it actually
nice.
nice?
Rienz, yeah. It was
It's always nice when our points
it was a one tap from Safe's POV, but it actually looked pretty clean. I mean, Rienz leading the charge for Heretics. Like I said, who quietly consistent in the series we've seen Heretics so far.
Yeah. And I think the bigger thing for me with Rienz is that it looked good on LAN, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky, but let's see if they can make anything of it. We'll get back to topic if they do, but looking at the damage so far on Vitality, it's going to be tricky. Soph does remove Rienz, but yeah. I think it was the impact on LAN that really had me on his side. Young player looking good on it. Actually, hold on, Runner going to find Boo, and that's a rifle not easy to recover, but it's within touching distance. Flash goes in, Plant goes down, and they've got kicks on the ult as well. Miniboo going to put his life on the line for this. 5 HP, that's all he's got, but he's going to try and get everything he can for them. 2 players on the site. Patitech clears Sender. Yeah, back on track. Clean. Clean.
Just look at Miniboo's ults time and time again. It's never an overheat situation with that Yoru ult. He's happy to sit there, wait to see where Vitality settle after the fact that, you know, the reaction to the Yoru ultimate. Because they desperately want to scramble to different positions. They don't want to stack up. They don't want to be behind the Viper wall, potentially to get spammed out. Miniboo walking the line here, guaranteeing value from that sort of situation where waiting for his teammates to be in a position for him to pop out, potentially off the back of a flash, but are seeing that value continuously from him. Another just to come back to Rienz as well. It's the manner in which you see him play, the composure. You know, it's all about crosshair placement. It's all about you know, very controlled sprays. It's never. I mean, with Miniboo, it can look a little frantic sometimes, and yeah, sure, that's exciting to watch, but it has that kind of feast or famine to it. Rienz, like I said, quietly consistent. He just hits.
Yeah, he plays sexy Valorant. Like his aim, kind of hot. Kind of hot. And at this level, honestly, to have aim that stands out from others is quite
Well, that's
impressive.
the thing, yeah, for a youngster, you almost expect him not to have that discipline, this sort of calm and controlled Valorant, but like you said, it's so clean to watch at times.
So, I mean, if you look on this server currently, right, you look at the players who are in front of us, we've got some real heavy hitters. I mean, Trex was
across the entire spectrum,
like,
to be honest,
go, right? It's like, obviously for Heretics, they are the up-and-comers, right? The ones who, I mean, Madrid is ridiculous to reference, it feels like. So 0-2'd out, but
right, but look
context.
look at the last 4 series that they played, and it's like Sentinels, PaperX, Fnatic, and
it's like the eventual winners of the event. They managed to, I think, take a map off of both of the opponents, if I'm not mistaken. Do correct me if I'm wrong, but again, a very impressive squad.
Yeah,
like,
as it stands, sorry, it's Fnatic, PaperX, Sentinels, Carmine Core.
Not bad,
and they come out of that, well, obviously in terms of the series, the 3-1 record, hey, I'm happy.
Yeah.
To be honest, with where Heretics sat from last year, obviously.
Where did Rienz just get that on safe? Was that just down tube?
Down tube, yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, it's the first time we've seen the operator being toyed with, right? We, again, haven't really seen that lent on by Heretics yet, but a nice adjustment. Maybe just going to bring it out here as a deterrent going forward, just going to pose the prospect of it.
Well, something to actually indicate some sort of, tempering of the aggression, things slowing down a little bit. So I guess creating different obstacles here for Vitality to try and overcome.
Well, that's the ult for Runner, though. It's got a clear, but it should be the green light for him.
Is this... Ooh, yeah, a little bit.
He gets too scared to go for it, I guess, at this point. Would have been nice
It
to
looked like
have.
there with kicks as well, positioned over towards the beach there. Maybe he's trying to set up the Hunter's Fury on the back of that ultimate, but, I mean, it would have been perfect.
Yeah.
The thing it has done is drawn out the pit here. We haven't seen Rienz rotate just yet, but Heretics should be in the know about this B site here.
30 seconds
But do they know about the man at the back of the side? They don't yet. Miniboo's already here. This man is omnipresent. Hard to get around him. Benji Fishy's still standing as well. They're struggling until then. Trek's going to start removing some of the players on the site itself.
15 seconds, though.
That's really nice, but they are running low on time. You're right, 15. They need to get that plant down, and look who's watching. This gets trickier. The divide going to make things a little bit easier. Could have caught a pixel there. Luckily looked away. Hot flash through doesn't swing off it. Now going to have to work in unison. Rienz, Boo, and Palitek. That operator suddenly becoming a bit of an issue to try and make work at this range.
But hang on, though. They're not going to have audio here.
And this becomes a horrible situation to try and play that deeper post plant. They're not going to have the same freedom. They can't fall away from this. Sender and Kicks maybe both looking towards that. You can still see the kit of utility with Kicks, but it's Sender to find Rienz. And now it's down to Palitek and Boo, right? Can they get back on the site here? Sender trying to toy with the time. Running that clock so low. Kicks has got his 1v1 and he wins it, but Palitek going for the defuse here as best he can. He's got it halfway. 11 HP. He's trying it. He's trying as much as he can. He's run out of time, and Vitality clinging on to the round.
Yep, no panic there, unlike me from Kicks to throw the Hunter's Fury out. It looked a little dicey on site, but yeah, Rienz. Quick to once again to find this onto safe, but what a response from Trex.
Yeah.
To find these 2 kills.
Felt like he was the swing factor in that.
Yeah.
One enemy.
Nice. Nice, boys. Come on,
Great
some life,
conversion
some
for
life.
Vitality.
Good job that we calmed down. Good.
Well, an indicator maybe of actually things feeling a little frantic so far on this half.
Well, I mean, Heretics had strung a couple rounds together, right? So it was like maybe just that little bit of a break, get that mental back in, get focused up here. They've got a lot of ults to play with, and speaking of ults, you've already seen it come through. Trying to get that info out, forcing the TP away. And the counter on the other side, a tag on one.
The distance, though, that's not going to reach.
No. A little bit of damage, but it's not enough to really report home about.
Just the one hit on the Patstech, I believe.
I think so. It has at least allowed the plant, I guess, so... see where it ends up coming down here. Benji Fishy, with that late mid presence.
He's conscious of where Trex is playing late on this post plant.
And
a
it's
ton of
very late
information
middle.
here, yeah.
2 players coming through on middle, very, very late for Benji Fishy on this.
Somebody's got to watch the backlines here. If Runner pops out of this.
I don't know who's watching, but Benji Fishy looked away for a second. Miniboo the one to answer back. Back and forth with the go. The spray not there for Runner this time, but time's starting to tick here. And once again, this back line hard to handle. Trex finally makes his presence noted. Down on 5 HP, safe, still on the money. And Vitality turning this one back in their hands now, stretching the lead a little.
I'd love to see if actually this is the reaction on the back of Runner's information, that actually double invest behind this lurk.
Yeah, could be.
beautifully constructed from Vitality. It gets a little worrying there when they've cut sight lines on where the plant is. And there's nobody, I guess, necessarily comfortably in main.
Yeah.
To act as that safety net, the contingency. Heretics will pump the brakes a little bit here. As the finance is humbled, but I guess still options here. It's only really going to be Boo that struggles. As Mini Boo wants to donate across. No pit to play off, so I'm probably not going to see him invest with a judge. But yeah, interested to hear Safe here. Good job that we calmed down a little bit, whether or not it felt like, you know, they were jumping the gun, maybe misreading some of the setups that Heretics were pulling out here on the defense. I haven't necessarily seen any total miscalculations, I guess, in terms of what the game plan feels like going into a round versus, you know, variables that come through, you know, double or triple stacking the Cypher setup on the back of Benji potentially. Doesn't feel like that's where Vitality have struggled in the second half. I mean, maybe that string of 3 rounds, I mean, giving away obviously a post plant here, the time deciding one, which I believe was Safe being lost in the lurk previously, heavily investing towards obviously hitting that B site and losing 4. So yeah, curious to hear that.
All right, game back on. Heretics did just take their time out as well, wanting to check in. I want to see what the change-up is. I mean, for now, it's just a big old stack towards 8. That Bulldog is in play for Boo, you're absolutely right. No judge here, no pit to play off. Is there any sort of proactive play? Runner decides to get out of dodge.
Vitality seemingly aware that Heretics might try and go for something like this out of the timeout. It's a very, I mean, as soon as you see this orb, basically outside shop, it's like, yeah, they're trying something. It looks like it might just be Boo to move up and try and take that space back.
And it's actually Runner to find Mini Boo. So already, Impact off the back of this, not getting away with what they wanted. They look like they're considering doubling down on this. Going to invest the ult as well. Mini Boo's corpse going to be giving all that info across. Patatek on the left, and on the right, we know it already. It's going to be Boo waiting.
Big info here if that connects.
That should be pretty much all of them, but the swing together makes Patatek irrelevant, and it's just the red carpet rolled out towards the A site. Plants in place, and this is beautiful. Look at this mid-pressure as well from Kicks. Layers on layers. Vitality should be really stretching their legs now at this point. Boo, I don't think there's much to be done for him here. A 1v4 is a great deal to ask.
Of any player.
Yeah, and this should be 12. Vitality looking really, really well-rounded here.
Poison orb emitting.
I think with what happened earlier on, Boo even catching a tag here. Boo might just opt to hold on to the upgrade, nonetheless. The Bulldog he brought in, but Kicks might catch him here. Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
This runner will fall. I think still, yeah, the funds available here for 5 rifles on the side of Vitality. On the side of Heretics, not so much.
This was the TP attempt there. Seemed a little one-dimensional, as Vitality were fully aware of what was going on, especially after, I think it was Boo was very shouldering at the start.
I didn't even catch that at the start. Where's that TP sent from? Has it traveled past the Vitality player?
I think it did, if I'm honest.
Did he start on A site?
Yeah, I believe so.
So this has come straight through main, yeah.
Just seems, maybe not. Maybe there was some layers to this that just didn't land.
If you get confirmation or some value on that initial poison orb going down, you know that Mini Boo's going to be played in on something like that, but yeah, felt a little desperate.
And now,
Poison's off.
one more round of Vitality. Probably caused, I don't want to say an upset necessarily, but maybe caught a couple people off guard here. Heretics walking through Fnatic, putting up good performances internationally. But maybe Breeze just isn't in that map pool as much as they thought it was. For now, Vitality putting on a show for us, starting to see some of those real tangibles we were looking for here. And again, testing the waters in A and just didn't like what they found.
TP already sent across from Mini Boo though, so as soon as there's any sort of indicator towards B, I'm not sure Trex has been spotted yet, but where the spy cam is and where Benji's positioned, not going to know of any presence here. Already preemptive. The spy cam will at least catch the audio cue.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Now it gets a little problematic.
Yeah, they've got to break through this. The reveal, I mean, again, I want to see on the side here because they're going to depend on a little bit of utility to try and keep them in some sort of safety, but finally we see Safe Slug really paying off there, at least getting one. Taking away Miniboo is big.
Nice bite down just yet.
Yeah, you're right, 13 seconds. I thought they just had that down, but it's not the case. Can't spam this one yet either. Benji Fishy creeping close towards that pit. They got to try and sweep this somehow. Hoping that some of that utility lands, and it does to an extent. Right now, they can start sweeping this. Pit's going to fall back. What do they have to depend on? One shock dart, I think, is all that's really there. And actually, no, tell a lie, not even in place at this point. Buying a little bit of time, but time is of the essence. And Heretics need to get a move on here. Boo's going to clear out Sender, but it's Runner to answer back. Down and looking at just Kicks. Kicks and Runner. How much time? It is not towards halfway. Rien's going to take away Runner, but it's all on Kicks in a 1v1. Boo desperately wants it to half, and he's going to get it halfway. But that's all he's going to get here. Surely 2 bullets is all they needed. Kicks to confirm, and Vitality picking up Breeze.
I mean, I'll come back to what you just said. It does feel like a little bit of an upset, to be honest with you. A fantastic performance coming out from Vitality. Looking a lot more comfortable with this slight adjustment in the composition.
Yeah, absolutely. This could mean we have a fantastic series in front of us. Don't go away.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
bro.
I mean, bro, indeed. Team Vitality, they came out swinging on that map and they lead 1-0 against Heretics. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Steel. What is going on? What's happening?
Everything's happening and nothing's happening at the same time. I think what we saw there was there were a few good things that happened, and not a lot of bad things that happened. Like we see Team Heretics, they're losing a map. It's like, well, Heretics, they're like one of the top dogs. They shouldn't be losing right now. I don't even necessarily think they played poorly there at all. The pistol rounds were basically the only bad takeaway from Team Heretics.
Yeah, and to me, one of the greatest takeaways, Josh, was Trex feeling comfortable, feeling in actually directly what Destron was playing on this map, and it was the Astra. This ultimate, we've seen it a lot. We need to think about what it brings to the team, and this one was also massive number for team. The moment that he pulls in the exact moment, Benji's not able to take it to half. And even though Team Heretics clears every single one of the players, they do not have the time to defuse the spike. It's rounds like this that give you the edge and actually give value to the composition once you play the Astra.
Yeah, I think one of the other things that they did with the Astra, obviously they timed the gravity wells really well, but on top of that, they also positioned themselves inside of the main so that they could jiggle out in like those 1v1s. They could continuously jiggle out, and it was never an opportunity for Heretics to be able to defuse or even like get to half in some occasions, but they also had that layer of coming in with the late flank through mid doors when it's A plant, and coming in through the tunnel elbow area when it's a B plant, and those late lurks really helped.
Yeah, it's good to see Trex back on form as well. I also want to quickly mention his teammate, Safe, of course, here first in the AIM Labs warm up. Not that he needed to, he looked absolutely great, but for Safe and Trex, both doing well. It feels like a throwback to Guild.
I miss someone from Guild.
Anyway. Does it rhyme with Honka by any chance? Yeah, it's really nice to see them together.
Oh yeah, totally. And Josh, you were mentioning those lurks, and in so many instances, it was actually Safe taking that role with the Cypher, and I think that he played beautifully. It's an agent that he knows to a T. So I'm really, really happy to see Safe in this form.
Yeah, and you might be wondering why we're saying congratulations to Safe. Of course, great map one, but Safe has officially surpassed 3,000 kills here in VCT EMEA, the first player to do so, and also officially become the most seasoned player here with 224 games played since 2021. I mean, he's been around for a long time still, and we're seeing his experience here showing up and being able to actually help his team out of tricky situations.
Yeah, he's definitely helped them through the tricky situations, and having that impact on Cypher, just being able to be so good in a lot of these mid-round situations, controlling the tempo, controlling the space, is very important for people to have a player on the team that's able to do that, because it bails you out of a lot of situations. And I mean, there's one thing that we're seeing right now is that the gap is getting closer between all these teams. Like even before the show, we were talking about, you know, where's Vitality going to end up? And I'm like, well, you know, they'll probably make playoffs, but past that, I'm not sure. But now we're seeing the gap is even closer than I thought, at least.
And it's so important also to get that first slot, you know, if out of your group, because then you get the free win, a free extra point. You might get literally out of playoffs on the first match if you get second or third. So it's very, very important to see them this confident and actually seeing things that work. It's still not everything is done. Remember that we have a second map coming up, that this was just Vitality's peak. And now going into Sunset, things have to take a turn, because there is a lot of tape on what these teams do, but for the side of Vitality, not with Trex.
Yeah, I think when we're going into Sunset here, like one of the things that Team Heretics looked really good on, even though they weren't able to win and there's a lot of back and forth rounds, they were really good on their retake still and their defense, and that's what they like, that's pivotal for their Sunset defense. So I'm interested to see what Vitality's done to prepare for Team Heretics and understand kind of like what are they gonna, like we know what to expect on the retakes. We know how they're gonna retake and come into the positions. Are they gonna do something like having that Astra-esque element?
Yeah, we are going to find out in just a moment with Agent Select, as you said, Kakuga, without Trex, but also nice to seeing some of the veteran players showing up when it's just been all about the rookies.
Yeah, exactly. We need to see that kind of face-to-face. It's all that every 2024 is about. I want to see, as Josh was saying, what they're going to do regarding Team Heretics defense. Kix is going to swap that Sky for a Gecko. Trex is going to go on the KO. I mean, many things are different. Safe is going to be staying on that Viper, and they're just going to run it with double control, and probably this is my favorite comp to run on this map.
Yeah, this is looking very interesting here. I think the Gecko definitely has a lot of value on this map, especially on attack, getting that plant down.
Wingman?
The wingman coming out, yeah, got to steal that wingman. Getting the spike planted and then using the, just like all of his abilities that are able to refresh that he'll be able to use in the post plants is going to be very important for these guys. And I think that KO knife coming off cooldown as well, if it's able to interrupt Team Heretics in the middle of the retake, that could be something that is a wrench in their gears.
Do we smell an upset? Is it coming?
Probably yes, because I think that also the setups that that Benji has on B with Cypher are pretty easy to read.
Well, we spoke a lot about the experience of Team Vitality, and speaking of experience, I believe these two have casted a fair amount of safe games in the past. Back to you, Pansy and Hypok.
You're probably right, Sue.
Yeah,
I haven't been counting. Forgive me.
I wouldn't want to count that string of guild, Sierra, because I feel like we got a lot.
We did get a lot of guild. Yeah.
Joyous Valorant to watch.
Truly, truly, the pinnacle.
The good old days.
Yes. But we do get something fun here, right? We get to see if it is a map veto issue that Heretics maybe overestimated and underestimated how good Breeze would be in the hands of Vitality, or if it's just one map.
Yeah, and especially to come back to that comment I made, where if you look at Heretics vetoes, it feels like they have comfort across the pool.
Yes.
There's nothing really that it feels like, you know, they shy away consistently from. They're not afraid to bring out some quirky comps as well.
Yep.
But we come now to Sunset, where both teams have had success, a 3-1 record for both teams.
Should be good.
And a little bit of a switch up here, and I'm all for the Gecko.
Yeah, same, and we can kind of dive into that and see its validity, and already you're seeing, well, how little Boo could see in that situation. Already Sight not quite under control, and Boo gonna find Runner very early on here. Denial on the spike plant too, so Wingman not gonna have his way.
Strange exchange here, but safe. Is he looking to slip into market here? Not caught by.
God, they're so close.
Yeah, very, very close, but numbers advantage, and look at the HP bars as well on the right side of the screen.
Okay, he's seen it. It naturally saves, absolutely saved the day. He's made this look pretty much done. That round looked wrapped until Safe found so much value then. 3 critical kills. And Benji Fishy now, I don't know how you're meant to pressure this. I mean, normally it takes a lot of utility and, you know, mistakes, and they're already getting that mid lurk going. They're already gonna get that flank on the way. Oh, Benji Fishy, this one's not looking like it's for you. No, absolutely not. And keep in mind, they had so many players there, Mike, and to not consider market is surprising.
And this is the thing with Benji's position deeper at top mid. Again, the utility's not here, it's invested over towards A site. To have 4 players here, kind of exposed to this angle, nobody wrapping back through market to retake that control, and with Benji Fishy not picking up the slack in mid, I'm going to keep talking, I'm just pretending it's not there on the screen.
We're going to bring it up afterwards.
There is a huge hole in this formation on the defense that is a little baffling, to be honest. And whether or not they just think, it feels invested, it feels all in. The Viper Walls here, we're expecting them to come off the, you know, the other end of where we see the Viper Wall invested from. Somebody had to have been asking the question there.
Yeah.
Because Benji was committed to assuming the flank's going to come through top mid and all the way into the backside of B site.
Now on to the real topic, Michael. You've returned for one day.
I've been back for one map.
What have you been touching in the break? Maybe sticky little fingers been
fiddling with cables up here and
all sorts,
kicking things, and yeah, there we go. Yeah, I kicked it back.
Oh, thank you. Well, we should be resuming shortly. Thank you for your patience. Nice to know it is Michael and not me.
I'll sit perfectly still now.
Well, you've already done it. It's already happened. It's over.
Oh, this is the first one. A series of
unfortunate events. Oh. All right, first round Vitality. And Miniboo, well, not gonna get what he wants at all. And look at Vitality, so aware of this pressure now. Actually, Rienz and Patatek can still sometimes find value, but I mean, it was classics. Yeah, you're not going to get much more than that if you're going to play it out differently. You might as well just try and brawl. Maybe you cost them a rifle or two, but not to be the case here.
And this is the key thing as well, whilst we do have this dead time now. If Vitality wants to continue with this approach where they create a little pocket in the corner of sight with the Viper Wall, then market becomes such a crucial position in terms of maintaining control of this B site, making sure they don't get these free plants that you really want to kind of negate as much value from the Gecko on the way, the free value, I say, from Gecko on the way in as possible. So certainly on the buy rounds here, I'm looking for maybe them to actually start exploring mid a little bit if Vitality are a little linear in terms of their their approach to the attacking side. And I guess the Viper Wall is going to be even more indicative of what Vitality's initial approach will be.
Yeah.
Then Market becomes pivotal.
The Thrash is there as well, which is...
The problem being now, I'm going to see Vitality potentially walk through mid and look to take that control away. We've seen an adjustment here of Benji's utility.
And the pace in which they're doing this, they're going to be pinched, they're going to have nowhere to back to. Fortunately, Pattek saved them in this to give them somewhere to fall away to, right? Falls away towards Pillar, but Center does find Rien's. Now, site-wise, they're managing to identify all of the loose threads in middle.
Exactly the response you want to see, and maybe this is just an example of the stars aligning for them, but you can see here Benji's adjustment of utility, a trip inside Market here. And even so, I think Trex's knife even initially connected onto Benji to remove that utility. Now things will slow down just a little bit. Kicks also the map. Knife will keep Heretics guessing here. But Trex, you don't want to see him fall immediately. I mean, he goes for one. See the plant will come through, allowing Kicks to distance himself just a little bit from this. It's a wide open plant as well, so not too telling.
But I like the boost playing CT, right? Just playing safe.
Oh, actually, I don't like it now. I don't like it now. He's definitely heard the steps of Benji.
Oh dear. Oh dear, okay. I mean, Pattek a hero of the round because that got really dicey. I was wondering if he even let them pass on the first go there.
Yeah, I mean, it's call this the sort of sassy trademark now, but this is the sort of thing that you can really achieve with the Gecko. Have a plant come through, distance yourself, and play in a really, really tricky spot. So, wasn't like it initially that rotation coming through as deep as it was, but you see it, Boo didn't overstep the mark in that regard. Because again, you put Kicks into a position where he can find Boo and then get himself a comfortable 1v2 from elsewhere. There's so much of a gap in that rotation.
Yeah.
That it leaves a load of questions for Heretics on the reapproach.
See what we've got here. Is this meant to be? I want to see what Mini Boo does with this. Again, he could have a fight on it potentially. Yeah, deep smoke for the one way. And Mini Boo going to push relatively far on this, keeping safe the ult orb picked up. But it does mean that they can't really keep an eye towards middle here. So as you highlighted earlier, that adjustment and utility from Benji Fishy pretty paramount to keeping this in hand.
Brilliance will catch him for on the back of that. The Boombot dealt with quickly and able to protect the tripwire as well. So even if Heretics have to concede some of this space, still going to have that to fall back on.
Sana. And a very different pace to this round too.
Yeah, Vitality just looking to, I guess, get the lay of the land in round 4.
I'm just looking to see where they decide to commit to. You do. Oh, okay, I guess.
Mini-map moment, I think, from Rien's, yeah, which is bizarre because he's walked right in front of the door.
But Boo's found safe. So do they pivot? Do they commit? This is now going to be so topsy-turvy because Pattek's here too. He's going to hear all this. Pops the ult as well. It's going to make it very difficult. 25 seconds.
That's going to slow things down.
I mean, Trex just took away Boo though, so he is somewhat alone. But fortunately for him, Mini Boo's going to fill that gap towards shore, keep him safe. Hopefully, no. Sender's broken back in. Now Pattek on a platter. Sender. The timing was perfect. And now it's once again Benji Fishy a million miles away.
Spike planted. Pattek is down, just to confirm. May not look like it, but...
What's he doing?
Last player standing.
Can we get a replay on that?
It's a standing nap.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm a little confused as to what's happened with Boo here, to be honest, because obviously the ult comes through from Pattek, and you want him to be the one to take first contact in that situation.
Yeah.
And Boo looks as if he was TPing, I don't know if he TPs up onto the box or where he actually ended up landing there, but he dies coming back down off the box, which I'm pretty sure has a smoke on top of it, so a little bizarre to see that.
Yeah. Benji Fishy looking just to keep this rifle. And Vitality. Again, that round felt like it was going back and forth quite some way, but Sender with a real bailout here. But this was the start of it. And again, Boo did really well to find safe.
This is on the back of the paranoia. He's looking to send the paranoia with Patitek's null command coming through.
Thank you, observers.
Thank you very much for including that one. A crucial moment.
It's my favourite bit. Let me have my happiness, Michael. Well, here we are. Hero rifle with Benji Fishy. You a believer?
I could be convinced.
I like that. That's a very political answer.
Well, I mean, we've seen it before.
0 to 3. Let's see.
Standing ahead.
Oh. I'm not looking convinced just yet.
Not a good start.
He's alive, though. He's alive. That's the first. I mean, taking the time in Vitality, kind of pausing a little bit, right? It's went for that early take, maybe noting the rifle was enough that they want to kind of keep them guessing. Still got options to play with Sender. Smoke just going to be invested now.
Shadows here.
Looking to re-hit through market.
Toxins, poison orb.
Bye, Boo. Safe, forging the path. Miniboo fancies a go, and the brothers in arms laying towards the top and middle. And you can see Benji Fisher just catching one on the cross. They kind of know what's going on here, but
the TP as well, yeah.
There's not much you can do to stop this, really. Vitality running the map really well. Playing towards top middle. Benji Fishy trying it. And actually, almost made me a believer.
Yeah.
Almost. Patitek did get a rifle, but couldn't quite bring it through in time to find both remaining players. Vitality again, racking up rounds now.
Seemingly looking in control as well. I think with those initial rounds, I mean, the paranoia's always got to be about this sort of execution toward B side, which just feels so, you know, cut and dry now for what we see on this map. Like I said, create that little bit of a pocket, a little bit of safety. And I mean, even just here, look where it draws Heretics into. It either draws them into a brawl on B main or commitment towards a retake. And if Vitality don't really have to burn up too much util on the way in, that becomes very uncomfortable when you have 4 players sat in main with utility, ready to dump it on the spike.
And look at the layers to this now. Heretics trying to maybe, I don't know, throw a spanner in the works because they're trying to get aggressive down middle. Yeah, burns a little bit of the kit, but not much. Kicks gets that back anyway in, what, 10 seconds? So no harm, no foul for Vitality here. In the meantime, Safe couldn't really deal with that knife, so has to kind of sit back and be noted. But again, this default start from Vitality is just burning down that utility just bit by bit.
Again, though, it's not that big of an indicator that it's safe to be revealed by the knife. But it has drawn a rotation. I guess with a lack of presence towards market, which actually might change in just a moment between Sender and Boo. I guess as well on the back of that, Trex being noted.
Going out.
His utility investment.
Oh, look at this pathing. They've got the green light.
Oh, it's perfect as well.
And he's going to find Miniboo on this one. And now they've got the perfect pinch on the site. There's a lot of bodies here, though, still. I don't know if they're going to be fully aware of this. Patitek is still here, and he gets the timing to perfection. Safe, the only one to get one back. It's out on the Sender and Kicks. I mean, Rien's digging his heels into this. He's barely alive. Sender gets out of danger. Ooh, I say
bold.
that.
I don't think he wanted to TP up there, no.
No, but getting Patitek out of that position is difficult. Rien's just trying to still be relevant to this, and Patitek made a meal out of that. Rien's is saving this round for Heretics so far, but his Kicks in a 1v2. With Wingman getting the plant, there's chances again, Mike.
Benji's got his ult, so I think they want to try and reposition back here. Kicks seemingly aware initially. You see the ping here for the body, yeah. Neural Theft will come out.
It's an aim fight he wants.
Second ping's going to be telling.
Oh, but he's isolated one. The 1v1 not going to get it in the end. Benji Fishy will deny him clutching that up, but still, heroics from Rienz in that round, it felt like, to even get that back on track. It wasn't comfy for Heretics.
No, it wasn't. It comes down to one player. I think 900 credits total taken out of this round. And it's only a second on the board. Beautiful awareness, I guess, of how Heretics have adjusted on the defensive side here. But that gap was going to be available.
Let's go, baby. Come on, boy. Come on.
So yeah, 2 successful retakes now.
And I actually do want to note something. Just pause for thought here. I want to keep track on this throughout the game, though. This has been the first real challenge we've seen from Miniboo, who's normally running, right? This guy is, I've rarely seen him have a quiet game. He is on the 0 to 6.
He has one mode.
So I want to see how well he does if he's now been challenged here. already dealt with, put down. Safe has had his number here. Gonna take away Miniboo and open up that man advantage right off the rip. You couldn't ask for a better beginning.
But open up the map as well. That being your lurker, Safe over on a solo mission to take away Miniboo. Riens does find a response. The spy cam there as well, so can give up that space for the time being. Yeah, I guess after that initial adjustment though, Heretic's not really getting too much value in terms of Benji's utility here. Or at least Vitality not playing into it. Now exploring towards A couple of late round hits as well have left Heretics guessing.
Boo needs to call in the cavalry now.
Welcome to my world.
Pit's gonna come down and it should cover just enough of the site, but
Ooh, just a slither though,
not much, yeah, which... Are they using this just to cross through? I mean, they've got 30 seconds, they kind of have to.
It does give them a pocket, but yeah, Lil
Denied.
Bro's not going to get that.
No, absolutely not. Spike's back in hand, but 20 seconds down. Patatek looking to see how he can play this, right? Like, if he goes on the side, Kicks reads it so easily, maybe a little unnecessary, not even a tap on the Spike if I'm not mistaken, but Boo with a big shot takes away Trex. It's down to a 2v2, even. Spike is in, they've got time on their side. Sender and Kicks need to secure the site. Oh, Benji Fishy. There's the time for him to swing in. Nicely done. As Heretics start clawing the game back, but it's not pretty, Mike, but they're getting rounds on the board.
No, this feels... well, I'm not sure what it feels like, to be honest with you. If that's the initial plan, to have that sort of space to play with, and seemingly looking for the free plant on the back of the utility, with nothing in towards elbow here.
Yep, don't know.
If that is a set piece, or maybe there's some sort of variable here that we've not spotted. Because yeah, other than that, it looks like that's a play to get up in towards connector and really run through the backline, catch the rotation.
That's what I was imagining, like maybe it is like not a fake really, but just used in a different manner, because that felt, I don't know, maybe just not quite what they wanted from it. But again, if you're Heretics, you're not exactly loving what you're doing either. You're getting back in the game, absolutely, but these rounds have been right down as close as they could get. And Miniboo's having a nightmare of a map, 0-7. Not one of the players you normally see not finding comfort, not finding a way into the game, and I think it's just been somewhat read by Heretics here. Expecting Vitality to pressure towards top middle. They've already got 3 players dedicated towards this. Maybe the lack of attention on the extremity. No fight this time from Safe, or whatever the indicator may be. Vitality taking a slower beginning here.
Poison's off.
Also, just to note that as well, maybe this is a reason we see Heretics slow things down, play a little more passively, because we're not seeing Heretics really put Miniboo in the danger zone, sent out hunting or exploring anywhere. Very much tailored towards retakes on both sides.
There we go. This is the correct site Heretics have stacked. Vitality are committing to, oh, look at the spam. So difficult to cross. Benji Fishy the one to capitalize on that first player forward, which was Runner. Plant obviously not going to come through just yet. Ascender waiting on the side to try and maybe be that next layer. Flashed in the swing. He's going to find Benji Fishy. Needs a bit more, can't get it. Riens is where it stops. Plant should come through. I think Wingman's got that one covered.
Hang on,
I'm looking at Safe here. How's he got into this position? Riens
imposter mode
is going to be gutted. Yeah, he absolutely is. No idea how the hell Safe just got to that position again. Maybe that gap in market being another issue here. Thrash coming through, this one almost puts the cherry on the top of the cake here. I don't know what Boo and Patatek want to do to try and disrupt this back line, to try and get them out of these positions.
Still got a snakebite to work with as well.
Not really gonna, not doing much for this one. Safe comfy with it. Patatek can't even really spam into this either with that Guardian. Yeah, dealt with. Kicks. Gets it. But where the hell did Safe come from?
Safe has to have come through mid here.
He
must have just been able to,
tiles. I remember him at tiles, and then he appeared in their spawn.
And we also see a 4th player commit towards this rotation as well. It's only 1 player for Heretics, Boo, committed towards anchoring on a site. So Safe, like I said, just able to slip
Look
into...
at him. Yeah, he was top mid then. Creeping round.
Yeah, so I was pretty confident that market control was firmly under Patatek's banner for the entirety of that.
Super good round. Super good round.
The Vitality almost It feels like freedom across the map.
Oh,
in terms of decision making, in terms of opportunities or options that they're giving themselves, they definitely have the run of the entire map right now.
Oh, hands down. Again, Heretics finding it hard to get proactive because on A, if you're looking at it, we had a couple of rounds where we had the. I think we saw at least the paranoia sent out. Maybe
we saw the flash over from Patitek and the one-way going up.
Miniboo didn't really work. Miniboo's yet to frag, and I don't want to harp on about it, but again, it's a big piece you're missing here. If you're losing that fight, you're not winning out on the extremities.
Yeah, I mean, if you're 0-8 and you're getting put in your box by safe, obviously in the lurk on the other side of things, that is going to kind of make you a little reluctant, a little hesitant to continue throwing yourself at the wall like that.
But again, then it just gives over the control instantly to Vitality, right?
Yeah, which they're absolutely making the right decisions with it. They're like I said, Heretics, I don't think they have a grip on what's happening in terms of Vitality's setup towards either side here, towards any of the executions that we've seen. It does feel like they're trying to play reactively, but they're just not armed with the correct information.
Got to figure something out and fast. The scorelines actually kept this looking very competitive.
Said that. Then you look back up at the top and it's 5-3, so you're thinking...
it's not bad. That,
best of the bad situation.
But it's the way these rounds have been going. I think if you're watching this as a neutral fan, you're sitting there going, John, Vitality have looked really well rounded on this. And this should be a sixth if all goes according to, the economy, as we're seeing Stingers and Sheriffs. Yeah, there is the ult there for Miniboo, and if he was feeling more confident, maybe I'd look towards what that could achieve. But for now, Vitality taking their time. Again, similar scenes here. They haven't really had a challenger over towards the A side of the map. And Boo do the best he can, but it's one omen.
Not necessarily a position for him to really succeed from either. I mean, he has to win out that first, but...
Jeez, he's got that fidget spinner combo, the knife and the Sheriff.
30 seconds left.
Hang on though, Vitality have completely flipped the script here.
And hearing this should be quite telling, but there's the paranoia. That's Patitek now removed, so Benji needs to be played in. You can see the layers to this. The flashes are fantastic. Miniboo does commit to the ult. I was wondering if he was feeling it, and he feels it enough. But look at this space take. Look at what Vitality are fighting for. CT. They haven't gone back towards main. The out drone will at least connect towards one. Oh, and Sender's been taken down. It's all on kicks here. Miniboo. The chips were down and out, but he needed a big round, and this might be it. But Kicks, can you do anything? Not this time. Miniboo on the board.
On the board with a 4K as well, nonetheless.
Beautiful. There it is. Now, Vitality not going to be happy with that one, but again, I love the layering they go for, right? You can see the intent behind this, but Miniboo had a round.
Yeah, and just when I was crediting, Vitality's ability to really, I guess, succeed in terms of the freedom that they're getting around the map. This is one of those ones you watch back on the minimap and you're kicking yourself.
Yeah.
Because their Boo's dead to rights almost. Maybe thinking that, they've created enough pressure, some audio cues given away, the Viper Wall invested differently.
The swing on the economy on this too, right? This
That's a big round, because we're looking at 6-3 there.
Yes.
We're looking at definitely momentum building even further behind Vitality. This is the one that ultimately keeps them in check, keeps them honest.
And now you got Miniboo back on a fight, right? Like after he wasn't here before for a little bit of time, right? He wasn't maybe taking these active fights. Now he's back to this, but will he win the fight? Because on the other side, they are here. This could be another confidence builder. This could be good for him. Boo on the other side too, but Vitality, if you're forgetting the first map, you shouldn't, because there's a reason they were dangerous here. The paranoia looks good, but Boo can't crest that corner. He'd have been spammed out. Miniboo the one to bail him out a little bit here, keep him safe, and dip away. Doesn't overstay his welcome. Keeps him down a little lower. Keep your eyes towards Kicks, and look at Sender's position again. Trying to slip the net. This time, Rienz catches him.
Yeah, noted with the adjustment here of the spy cam as well. You see the ping coming out on the minimap. Kicks. Rifle in hand, yes, but 1v4 situation.
Oy. All right, Kicks. If you're Heretics, you're sitting safe, right? You're not taking any risks here. You want to keep all four alive, keep that money building, and if you're Kicks, how do you carve up any of these into individual pieces? That, not great. That doesn't help matters.
30 seconds left.
And he's down in 28 seconds. Hoping someone would give him a chance, and I think the call's been made of do not give him an inch, and they don't. Rien's waiting. And Heretics stabilizing now after what was a very rocky start to this.
Yeah, because I mean,
up to 5 apiece.
Yeah, even looking at the 5-3 scoreline, we're coming away from this feeling like Vitality are firmly in control of the tempo in terms of map control. So yeah, the fact that 2 rounds just separated us now from it being tied up, and actually the comfort being there financially for Heretics to close out the half. Ultimates on the brink here. I mean, a TP for Sender, no command for Trex, but looking towards both Runner and Kicks, 1 and 2 orbs away respectively. Another switch up as well here, feeling like maybe Benji's going to find a little more value here if Vitality start to explore A.
Toxin screen down.
I mean, because we've mostly seen when Vitality do go for that B approach, it's a lot through markets, a lot through middle. So maybe feeling that was the right adjustment to make.
Hang on, why has Aztec not got a gun?
Huh?
He's got a ghost.
Yeah, I don't really know. Runner has also been taken down by like, okay, that's... Yeah, because Rien's is 6.8k.
Yeah.
We'll come back to that because he's just gone down, so we're going to have a little look back at that at the start of this. And this could be another round that you don't want to be losing, right? This could be key. This could have really taken that scoreline into your lead, give you that comfort on the half.
Can't stop it coming
is
through.
in. They cannot. They couldn't spam it away. Still paranoia for Sender too. This is huge.
But now you look at the ultimate, Kicks his ultimate in the post plant here.
Oh, you're right.
Could be pivotal.
Spot on. Mini Boot looking to try and get involved. And he does. Takes down Sender. Rien's on towards safe. How the hell did this just happen? It's Kicks and Trex. The last 2 alive, and they get overwhelmed, swarmed. As Kicks is the one to stand to try and face him down. The defuse beginning, and a nice attempt, but not nice enough. Heretics, even after leaving Patatech nearly weaponless, they get away with it.
This is one of those moments where you're just hoping there's nobody that's recorded the buy round.
What just happened there? Like,
who gets exposed after Patatech's frantically requesting a rifle?
Yeah, they're just chatting.
They're still celebrating the previous round.
Well, because I think like Benji Fishy was on like 6k, or at least a couple of players were towards 6k.
I was just
they
talking
had
about
the
how much
finances.
money Heretics had.
Yes. Sorry, Patatech, you're not worth it. Actually, I'm just gonna keep that instead. He's got a gun this time. He's been blessed.
Yeah, he's been blessed. He's safe for himself, to be honest.
Oh, Mini Boo! He's been battered by Safe this whole game, and he just got given that.
That's the way to respond.
The gods started smiling on Heretics in the last couple of rounds as Vitality somehow falling out of favour, it seems, after having what was a blistering beginning. And now with these ults aplenty, 2 ults to play with, Runners is there, could be critical. They even get the chance to use this.
Now seemingly getting a bit more value from adjusting Benji's utility as extra set of eyes, the spy cam towards mid allows them to maintain these heavy stacks.
Run.
Give it a shot, but doesn't find it. Does catch the back end of the showstopper, but still 46 HP.
Okay. All good. Calm. Coming in. What we got for the retake here? Plenty of flashes with Patatech. Speaking of Patatech, there's the ult, but he's flashed up as well. Runner trying to send out the flash on that. The trade comes in. Rien's the one to be absolutely tearing him apart. Benji Fishy wanted in on the action. And Vitality, as said, felt like they fell out of favor with the gods. I mean, this game just got ripped away from them. I don't know even how.
Yeah, what a response from Heretics, because early on, what the 2 successful rounds that they find were on the back of like a Benji Fishy clutch and another one where it comes down to the wire in the post plant.
And now they're getting shots through smoke, all sorts.
I mean, what, Miniboo started 0-8, and he goes to 8-10 at the end of the half. Beautiful, beautiful play back in by Heretics. To actually come out with a 2-round advantage.
It doesn't...
It's not computing, the math is
not mathing. No, you're right.
But you can see here the string of rounds where actually the adjustment, I believe it might have been round 6 or 7 where they do adjust Benji's utility and they start putting him over back towards A site, the spy cam towards top mid and removing some of that free control or free opportunity across the map that Vitality were just running away with. Like I said, they had so many options. There wasn't really a challenge on the end of any of them. Heretics were huddled into sites, backs against the wall, trying to absorb these executes.
A turn of events. And Heretics have crept incredibly deep towards Sender. Having to depend on the paranoia to give him a little bit of space, but starting to peel away. Call in Kicks to the equation. It's running to connect towards Benji Fishy. That's nice from Kicks. At least catches Miniboo, but the site's starting to wave the Heretics banner. No plant to be seen just yet, and they're lacking in the bodies, but Palitek trying to make up for it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of an overcommitment there. Going to give Palitek a play back in here, but Boo will fall to the boom bot. It's tough viewing.
The X-ray was hilarious. I'm just trying to run.
Last player standing.
And Sender gonna get Rien, so they know it's Palitek. They knew he was on the site. He does find the 1v1.
On for the ace.
10 HP. Go on, Palitek. Oh, so ready for it. That would have been pretty wild. Trex and Sender do manage to survive, but okay. I just don't know where this game actually sits, right? Like, because generally you kind of get a feel of who's in the lead here, who's setting the tempo, setting the pace, and it's been very, very up and down this entire way.
Again, I'll still commit towards, even though Heretics come out on top in the first half, it was Vitality. I mean, it feels a little better when Boo's not even trying to break the boom bot that he dies to it.
Nice.
So, well, do I sit in this corner and die, or
do I try to move and
give
die?
it to the boom bot, to be honest.
Off a pop. The aggressive Roomba. We've seen some wild kills already. We went to the trip earlier as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for somebody else.
Oh, there we go. Again, Miniboo can only kill safe when he can't see him.
Nice. Nice shot. Beautiful Valorant on display.
Look, I said it was Rienz who plays sexy Valorant. All right, not Miniboo, so you reel it in. But that is a safe remove from the start of the round. I mean, Rana gonna make up for it? Yeah. Joined by Sender. Gonna keep safe the other side of the map, so not gonna let this slip through their fingertips.
What I was saying, though, is I was expecting somebody to go home and do the homework and look at what the other tripwire kill was, because I'm sure it was Fracture and it was Fnatic. So.
Okay. Oh. Okay. I'm getting nervous in this round. Why am I getting nervous? I feel weird about it. I feel weird about this round.
And no rifle recovered just yet, but
all good.
okay,
all
Kicks
good.
and Runner to... What was that, 4 Bulldogs brought into this, though?
I don't know.
Trex will retrieve one of them, so the investment...
Bit ropey.
Yeah, and now it makes round 3 a little...
Thanks for that beautiful replay, boys. Appreciate that one. On for the highlight reel. Oh, another potentially there.
Just giving Rian's POV for the rest of Sunset now. Yeah, good damage. Honestly, they come into this now. There's obviously Trex, the one to bring a ghost in from the previous. I think he's donated across to safe, and so he got himself a rifle in hand now, which does make it a little better.
Yeah.
With the 3 casualties suffered in the previous round, but they come out of it with a showstopper, which could be
difference maker potentially, right? They've got the early work done towards A, and I'm waiting to see the commitment. There it is. And towards the site here, just banking on that smoke to keep him safe. Boo considering when to go for this as well. And Rana gets man-handled. Look at that. Oh, wait. Did Boo just... Goes into the kill compilation of today's games. Boo being dealt with. And now we see if they can hold this. Sender's paranoia could be pretty nice if it's just placed correctly. Safe going down once again to Miniboo. Paranoia does come through, gets dodged, but Miniboo showing off now. From a very quiet performance, he's picked himself up and really looking much better. Sender looking to try and catch him on the way out now. Yeah, not gonna happen. They got this one now. Starting to feel out the game.
I didn't clock it. Was Palitek 1 or 2 off the ultimate there at the start of that round?
I actually didn't notice
the timing on the null command to shut down the key piece
of
the puzzle for Vitality.
Look at it. Look at that. The absolute timing on it. Oh, there it was on top of the box.
That's rough. Yeah, the world tour of can I die to every piece of utility before the series is out? I mean, he's at 3 and 10. Maybe that is the agenda. No, I'm joking.
Damn, you've come back cruel. You heard Steel being a bit nasty. You're like, well,
Steel's allowed to flame people, then you know.
Then I should be as well.
It's changed the agenda completely.
Oh no, the floodgates have opened. We've got Michael unleashed. Well, let's have a little look What's in front of us now? Sight, they're already sitting super deep on this. Safe is want to catch Boo. Maybe just a shot through the smoke here, potentially. Don't know if you really caught much of a glimpse, but Plant's going to come in and they have a man advantage. Feels like they haven't had that to work with yet on this side on these retakes.
No, and actually, plenty of utility considering how they found that Plant.
Quick man. Doesn't get to give Benji Fishy the round of applause on the corner, but Benji Fishy going to wait. Does he get checked on here? Proactive approach gets sent back. Runner not going to let him get away with it, but the isolation there was fantastic. Rien's going to get away, but they still need to clear out Benji Fishy, who's waiting with his trap. Again, Kick's got another. Kick's just got another on Rien's. Oh, this is ridiculous, but Benji Fishy isn't losing this round.
Wow. The fact that it comes down to that again, that same tripwire, I think previously catching Runner off when he gets shut down on the showstopper. Benji Fishy isolated here, flashed by Kicks, still goes down swinging. Well, doesn't even go down, sorry.
No, he's
still
chilling.
digs his heels in.
Oh. Benji Fishy getting pumped up now. Hear it. They know what they're doing to him. These are some tilting rounds of Vitality too.
Yeah.
You can't deny the credit you give to Benji Fishy in that moment, but if you're Vitality, you're starting to get a little pissed off. But they're down on the Sheriff's here. They can't do much more about that. That's just the way it goes. Let's see if they can shake this off and find a bit of form back here. This won't be the round for it. The one after is critical. Taking their time. First real bit of contact through market, stalls there, that's nice.
Say,
again, quick
but
adjustment.
yeah, Vitality seemingly not phased by it.
Toxins going up.
Whether or not they're going to find a response back into this round, as Heretics identified main was the weaker side of this setup.
Yeah.
Seemingly wide open side of this setup. Obviously now the inventory becomes a little more concerning. Just pistols for Vitality to break back through.
There's Fury. That's Trex down to the Walking Wounded. And oh, this time it's Runner, not even Safe. Just don't need to see him apparently, this man. Just spamming on through. Safe does get one back, but again, is to try and get pressure on that spike. It's going to be very difficult. The Paranoia doesn't find what it wants. But Sender gets up close and personal. He's still going. He's got a gun as well. This man is doing everything he can. But Benji Fishy breaking their hearts once again. Can't blame a man for trying. Sender went down swinging.
Almost lining up there with the rifle as well. That would have been one of the most ridiculous ways to win back that round.
That would have been so nuts.
Well, Heretics now, 3 on the bounce. Get themselves to double digits. A little bit of wiggle room as well.
Vitality, yeah. Timeout. I think that's the right call. Need to get the boys back in that right mentality. I mean, to be fair, the way it went, it was a costly round 2 on the start of this, right? So the actual kind of coming into the bye round wasn't pretty. Flipped for Vitality and then back to back, right? This is the first time we're seeing them back with a really nice purchase, a couple of ults to play with as well.
I mean, yeah, ultimately this is the round that plays them back into this half. I mean, you can see this, it's 11.
Yeah.
Then I don't want to say broke, but seemingly struggling in terms of the finances. Maybe some of these ultimates could bail them out from a round like that, with Kicks and Sender already having theirs, and Runner Safe knocking on the door also. Yeah, this feels like one Heretics want to try and secure, and Vitality to really claw their way back into this now. Strip away. Well, even looking at Heretics, the other side, they've maybe got a round in hand other than Boo down at the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah.
The only one really struggling financially here. There is a purchase behind a round loss here for Heretics. Especially then when you throw Mini Boo's ultimate in the mix.
Well, let's see if it's road to recovery for Vitality. Timeout should have given them some ideas of what they want to do here. Dizzy back in hand, noting that early presence, allowing for the 2 to clear through. Get that orb.
Now the knife did catch Benji outside B here. Safe has also found further confirmation here. We're speaking to mid. So Vitality well equipped, at least at the start of this round.
but I like this pause.
Yeah,
though.
I was going to say potentially the second wave. What does that look like?
Letting it simmer a bit.
Flash over the top from Trex and Kicks. Again, yeah, Heretics hadn't played back in just yet.
Nope.
So nobody isolated on the back of that utility.
Take flight. Running this relatively late. I'm trying to indicate this A piece, but...
Let's find something now, because there's 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and they've not really made much progress towards a site here. A little bit towards middle. I think they're looking to end towards B, considering where the spike is. With 30 seconds, they're going to have to make this one really count. 3 players already waiting
left.
You see the
towards
pings
CT
coming
side.
through here, yeah. I think it's going to be the paranoia to come through market, yeah.
Away we go. 20 seconds. The spike has not crossed. They need to get towards the site pretty soon. 18, and now they're in. Vitality is still here as well. They're playing towards the back of the pillar. 10 seconds now. Keep your eyes on this one. Safe swings out, finds 2. Masses of value, but Benji Fishy's still here. He's got to get towards the plant as well. Boo needs to be the bodyguard, and he can't quite handle the pressure. It's down to Rienz and Benji Fishy. How much can they do? Not enough. Vitality playing to the clock. Going to get the defuse. They are back in this game with 3 standing.
Really good mid-round protocols from Vitality. Honestly, Heretics, like I said, able to evade that, I guess mitigate as much of the risk as possible by not really jumping the gun in terms of finding a response early on. But yeah, and even just looking at this, it feels a little frantic, a little chaotic. And where Heretics have previously found some success in that, this one, you have the pressure of the clock. This is very different to some of, some of the faster hits we saw on Breeze, for example, where it's, first 20, 25 seconds, everybody committing towards the site here.
Yeah.
This one, the clock's the clock is the deciding factor.
I'm not going to find what they want, but Kick's waiting. Trying to maybe play and runner off this. Dizzy, not going to get any info.
Spotted.
But yeah.
And Sender actually takes a ton of damage
Where's he
behind runner there.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe they were spamming onto runner's jump peak and Sender's the one to eat it up.
It looks quite similar to last round to an extent, but I wonder what the change is now coming back through.
Now actually looking as if the paranoia is going to be invested towards Sender, actually. Yeah, identifying that he's probably going to take this space after the early aggression. No confirmation off the owl drone, though, so not going to be able to catch him. And no ping, actually, on the minimap, so they don't even note his reposition.
No, but re-smoking top middle, trying to maybe sell him. Still don't know what's happening, but this is quiet progress. The knife, I don't know how much I got.
Just 2,
probably
I think.
2. Yeah, I think it's 2.
Which is enough to call the rotation. Now they're walking into the site where actually runner has the showstopper, and he can post it into this smoke on the choke point.
30 seconds left.
I'm going to go for the paint shell first. Sender is lower, and actually the flash was exceptional. But no
Sender
kill.
alive?
Huh?
They're stood next to each other.
They have no idea. How is Sender here? And now he dies! And Palitek's fallen to the showstopper. Again, these rounds are so strange. And look who's back in his known position. Miniboo needs to make some damage happen, and he is. Heretics still firing off here in a 1v1. Benji Fishy up against Safe. The rookie against the veteran. And how does he play it now? 21 kills for Benji Fishy. Did he see a barrel? I think he did. Benji Fishy outdoing Safe here. Putting Heretics 1 round closer.
Okay, but show me again how Miniboo has come flying out of elbow. Yeah, so this is the confirmation here at the start. Yeah, send it to eat it on the backside of the jump peak, but this was... Oh, the flash catches! Oh my god.
That was hilarious. And the fact he still dies.
Yeah. Yeah, that's tough. Again, even, down to 26 HP after that initial damage taken at the start of the round, but Heretics now 11, and this is the eventuality that I was talking about. Now, Vitality are in a must-win round, it feels like.
Yep.
And they're struggling in terms of the equipment at their disposal.
But I like this mid-walk. It's the first time we're actually seeing, though, Heretics kind of go for a more simplistic B approach, right? This is the first time we've seen that. Now we get the pressure on the back lines, but how do they deal with the utility that Benji Fishy committed earlier on to keep that back line safe? I don't know how you do it. And Miniboo get in their faces. A little bit dangerous when that rifle could get dropped in very reachable positions. Palitek now on an island, and now here comes the pinch. They're tucked on the side. They can't really back away from this. Palitek trying to delay at least one side. He's got to keep back 2 players, though. Boo's going to find runner. Can't quite convert on towards the other, but still overwhelmed by Rienz. This is ridiculous. And now we look at what they've got here. Sender's got that rifle, as does Kicks. They've made something out of nothing.
Yeah, but the plant's in the spot right against the wall where it's a pretty easy spam.
How are they going to get that defused now?
Yeah, you can see desperately Kicks is looking for an angle to try and find a cheeky defuse. Recon
Oh.
going to come through, but Sender's found Boo blind.
That'll do the job. And the defuse, it ain't stopping. Rienz can't deny. He can't deny it. Kicks gets away with the defuse right under their nose.
Must win round.
And they won
Called it.
I mean, the proactive play down middle worked off really well. Like that was, you couldn't dream of it going any better. The timing of them as well, just going very simplistically towards that B site. The crunch, everything worked out so well.
So how that initial kill comes through. Obviously know that it was Kicks, I believe, that brings the rifle into this round.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, after that initial contact is taken, to come out of that situation in a 4v3 for Vitality, you're absolutely laughing. But then you look at the plant location. You look at Rienz and Boo's ability to reset into main there comfortably. Yes, no utility, but the key piece of utility being the smoke and the recon allows you to really either isolate the one person that's not defusing or find the spam comfortably. Neither of those things happen.
No. Oh, this is good though. This could be game on, right? This could be the gateway back into this, because the buy going to come out from Heretics won't be ideal. So you'll imagine that, I mean, I say imagine, especially after considering how map 1 went. I mean, Breeze was back and forth the whole way, no matter what the buy, but let's say for simplistic sake, you know, Vitality convert the round they should, which is the buy round they're going to be on now up against at most a mixed bag purchase. That's 11 to 10. Then we've got a couple ults very nearby for Vitality as well. We're really starting to build back into this game.
I mean, potentially we're on the brink of a snowball round as well for Heretics, so even with that gap, they can maybe play with it a little bit. You come into the next one with potentially an ult command and a Hunter's Fury regardless. Mini Boot, only 2 orbs away himself.
Right here.
I guess actually the key component on the other side of that is Track Sammy's ultimate. He's able to shut down as much of that as possible in the next round, because called round 20 a must win. Vitality have to follow through now. Trying to keep this alive and potentially push towards a 2-0.
I think Heretics this round kind of pausing, hoping something gets presented to them. Rienz does find Trek, so Trek's not going to be happy with that.
You did good.
And looking, do they go further? Yeah, the spam off the back from Kicks was excellent. But look who slipped through, Miniboo. How much does one man get from this, though? They can let him cook here, and he's got himself a rifle.
They've taken all this space in B main, though, so...
Ooh. The timing from Boo there, not good enough. Just kind of caught drifting. Yeah, Vitality, safe in the end. Couple of threats, though, Mike.
Definitely was. I think Boo, again, he's so far away from this, he's not expecting a double swing to come out. Only a Sheriff in hand, sure, but maybe on the brink of that round I was alluding to. Just the 1 orb missing now for a full house. A stacked deck for Heretics. But the problem being, I mean, with Vitality playing back into this, they have a buy or 2 under their belt now. Feels a little...
Oh, Runner. Runner,
He's
that
deep.
paranoia.
He's very deep.
Very deep indeed. Gonna start backing away from that, but a stack off the back? 4 players towards B.
I like this. So yeah, they collapse immediately in towards maybe the contingency of securing B site.
And that Viper's Pit was safe might be enough that they keep them feeling secure, but I mean, that's a lot on one man.
It's not invested just yet.
No. That'd be a reactionary piece, but
maybe now that they're not
safe.
hearing anything, this is bold.
This goes too far. He gets away with it, but I don't know how.
Now he's got a pit. Oh, just looking to slow down with the snake bite. You want to secure sight with this, or maybe cut off elbow?
I don't know. But maybe just keeping it for... I mean, there's options, but the guy has just got, like, ice in his veins to not feel pressured by that at all. Even drifting deeper. If he went down, that was wraps. And now they notice 2 more players. Trex is seeing quite a lot of that. Yeah, they get no work done here. Heretics are just being held at the door. They can't clear pillar. They've got no pressure elsewhere.
Big info. Yeah, they're going to assume this is the heavier stack, sure. Not necessarily in a position to capitalize on the other side of the map. Safe now over towards top mid.
This looks like a safe.
Yeah.
It's just
I mean, they just don't have the time to roll the dice on a site.
I've got to say, Safe played that like,
10
I mean,
seconds left.
he played like he knew, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
so disciplined. You find Boo, like I said, you're potentially looking for maybe the lurker there. If it's Benji on the other side, I think it makes sense not to invest the pit. But the fact that it's Boo, sure, it's an omen. I mean, ultimate's there. You may be reading into that he's maybe a late round piece as well. But
Credit
it's
to him, though.
So frugal for him to maintain that and still have the opportunity to invest it where you can maybe guarantee value off the back of it, and it's not necessarily a throw it out.
Yeah,
on
that's
a
so
whim.
impressive. And now we're starting to see this really snowbally round for both sides almost. I mean, Runner's still not got his, Sender doesn't quite have his yet. Now,
Look at
Runner's
the
the one
money,
that's
though.
missing, but you're right, the money is there, and I'm already seeing an
Ultimate's
operator
there,
out.
but
This is the key round, right? This is the one that matters. And the pace change from Heretics. They're looking to go right towards Safe, who was the Iceman from the round before, didn't feel phased. Now, he has to respect it. Forced further back, and Miniboo going to try and take the site.
the snake bite go in there? Yes, it did.
Did. Safe got to be careful, not get pressured. Rien's trying to allow some safety.
Find anything? Yeah, it's one tag.
You'll take what you get at this point. You can see what's invested all the way back through. Runner going to step forward.
Same tripwire.
Again, it's working wonders. Miniboo is going to be detained. Though Spam comes out, but Benji Fishy still, this man is a monster from this position. That corner's his now. It's been named.
This has consistently been an issue, though.
It's Benji's
and
corner.
This re-aggress back through from spawn.
God.
A total pace change. A sucker punch for Vitality to try and sponge it. Another kill
Oh my
comes
God,
through.
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, Boo.
Let's go!
Has he suffered 2 of those
Let's
now?
go, baby! Nice!
In the 11th hour.
Literally.
After Vitality found a little bit of comfort, 3 rounds on the bounce. Well,
Pace,
Heretics
Michael.
now feeling like they want to follow through with this.
Yeah, Miniboo never down, never out. He wants in, wants the gap closed, wants to try and chase down Sender. Kicks gets sent running away, and Sender overwhelmed. There was nowhere to back to. He was left alone at sight. Kicks couldn't save him, no one could. And now Kicks safe, and Trek's gonna have to try and work this back in, or Heretics have snuck this one away. The pit finally invested, but to what use?
Yeah, to what avail? Not gonna be an awful lot. Not even really giving yourself a firm grasp back onto site, finally dealing with that tripwire before it finds a kill. That set will be noted, but it's an exchange of utility that doesn't really favor Vitality.
Okay, Safe, show us something. You still need more though. Kicks just fell, it's all on you, and he can't quite do enough. As you said, in that 11th hour, Heretics make their stand.
Beautiful play back into this, a furious exchange in the second half as well. Credit to Vitality for playing a fantastic game here on Sunset. There's Heretics to drag this over the line, it feels like.
Yeah, kicking and screaming they drag this over. It does open up the opportunity that I think a lot of us now wanted after seeing these first 2 games, these first 2 maps. Is map 3, and it's going to be Icebox.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Couple of reporters reporting, firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never.
Can you guys please shut up? I'm gonna jump off the stage.
にゃ123にゃありがとうにゃ1
I feel like still you can relate to Rians there when you're spending too much time with me and Kakuka. But what a response that was from Heretics. They were down, but definitely not out. What did you guys make of their performance? And a bit of a comeback there too.
Crazy singing from Patadeg, actually. He's bringing the vibes. You love the vibes.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah, okay, we're doing the vibes thing again. Yeah, I think for the most part, it was like a pretty tight race. For the most part, you had both teams, I mean, Vitality won both pistols, so I think right then and there, we have to say it was probably a little bit more favorable to Heretics overall, but there was a little bit of back and forth where at one point, 4 players from each team were really like tight with their kill distribution, but then you have like the outliers. You had Boo at 3 and 12 at round 18, you had Trex 5 and 10 at round 18, and it's just like, what's really going on here? Because there was like a round in specific where things start falling apart for Heretics. It's like, is Vitality going to make this comeback? And that just like tight race when one player is not having a good game, I wonder if that affected his calling as well.
It was not solid from any of them. We also saw a couple of at least one that I can remember from Heretics, where they actually understand exactly what they want to do in the map, and is those rounds where they have the least pressure that they feel most comfortable in. And if we think about what happened at the end of the match, how they were just chaining those rounds together, instead of working around the map, trying to get on the lurks, trying to get on the safer positions that would give them the upper hand and winning the duel, and just focus on those straight hits. In many occasions, it was between Vitality shooting themselves in the foot to go in very weird moments onto the retake, and them just knowing exactly how to enter the sites.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned some of those rounds. We have one here actually to show you guys. Round 19 here. I feel like you guys hit the nail on the head. It was a lot of back and forth.
Yeah, exactly. This is, I think, a perfect example. It doesn't matter what the idea that Vitality has. Sender is completely shut down. Yes, we know they're both flash. Miniboo's not going to get the kill. And even with that, even though Sender knows exactly where he is, Miniboo gets the kill. Everything happens so fast. We talk about the chaos, and specifically with this kind of compositions, with having the Gecko and everything happening at the same time, is a team that feels more comfortable in the agents that they're playing, in the movement around the map. But look at the timer. Most of these rounds ended up in the clock actually dictating when the executes were going to happen.
What I actually thought when I was like watching the game, I was thinking, oh, okay, Heretics is doing a lot of like these push-pull things, and it looked like they were indecisive about where they wanted to go. And then I was thinking, like, when are they going to start doing these more explosive hits? Because I feel like, you know, when they get into those explosive hits, that's when they're able to convert things. And even like of the last few rounds, Benji was able to get like at least 2-3 Ks back to back, but he had like 4 overall in the entire series. And a few of those came in like locking down those late rounds on attack and the post plants. But I just like look at a round like that where like Boo's TPing up onto the boxes in the middle of the site, and like that to me is just like, okay, when you're having a really bad game individually as a performer, what happens as like an in-game leader and stuff, like is that affecting how you're calling the mid rounds and like what types of executes you're doing? That's kind of what I was like thinking when I was watching it.
Well, the good news is they managed to secure it.
Yeah.
It was very close, but they pushed for a map 3. And this is where I think things are going to get interesting, because I don't know how you felt, Kakuka, but that Icebox comp they brought out against Fnatic was so annoying to play against. It looked like incredibly annoying.
Yeah, totally. And it's crazy to think, right, when we think about the composition that they run with no duelist and still having the effect and shutting down the opposing duelist and being no other than Durka on the other side, especially in a map that should have been and was in that time so good for Fnatic. So seeing them so comfortable and actually being able to bring it back here on Sunset should give them that kind of explosiveness. On the other side, Icebox was the map that Vitality banned time and time again during kickoff, and now we're finally gonna get to see it.
Yeah, it's like we're going in a little bit blind here to know like what our expectations are for Team Vitality. I wonder if Heretics knows or has like any information, any like secret knowledge about what's going on with their composition. But like, you know, when you're a team like Heretics, you have a target on your back right now. You got top 2 in the kickoff. You had some maps played at Madrid, so the teams are going to know exactly what you have. And you played this map in the first week against Team Fnatic, so you're going to have a target on your back, and Vitality is going to be prepared for this for sure.
Well, let's see what we're going to get over here. Not quite the deadlock, but they've kind of incorporated the Gecko back into this as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that I think that Kix was doing a good job. I think that he had a lot of lineups and had a lot of impact in this game. And Trex going back on the KO on the Sunset, it wasn't the most effective. I don't think that he was feeling himself, but this kind of roles is where everybody should feel most comfortable in from Vitality.
Yeah, I'm looking at that, like Team Heretics is running the same comp that they run against Fnatic, so they're going to keep going for the same things. The strength is going to be in their defense, in their retakes especially. They have, especially towards B, they have the mosh pit that lands back yellow, and they're going to be able to move out together and use the Sage Wall in that post lane. I feel like Trex needs to have really good timings with his knife to be able to shut down that retake.
Well, this is it, the first time we're seeing Team Vitality's Icebox, and it is up against Team Heretics. I can't wait to jump into this and throw it over to your casters one last time, Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you, Sue, and the desks. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. I think we've had two very close maps here, both taking chunks out of each other. The quality I'm seeing out of Vitality caught me off guard. If I'm honest,
Yeah,
after
definitely.
seeing Kickoff, Madrid, everything else.
Bingo. I was looking at this, and this is no discredit to Vitality. This is more Heretic
Result-based.
Stonks being pretty well.
Pretty high.
Yeah. So to see this go the distance here, credit to Vitality, absolutely. To take Breeze, obviously keep Sunset as close as it was. In my eyes, probably should have won Sunset.
I kind of agree.
Like I said, there's a few rounds that Heretic's able to scrape through with a clutch here and there, and had no business winning, really.
And Benji Fishy in his little corner for about 4 rounds.
That damn trip.
That damn trip. All right, Palatech. He's in a little bit of trouble now. He's got support, though. 3 other players weighing near enough by. Dizzy should see, and oh dear, Runner has absolutely smashed Palatech.
One suppressed.
Catches a glimpse of Boo as well.
Look at the progress on the other side of the map.
Well, I was going to
though.
say, yeah, the fact that he spotted a second, potentially third player here means Safe can really pick up the pace.
So I like this recheck. Benji Vishy very heads up to at least recheck on that. Maybe feeling there was no pressure coming through
Doesn't
on
give his
B-Long.
life away as well. Down to 67 HP, has to respect this progress made now. There's no utility to stop the plant or even delay this, really. And looking at the minimap, the fact that it's only one scene and it's a Killjoy means that the rotation comes through quite late here.
30 seconds left.
Oh, what do they have?
I'd say rotation comes through quite late, so does the plant.
Yeah, that took a minute. Down to the top side. Ooh, Safe though, gonna find Benji Fishy. That Sheriff now coming into effect. Oh, Rienz hits that. Again, this just feels like some of these fights are going the way it shouldn't, but now Boo left well. Struggling to find deeper impact into this round. A 1v3 will be very difficult here. And a nice attempt, but not gonna be much more than an attempt here. Very nice pivot off the back of the space that Safe managed to garner for them over towards A.
Yeah, like I said, and timed it perfectly as well. The fact that obviously this information is relayed on that recheck and Boo is spotted, I don't believe a second player, but you could maybe argue the assumption is there. Yeah, Safe's the one to really secure this round. And that space gained on the other side. There'll be a Sheriff thrown in here for Rians.
Stage's walls are coming down.
Actually a second now for Boo. Navi-esque old buy here.
Sana, sana.
2 pistols here for Sender and Safe.
And again, does Safe get to thread the needle? I'm pretty sure he's heard steps backing away from the site, so I wonder how long they sit on this. Or do they commit regardless? This time looks like a commitment, but denial on the first attempt of the plant. That's Wingman held back. And Safe didn't make the same level of progress here. Not a million miles away, but again, drawing all players over. What does Kicks have for us?
Blow him up, Marsh.
2 players down on ground level here. Will be forced into the open potentially, but no wide swing coming through on the back of the mosh pit.
No, looking to get Safe potentially in a better position. The timing of that. I think Benji Fishy might have considered it, but no, not early enough at all. Safe again, this lurk is filthy. Heretics were in the right place, but Safe is just continuing to unravel them with a ghost.
30 seconds.
Oh, and he wants a bit more. Not going to get past Boo, but still, his job should be done. He's done everything you could possibly ask.
Spike planted.
Finding that much with the ghost. Around here where there's 3 rifles invested elsewhere. Finally the plant comes through. Yeah, pretty difficult for Boo and Rians to find anything, but they are the 2 with Sheriffs. So if they can do some damage potentially.
Last player
Oh, Kicks. Just kicks him in the side of the head. Riens goes down. Boo now. Fidget spinners aren't going to get you too far. 4 players against you, and they are wanting to remove you from the server. That, however, is a denial. And these are the 3 remaining rifles, so you don't want to risk those too much. And no, Sender just sprays in. Gonna catch him. 3 stand. They're the 3 rifles they wanted to invest into as well, so they don't really lose much from this. If anything, gotta say, Safe, just nasty in these last couple of rounds. Really, I mean, the first one finding all the space, right? He's the one who played that timing perfectly towards A, hitting that
all the
lurk.
kills.
And then round two, finds everything they need kill-wise, that mid-pressure coming out. You couldn't ask for a better start from him. And now they've got kicks with his ult as well, so they can really space take, like, if they want something on the map, they can pretty much take it.
The first stab towards A site here, an adjustment here being Benji over towards B now. A utility won't be noted early on. What will be noted is the positioning here of Rians and Miniboo.
What can you do to stop this? Well, that will help. Boo gonna find a runner as he tried to make the most of getting around that corner. Work off the back of the timing from Kix' ult. Again, keep your eyes towards safe. His lurks are just giving me nightmares.
I mean, obviously there's a poison orb to cover the cross here, but nobody to pick up the other side of it. So whether or not he can find value, I think Heretics is going to be seemingly aware of the possibility somebody slipped through. But now they do decide to rotate towards B, or faking the steps away, and maybe it's just going to be Sender to try and create a little bit of pressure elsewhere to try and play ultimately safe in on this lurk.
At the moment, safe currently is just kind of relay information, right? It's, do I hear steps on rotation? Do I know anyone moving anywhere? And with no one moving, they could maybe extrapolate that they're going towards a favorable site, right? There is still the utility here, though.
Left.
That is a factor. But then he gets to try and get the presence. He's going to note these steps now. He knows they're going to be rotating off the back of this, but they should have a favorable site to work towards. But whether or not they can land this is yet to be seen. With that sort of flash of a push, they certainly could until then. Denial on the plant. 13 seconds, it's getting close here. Kix might have to give up a whole lot for that. His life get chunked down, and now we look for the lurk. They haven't seen safe. They've got to know he's a problem somewhere. Rian's considering it. This time, turret's still in play. Trex does find Boo, down to 3v3 now, and look at the timing on that. The push and the pull here. As soon as their attention gets drawn away, then he strikes. Benji Fishy answering back. This is back and forth the whole way, and now Safe tries to lean in. Miniboo's caught him. Perfect from Miniboo. And man, they were made to work for that.
Definitely were. Safe playing the timing to perfection. Doesn't give away the game too early. Doesn't pull the trigger, obviously, as soon as that rotation comes off A site. And like you said, the push and pull, that's the perfection in terms of the timing coming through. 2-1 now. The response comes through from Heretics.
Alright, that's quite nice.
See there on the X-ray how much Safe was going to find on the other side of that peak. I guess in that position, it does then become the one and done, right? Unless there's going to be any other side, a second piece to the puzzle, I guess, for Vitality, but nobody's really going to try and bail him out from that situation.
No. 2-1 now. We've got Safe one away from his lockdown. Boo one off from the res. Rians does have ult ready to go.
Back to me.
He's going to have to back away from this Kix. An early tester towards B, but no commitment behind it. You're seeing them kind of shifting away from this. It's going to be that outlaw. Has anyone got light armor? Yeah, a couple actually do. So only Miniboo and Rians opting for the full armor. So it could be effective in this. Safe's given that opportunity. I don't know how much he's going to get played into this, though. No one's really looking for those sort of picks here. But they're very paranoid about a lurk.
They definitely are. Exploring mid now, and this is the sort of round where really you want to see Heretics try and figure out that sort of thing. Boo!
Oof!
Give up the space, nearly punished on the retreat.
Been stalled out here. Not crossed the site at all. Maybe banking a little on the pressure from Sender towards Tube, I think that is. Yeah. I don't know what you're meant to do, though, because you're still going to have the turret there from Benji Fishy, so it's not going to really allow you safe passage. The Dizzy up high, no one going to swing off the back, but they're still going to hold the site. 14 seconds, they're running low. Sender decides it's time to strike here. Benji Fishy should have his number, but now Plant is down. Look at him, ooh, Safe needs to get out of there, and he does. Still staying close enough by, though. Vitality aren't really backing away from the site, not sitting deep. Boo looking like he's considering the res here, but where's he going for this one?
Considers
Get
the safer,
back.
yeah. Back to a 3v3, yes. Trex and Sender tagged up. 4 HP down. Safe actually forced off the angle here.
Sender's still got utility. He's got time to be bought. And Safe punishing Boo. It's down to Miniboo and Benji Fishy doing well on the one, but they still need to get towards that defuse. Trex down low, swings it. Beautiful from Miniboo. Full faith from Benji Fishy. Didn't stop for a second. Heretics closing back into this now. Nice close game between these two here.
And the ability here to really, I guess, reset for just a moment to find that res. But like you said, the awareness is there already. I think Heretics are going to have their head on a swivel now. I'm probably happy to give up initial site control, I guess, unless they have a comfortable fight.
Oh my God! Tommy! Holy!
Weird, the audio cut out there on the
Funny that
clip, yeah.
I wonder what.
Don't know.
Shame. Nice CP
Subtitles,
Gels,
maybe.
audio engineer, found a new job though. Look out to you. He did it because he probably swore, right, before there's like a Reddit thread. Bye though. Mike, what are we making of the Stingers and the Outlaw here? Yes, that sort of feeling, huh?
Well, I mean, they've got themselves on a site. I was going to say the initial concern would be finding a ranged engagement that feels comfortable.
Spike planted.
Runner still trying to make use of the Bulldog at this point, but now actually they're in a position where the lockdown comes through pretty early on, ahead of the null command as well.
Okay, but they got to get moving if they want to commit to this, and Gix is right there. Trying to get that defuse on the go here. The lockdown still ticking, finally gets dealt with. But look at the bodies just littered on the floor here. Runner still trying to stand and hold, and Sender can't do any more. That was so messy, but it works out in the end. They make it through the absolute gauntlet that was that A site.
Yeah, and the wall and the wingman in combination to secure the defuse coming through here. There's a moment where this lockdown, I don't know what was left on the clock, but...
Not much. It was very much down to the wire.
Almost became really, really awkward. You had the situation where wingman was defusing the whole time.
Yeah.
So... yeah, that's when you don't really want to see the assumption coming through that the lockdown will prevent the defuse.
Speaking of lockdowns, Benji Fishy now has his. Kick still with his ult here. I think he's had it for a little while, unless he's actually got it back from when I last noted it.
Right there.
At this point, though, Rien's going to be identified early with the knife, so staying propped up on this, maybe played in off the back of a flash, but let's see if that comes in. As it stands, just a test of the nerve over towards the B site. Rien still gets to linger around with Miniboo. They're getting curious here. That's enough of a tell. The flash and the dizzy. Gonna lose out on that. Won't be able to pick that one back up.
No harm, no foul, though. No damage really exchanged here. Heretics drifting a little deeper. But still comfortable behind the Viper wall. Now actually late investment of the wall could be a problem here, but Kicks on the back of that, looking to isolate on the detained. It does come through, but Boo's still alive.
Boo's still standing. Rienz has his back, and Boo, where is he? How is he living? He's finally been found by Trex. The site's under their control. Benji Fishy still has the lockdown, and Patatek not too far off from his ult, but he's 2 away, and that's still quite a lot at this point.
Yeah,
but look at... doing this in a post plant is going to be rough, though. Sender can still buy time, Mike.
Well, the reason it's tough in the post plant here is that actually it's a comfortable, safe plant up in Nest. So there's plenty of opportunities here for Vitality to punish the defuse coming through. That Viper Wall's not really going to give them any sort of comfort, but Benji will.
What an absolute nutcase! Sender! Red Bull clutch right back at you. I thought that was Benji Fishy's moment to shine, but it's not to be. Back and forth we go, 3 apiece now. The scrappy buys finally fully pay off. They make it through, and I don't know how Boo lived that long.
But now Boo got a kill before being detained. Eventually shut down here.
Oh.
It just so happens they drop down Sender.
Nice! I don't understand why we're...
And that's the audio you cut out. Really crucial dialogue and context for us there.
But whatever it was is enough that they've called a timeout.
Yes.
So that is quite interesting. There's something happening. There is some either miscommunication or something not quite lining up, or whatever they're doing they don't quite like, that they pump the brakes. So something heard, something said is enough that they want to just kind of pause, check in, because that was a round back, right? This was 3 on the trot for Heretics. Even though they were, quite close, a little bit, scrappy, it's enough they want to pause here.
So we'll see, I guess, a massive overhaul of the approach. Whether or not that is just a, a tweaking issue. Whether or not Vitality, well, I don't feel like they're struggling just yet. Obviously, you see Heretic's string of rounds came from a couple of successful retakes, but on the back of, you could argue, some heroics, individual heroics to break back into some of these sites.
I feel like we're getting that almost from both teams, right? It's in equal part. We had Sender clutching out the last one, but then prior to that, Benji Fishy almost hitting, a nutty 3K. So I think both teams are very capable of doing it. I want to see what this adjustment is from Vitality. I don't know if something we can even identify. It could be something quite small. Let's see, as it seems, Heretics prioritizing so much of this space here. Maybe put on red alert after the amount that Safe was getting away with, but again, you're trying to make something happen. You're looking mostly towards Rienz, and you're looking towards the other side of Miniboot, right? These two are the kind of pack-a-punch players. And Safe's slowly going to be working towards A still, so keep that in the back of your mind. On the other side of the map, there's still going to be a stack there. Like, Safe's like awareness.
Hunting,
Smart boy. Is he smart enough to clear this? And that's a little bit of an alarm being rung there. Rienz needs to play patient. He needs to play patient here. How meticulously does Safe clear? So far,
he's going to check this.
Yes, he is. He is going to check it at the audience, and you could see the frustration on Rienz. You could see it there. Waited so long for a chance. Heard the steps, got all excited. Not going to happen. Denial on the first attempt.
30 seconds left.
But the Viper's Pit, perfect answer, and that should be safety. Rifle is in the hands of Penitek though, so they've got an upgrade there, Mike.
Yeah, Parnash comes through. Well, hang on. Miniboo's found a kill with a fragment and a headshot onto Trex here. Brings it back to a 4v2.
Okay, Dizzy in the mosh pit still. So that's a time buyer. Got Wingman back too.
Very early though.
You can see the paranoia. He's worried about this, right? Trying to hope something happens. Sender's got to be careful as well. Could be spammed out here, but does he time this right? Does he try and make the hero play himself? Leaves the pit, tries to find the angle, but he's been found. Benji Fishy doesn't fall for free. And now Vitality try and dig their heels in. The wall's in the way. Oh, Sender! As if you're pulling that one off. Vitality clutching onto this round.
Back to back for Sender as well. The one to seal the deal. A second successful A-site hit here. And the Sage Wall may be causing an issue there, but even the reposition, I mean, it's tough for Rienz. He's got so many different angles to worry about here.
Yeah.
Might look like a comfortable position, but not so much.
And again, though, this was a half buy. This was one rifle on Rienz and the Guardian.
Classic. What?
Oh, we won.
I mean, yeah, look back at that one. Hang on. Hold that door. What is that from Rienz?
It was taking him out of the sky. Safe now wants to be involved. They've read it, but he still takes one with him. They knew that's what he wanted to get back. They're starting to read this team a little better here, but with Sender still standing, there's still going to be a chance. The guy's been worth his weight in gold in the last couple, but now they don't have any layers to depend on. They've got an ult from Trex. They feel they can use it. Z-Kick's trying to get proactive. I like this. I like what they're trying to do here. That's really heads up work from Vitality. Turning the odds. Using Wingman like that. Getting aggressive with Sender. Now what do you do here though? They needed a kill and now they get to sit back deep. Oof. Trex will be seen, but no harm, no foul there.
The pit's going to come through. Going to cause some issues here.
But
it doesn't necessarily feel comfortable.
No, still a flash, and Sender's still got utility. How do you get past him? Even with the Viper's Pit, what does it matter? Yeah, there it is. Look at this. What are you meant to do here? They can't get past Sender. They finally take him down, but by now, is there even enough time for this? Really? Spam on. They've got to check on this. They've got to check on this. Panitek down to 29. No one. Oh my God, he made a go of it. But Vitality again, even it's down to one man, it still works.
At least that, the one to reset the finances potentially for another round.
Oh, before the flash too. But this was so good, taking this space.
Yeah, so they're sending Wingman out and using that, almost that sound cue to then double swing on. That situation where, Heretics are looking at it, it's like, yeah, numbers advantage. There's no way that, we're going to have two people swinging onto us here as the spike comes through. It's those little plays with Gecko that really catch teams off guard. So it throws a spanner in the works.
Oh, it does. And I think there's going to be more and more of that. And we see Clove get brought into play potentially as well if it gets utilized to the, that again, just kind of, I guess, subverting expectations, kind of playing aggressively in scenarios you're not used to. Similar
to when we saw, Neon board, it really throws off timings and, expected outcomes of certain situations.
It's a really exciting prospect to look into, but I like what we're seeing here. Vitality really scrappy in these rounds, but it's working for them. In my mind, Sender has been just magnificent in what he's been doing for him. Really, really impressive work. Now you can see Vitality really having to check through on this, considering we know that I think it was Rien's last time did manage to slip the net. Did get punished by Safe, but still, you can see them very careful in their clear. It's Boo this time. He's trying to back away quietly. Maybe he has a little look. Safe doesn't quite punish quickly enough, but no harm, no foul. And this Boo will have to somewhat respect this. Trying to get cheeky, but he's just not finding the shot he wants.
No. I mean, Milkwood comes away with that with 90 HP, to be honest with you. Will just be Sheriffs in the retake. Utility to make use of, but Vitality going to be able to set up a stranglehold here.
Yeah, they've got site control building, but Runners, he's sticking around a little late there. Careful
Didn't get anything from that, but the wall's removed now.
Yeah, Boo going down. Removes one of the pieces of the puzzle. You can see all that time being purchased on the spike. Very little for them to be able to get that comfortably in hand, and Sender waiting. If it gets a bit dicey, if it gets a bit dangerous, Sender can creep a little bit closer. Miniboo, the only one to really draw blood, and Runner and Trex wants to do the damage here, and Heretics, I'm waiting for a timeout. I want to see if they can pump the brakes and maybe get a grip on this game again, because Vitality stringing 4 rounds together now.
I think we've just seen the panic button pushed.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, it looks as if maybe it's going to be
that was good. That was good.
A little bit threatening. With Heretics getting back onto site so comfortably, Runner unable to really pin down much damage or a kill before dipping out. But as soon as Boo's removed, that's then, the window of opportunity to find a half defuse, ahead of the curve, kind of a little off beat, I guess, off tempo. That then makes it very, very difficult for Heretics to recover anything. Yeah, difficult to really say what the response needs to be from Heretics, because I mean, I feel like we're in a similar situation to where on Sunset. Vitality are just, they have so many opportunities and so many options and little resistance. Whether or not that's the early work of Safe, and Heretics now are a little paranoid to overcommit on extremities or, explore towards mid just through fear of being punished.
I feel like you have to take that risk, though, in my mind at this point.
I mean, you do, you absolutely do when the opposing team strings 4 rounds together.
And I just feel like at this point, Heretics are just working in the dark a lot as well. Like, yes, they're starting to get the read on this A piece, but the amount of kind of like fakes that we saw pulled off early because of Safe's presence, I feel like they have to get dedicated map control somewhere. I mean, it sounds almost counterintuitive because there has been that lurk, but at this point, you got to try and do something to get, players in the right place. Or you play fully for the retake. But again, then how are you disrupting the backline? There's something you have to identify.
Yeah, it's the lesser of 2 evils, because at the minute, they're kind of just sitting watching this half pass them by, to be honest. Not even slip through their fingers, pass them by altogether.
And I'm looking at what I'm seeing as potentially a 2-man mid split. Wait and see if that comes in. Could have a fight there potentially with Benji Fishy and Sender. But now Miniboo actively standing on this. It doesn't look like he can really back. He can actually, surprisingly, he can back away. Trex is going to find Rien's though. Oh, yeah. And there is that mid lurk. There is that ult coming in. Benji Fishy trying to control that mid presence, but they can't. Sender's already slipped the net. This is a disaster. Vitality are now just adding layers to this. They found the pain point and they're pushing it again and again. Be it through middle, be it through just, again, a good A take here, but Sender the one now to kind of supplement what Safe was doing.
Yeah, investing twofold now because they've had freedom in terms of progress towards site. Now they can actually sacrifice another player towards this lurk, punishing the backlines, catching rotations of Heretics, and ultimately, hang on a second. I mean, yeah, Runner's close enough.
No.
Open sight line.
No.
Yeah, it's not happening.
Oh. Oh. I don't think there's enough time.
There isn't.
Sadly. It would have been quite fun. We haven't had a ninja defuse in what feels like years now.
No, a long time. But then you also don't get tripwire kills, so,
Anything can and will happen.
Those bingo card players for today. Probably kicking themselves after that one. Thank God it was an open plant.
Yes. Oh, where's the spike gone? Oh, good. When did you last play bingo? Like actual bingo.
Actual bingo?
Actual bingo. Down, you know, maybe not a bingo hole, but, you know, actual bingo.
Skegness 2008. There's a reference
a
for
phrase
you.
that, oh God.
Never before said on an esports
I was about
broadcast.
to say, the word skegness probably has never been said, but here we are. Look at the ults that are stacked on Heretics. They just haven't had a chance to use. They've just been living in the shadow of Vitality, and they didn't really have a good grip on this side of the map either, if I'm honest. And now considering they've got Sheriffs, it's going to get a whole lot harder. Runner overwhelming Paditech. Site now available and free for the plant. Shrek's going to clear Benji Fishy. Where are you, Heretics? Because right now you're being pushed aside, maybe feeling that they finally dealt with the A problem, but look at this switch up. Vitality going, well, we'll just look at the other side of this map. We'll go towards B. How delightful. They haven't even planted yet. Wingman off and away. Probably going to be denied. Yep. Boop. Trying to play his life here, but Rien's now noted. And they pause. This would need one of these players to really find value. Rien's, there's that aim we're talking about.
Now actually it becomes a little problematic, yeah.
Yeah.
Vitality have to push a little further forwards here. Minibu's punished exactly that.
Okay. Ults come out. You can see Boo trying to keep him safe while Rien's tries to get some value. Runner going to invest towards Miniboo. And now it's down to Rien's in a 1v2. How much can one man achieve here? Turret now removed, safe taken away, but he should be back to effect by the time that Rien's could close the gap. And he's still on the Guardian. Kicks to the left, safe to the right. This would need something monumental. He knows where both players are. He's got utility still to play with too. Still has Wingman here.
Saw you, Mosh.
Trying to create some safety on the angle. Should get some progress going. This is still dangerous. This is still doable, and Kicks breaks his heart, but keeps things looking golden for Vitality.
Again, with the funds built up and established here for Vitality, no real sweat in terms of that coming right down to the wire. Especially with a 5-round lead here. Firmly in control of Icebox, which feels a little unexpected considering, obviously, not knowing really to place the, I guess, the credence of last week's result versus Fnatic.
Yes.
But a 13-4 result nonetheless for Heretics here. Vitality once again flipping the script for us.
I mean, this is genuinely massive for Vitality, who've, again, the comp left us wanting more. But maybe this is the solution. Finding the balance to all things as Miniboo on the verge. Spots 1, 2, 3, plenty of barrels noted and plenty of bodies added to the count. Dizzy, not quite dissuading them enough. It's Boo this time to double down. Even just Kicks alive. Finally the answer's there for Heretics, but so late in the day. The last round of the first half could be theirs, but Kicks, you got something? Don't think this is particularly feasible, but he's got time. He's in between a rock and a hard place. And there it is, position noted and all that utility removed for a couple of seconds. Forced to show his hand as Wingman comes around the corner. And Heretics clutching onto the last round here in the first half.
Yeah, win out in what feels like a brute force really for Vitality, seemingly like they have the freedom to do so. This Miniboo, a brazen position, but with the res being available, you can take a little bit of a risk like that to kick the round off. But a very convincing half from Vitality. A 4-round lead now coming into the defensive side.
Those 6 rounds in a row, I genuinely don't think Heretics had an answer at all. I think they were absolutely lost in it.
No, I mean, again, you could also argue, come back to the Fnatic series, I think it was a 9-3 half on the attack for Heretics, so sure, there's an argument to be made that, you know, it's not the end of the world in terms of them, but that was the first half of the map as well. They obviously led to kick things off here. Now have to claw their way back in.
Look at the positions already coming out across the map. So much information. They know exactly where they are.
You're going to see Sender just give this up now. There's a nano swarm down that can stall out a default plant. They're going to be herded
And
does this turret get deactivated? Wait, did it get shot?
I don't know. I think so. I think so. Benji Fishy was watching it anyway, so I feel as though there's a case. Do they just try and push through here? They're going for a deeper plant to be safe from the split, but then they need to win this fight towards CT. It's paramount, it is a priority. Sender tries to do his best, but he falls. Benji Fishy overwhelmed on the side, but he's the first alert. He's the first warning. The Vitality are now back on the site. Runner kicks safe. Looking to try and flood on through. 4 players though. Holding on the other side for a second here. How do they clear this? The double swing off the back of Dizzy. It's Runner to find Boo. No effective trade here. Rien's out forced off the angle, but that's the timing for Paditech to strike. And Safe goes down. First found here for Heretics now.
A lot of threat, a lot of danger for Heretics. Yeah, reference game is on point today, yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't do... You didn't really send it. No, you didn't really send it.
Oh, you wanted me to send that, did you?
Well, I mean, if you're going to make a reference, yeah.
Enemy remaining.
Regardless, though, Heretics
Nice.
on the board here.
Finally.
Yeah, looking happy in the Heretics camp.
Cheerful bunch, aren't they?
Yeah. Put 2 Brits in the same room. Make them watch Valorant.
Well, my mental health has not been the same.
What could possibly happen? What could go wrong?
Well, back to the game safe as a sheriff.
It was rhetorical. Safe. Slip away from this now after being noted.
Yeah, you know what, you take this round.
Yeah.
I'm having a drink of
Heretics.
water.
Needs saying. Heretics
I'm next to you.
find themselves a wide open A site here. Obviously, we'll get the plant through. Actually, Wall invested on the back of that as well, so an obstacle for Vitality to overcome on the way back through. Look, exchange between Rienz and Boo there.
Alrighty, back in the building. Dizzy, not gonna get much out of this. Let's see if there's any sort of threat here. So far, no. Nil point. Runner makes a go of it, but they find 2. As long as they recover any of the rifles they had, it's no harm, no foul, all good.
Yeah, it was 3 bought in, so again, you sacrifice the pistols.
With 1. Yeah. They've got all that they came in with, so not too much of a problem. That's 2 in a row. Now, this is where it gets interesting. This is where the fun starts to happen. I promise you. Maybe the next one, really, but you know.
No, it is. This ultimately plays back in towards equalising that advantage coming out of the half. And I mean, it's pretty well flushed.
It's not a bad bonus round. Bulldog Guardian, yeah, but the rest just sitting on nice amounts of rifles, full util. You'll be happy enough with that, Heretics. It's game time. Vitality want to dig their heels in now. This is the round to do it in.
Dizzy's down.
A real resistance in terms of that early exchange. Just going to get everyone with another free plant. I mean, wall removed, yes, but I don't think there's going to be much pressure coming onto the plant here. Boo eats a ton of damage off the snakebite, but able to heal up comfortably after this, and Heretics will have a chance to reset and relax a little bit.
Here. Yeah, Boo can buy some time. Slow it down a little. 3 of them staying relatively close towards that maze. You can already note that Sender has slipped a little bit closer. Boo going to be overwhelmed. Miniboo on the trade out though, finds Sender. Rienz then swings into gear. Safe trying to work off the back of the Boombot, not going to get what he wants though. It's kicks to draw blood. But now they got to look towards that spike, and that's where the problems truly begin, because time can be bought here.
So much post-plant cheese
Look at
being applied.
So difficult, but not going to happen. And again, this is where it becomes horrifically dicey. I don't think there's going to be time for... Runner?
Wait,
Runner?
hang on.
Runner! Oh my word, that was close enough. It got me nervous, but the Red Bull clutch in the end. Heretics continue on closing the gap.
It's a moment there where you think Runner's got the time, but again, the sideline's not actually perfect all the way to the top of belt here. You can see Heretics probably try and run this A-side execute time and time again behind the comfort of that Sage Wall. Vintage Icebox approach, obviously with the Gecko sprinkled on top as well. A dash of Gecko.
The microwave. I've been watching a lot of weird cooking videos, Michael. been very dull without you.
Sorry, Steel.
Okay, well, that wasn't, you know.
I mean, you said it.
No, I meant in my private time.
Right there.
Relax.
Well, that's a conversation for another time.
Well, it's a very slow start to the round, Michael. So
No, Heretics are on B site already.
Oh, B site must have moved. Sender doesn't see any of these players.
Yeah, no confirmation on the backside. Benji, I'm not even sure actually if when Runner had repositioned here. Right, Safe will catch the cross. That's a tag actually as well.
Oh.
Right there.
All right. Yeah, and something we generally gave Heretics pretty high credit for was their usages of these ults, you know, making sure they find value. And even rounds like this that could have been a bit more dangerous, but you can see that danger now starting to really mount. It's Kicks and Runner to connect, and Miniboo going down. Ult on the other side. Make it to Psych get the information, but no detains here. Rien's on guard duty. He's got to try and keep this safe. It's an absolute nightmare. It's an absolute minefield. Runner's absolutely popping up. So is Sender. It's on Benji Fishy with 13 seconds and 2 to find. What the hell does he do with this?
10 seconds left.
This is all kinds of screwed up. He's trying to go for the plant. He read the position initially. Kicks goes back for it. He's got the plant down. How does he do it? You've got Kicks on one side, Benji on the other. 5 bullets for Benji Fishy. Kicks trying to play the time. Drops down, it's been heard. Trying to toy with it. Go back up. Benji Fishy now looks back. Oh, Kicks!
He got the headshot there. It must have clipped the edge of the wall.
It had to have done. Kicks is on 3 HP.
The Kicks have a shield. I mean, he brings a Sheriff into this, so maybe a light shield, yes, but the Thrifty comes off nonetheless for Vitality. But
how?
I'm not sure how this headshot doesn't fully connect. I'm desperately waiting for it because
was it through the...
What the fuck? How that's... Nice try. How is
they agree with us.
Yeah, they didn't censor that clip.
I don't blame them.
Leave the audio in for that one.
Same. Yeah,
honestly,
I'd be heartbroken as well by that, because that was... I mean, you can see the Vitality are loving it, right? They're like, cool, we've just been given potentially a gateway back into kind of, you know, continuing this to double digits now, because that was a nice build back in. That was 3 rounds for Heretics. That could have been 4. That's frustrating.
Also the one that really seals or cements their play back in here, but it's the one that gives a big boom to the economy for Vitality now. A little bit of breathing room. And actually, even considering, what, 3 rounds to start off the second half? Look at what Heretics now have behind this purchase.
I'm looking at the ults coming in here. Boo, I think he's one off. Yeah, you got Miniboo with his on the other side, quite far away. No one particularly knocking on the door of that yet. Still have Miniboos, as said, ready to go. So this is maybe something they want to try and utilize now to try and maybe course correct after that round slipped away from them. But to be fair, all the players, as frustrating as it was, you know the Benji Fishy is going to shake that off. But man, Kicks will be loving the fact he got away with that.
Yeah.
You don't often get those chances.
Yeah.
You don't often get those chances. A clip of a bullet or two, I don't know how he was still standing, but he was.
I didn't catch in the replay, actually, if he did have a shield.
I didn't even look to it, I was just still horrified. And then they swore and I got really excited. 7-9.
Fines everywhere.
You know, people take that seriously.
I know.
And they're like,
don't tell them.
No, yeah, you know what, I'll come back to it, because it looks like we've got a bit of aggression.
Good nade, though.
Oh, Benji Fishy, that's unlucky. How is he living? I guess he at least gets, you know, a second lease at life as well. Maybe not quite as egregious as the round before, but the fact he is still breathing, it's rather surprising. Vitality seemed quite well-rounded in that approach, to be fair.
Hang on, Safe looked like he was going to progress down tube here. But then called to attention. Retreats a little bit, but there's no way he spotted this cross. I thought there was an audio cue heard by potentially Kicks or Runner on A to call that. I say that actually on the other side. Sender does nearly commit to that opening peak.
There we go. And they burst through the wall. Sender's been cleared, but the support's there. Safe is the first man to the case. You're looking at the rest to try and make it through from CT. That's gonna be Runner now on the case. Gonna bring Miniboo to his knees and follow up with Boo. Kicks and Runner.
He's got another nade.
Oh my word, yeah, Miniboo's absolutely out of it.
Yeah, I mean, this prevents the res from coming through now.
You can see Rien's trying to catch that timing here. Just that rifle in hand, a 1v2, Rien's is good. He's got to be really good. Rien's is just out of this world.
I mean, open sight lines created here, given the opportunity to excel, and he absolutely delivers.
Give me that one again. Let me see that Red Bull
Talking about it
clutch.
being clean and crisp.
Oh.
Not often you see it as good as that. I mean, yeah, even here with a weird situation, there's a chance for the half defuse to come through and force the hand of Rien's, but oh my God. Yeah, and frustration, because I think there's a chance to maybe slow things down in a 2v1 there. Especially with the utility still being there for kicks.
Hold on, we've got some aggression coming through here as well. Patatek's got to be so careful. He could be on a platter. And Boo's want to find Trex, but it's safe! Right up the guts, finding Rien's and Boo. I don't know how he just managed that angle, but
and they're going to know about both. They're going to know about the cross as well. Patatek has to cross it. Behind the orb. But Vitality do disengage. Concede some of this space now.
I guess the only benefit if you're Heretics is those guns can't be reached easily. But, I mean, you're clutching at straws there. You got the lockdown lingering as well. Safe, what a nightmare moment to face him like that. Finds two. If Runner can get one, this might be the round. It's wrapped. He can't get the shot. It'd be a little audacious to repeat. Did he tag Patatek then? Or was he already down to 5 HP? I couldn't tell you.
I didn't catch that yet. Maybe he did.
Not 100% certain. But they're banking on Miniboo finding a lot here. Left. Benji Fishy.
He's forced into an awkward plant, though.
Yeah, that's not ideal. This is all on Miniboo in my mind.
You should run.
And then lockdown.
Well, an awkward plant now that actually gives him a very valuable spot for the lockdown.
Okay. Wait. It didn't get caught. He didn't get caught off guard. Miniboo gets away with daylight robbery. The flash to check and sees nothing else here, but it's going to be that mid-pressure. Patatek audacious to go all the way back around, making them work. Safe gave them that window, but I think Heretics just closed it. The fact that Safe got two this round felt out of this world, but Miniboo on the bailout didn't get noted by Dizzy, and then Patatek going all the way back around to pressure the pinch coming in.
Yeah, show me that from Miniboo's POV again. That looks ridiculous, the finest of margins.
Yeah, show me Safe at the start and show me Miniboo. You can ignore me, production, don't worry, I won't hold it against you, but it'd be nice to see, because that was wild.
So the sight lines looked clear as well. I mean, I glanced back just to see the position of where Benji slips into. Because I thought,
oh wow,
Miniboo was as I thought Miniboo was as good as dead.
I mean, they just won a round.
Yeah, they
by
just
the
won
way.
a round.
I see that Mini has actually joined Heretics.
It's a mini cosplay.
Exactly. Well, we've got Miniboo, so they're just, you know, really bringing it all together. Operator is coming out. Runner opting to invest towards this. We haven't seen this yet, so look at this.
There's aggro as well.
Deep fact-finding here. Safe on guard duty in middle. Benji Fishy might have just been put to task to try and deal with this man who's been a problem. Rienzo going to take away Trex, but they still haven't noted the forward position from the two players we were talking about earlier.
No, you can see on the minimap, that's the deeper sight anchor here on A. Operator's still posted up. Is he close enough to hear that alarm bot, actually? I mean, it could be a bit of a red herring that, you know, maybe the rotation coming through, but forced off here, flash, and a mosh pit, and actually further utility to apply pressure to Runner.
Yeah, that was well timed. The lockdown.
That's good timing on the lockdown, actually.
Yeah, wondering what they do with this. You got 4 seconds, and you're not going to get a plant, so the plant is now under a safety net. And you can already see that re-lean from Runner. Gets another chance at this. And as you said, the lockdown timing was exceptional. Bought them so much space
30
here.
seconds left.
But now, this is what they're going to depend on to try and get them back on this side. They've still not noted Runner. He's still a factor in this. The second that wall drops, there are problems. Oh, and they almost line up. He did chip damage too. You couldn't ask for a better response, as Miniboo can do no more. Sender clearing house here. Vitality make it to 10.
Yeah, it felt fairly crucial to win that one. I think it's going to be Boo that struggles the most. Actually, yeah, Patitek in terms of the finances here. Rians looks like he wants to throw. Actually, looks as if Heretics are going to buy altogether here, force into this purchase. Yeah, Vitality. Oh, did the second tag come through there? I'm not sure if it was a second tag, but almost looked like Runner's able to line him up with the operator there.
Nice, big round, big round. Well played. Let's go.
Yeah, it was a big round, because look at the buy.
Yeah, it's not. Well, I mean, with the rifles here, as full an investment as they could probably.
Oh, they're still doing this again? Trex this time going to get the better of Miniboo, so
kill my allies.
Miniboo going to be brought back to life.
Here.
I just don't know if they've got the kit to clear this now.
No, it's awkward here because they want to run at a site, get the pit down, and let Patitek kind of cause a nuisance with this judge. Looks like they might rethink their approach, or maybe even try and fake with the pit here, because we've seen the spike still lurk outside A.
I got you. In
the hands of Boo.
And it depends on the...
That causes a big issue, because they're not able to now comfortably fake.
Safe just stepped. Did Benji not hear that?
Well, he definitely hears Runner.
But Safe's also heard... Oh, not a...
He's got no clue about Benji. Benji seemingly had no clue where those shots were coming from
which
either.
Is also questionable at the best of times. But they have a pick and they have a chance. The one bonus was that Runner actually moved away from this site too.
Late round hit though, showstopper here. It's really awkward, Lauren.
20 seconds. They've already had problems getting towards this. 15 now. Showstopper goes through. That's not the player with the spike. The spike is going down as we speak. They can still hold on to this. Maybe, maybe not. Trex is there towards Rians. It's down to just two. Benji Fishy and Patitek. Okay, Benji Fishy wants to make a go of this one. Can't do any more that time as Patitek on 17 HP has no hope in this world as Vitality really kicking in now.
And such a good usage of the null command. It splits Heretics away from being able to rely on that comfortable, that safe, guaranteed plant behind the wall, behind the wingman. But also that, Heretics are ahead of the rotation here. Not able to really find that window. Sorry, Vitality are ahead of the rotation here. Heretics not able to find the window of opportunity to even get themselves to a position. And that was so quick as well. I look back and I think, is somebody sitting in the pit still on B? Have they left a contingency in place? No. Everybody scrambles for this rotation.
Someone just take it. You're all uneven.
Just a fuse, please. For now, though.
A little concern. I mean, this feels like Vitality hitting 12.
Yes.
Unless a Guardian and a Stinger and a bit of a Shiko around the edges can find some value here around 21. Still got the pit to work with, so maybe they can find a plant, swing things in their favor. But it's not comfortable whatsoever.
No, it's not. Benji Fishy already copping a boatload of damage. Luckily, we'll be able to get healed up here, but Safe not allowing him any play towards middle now. And you can really see the adjustment. There's going to be kicks patrolling towards Tube as well. Maybe feeling as though got away with too much in that last round. And actually, careful now. They've spotted a player here. Now, Rians has fallen. And Runner's not feeling pressured, so he gets to go back for more. Boombot allows him some escape here too. Gets to slip away, doesn't have to outstay his welcome. And even with Benji Fishy finding space, he doesn't have the spike, so it really feels quite irrelevant to this. Hard to cross back over as well.
I think Benji's really going to be given an inch in this lurk. No, it's not. A wallbang, yes, but damage down at least for Sender's going to humble Benji for the time being, keep him honest. Flash doesn't even connect it.
Nope.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
That looked disgusting.
Oh my!
The second.
Stop it! That just doesn't seem right. The spike went down before Miniboo fell, but Safe is having none of it. He wants 12 rounds and he might just get him. Patitek, this is a lot. This is really quite a lot. Runners bounding in. Vitality potentially on the precipice of a big upset here. A lot of people putting a lot of faith in Heretics, and rightly so. Vitality not turning heads in that first game in all the right ways. But now, they seem to have everything going their way.
Yeah, really, really impressed with them today. That first was disgusting. Second, Trek's not giving a shot. But yeah, thoroughly impressed with Vitality today. Obviously some questions around the execution of week one in general. Yeah. But here, yeah, definitely for me, an upset for Heretics, who very quickly established themselves as maybe one of the top dogs here in EMEA.
I love seeing this, the potential.
Taking the distance, yeah, absolutely.
This is what you wanted from Vitality, right? Is seeing what they can actually achieve. You saw all that potential and none of the results for it, but now we're starting to see that real glimpse of it. Now Heretics tested. 2 away for Rien's on the ult here. Sender drifting back through, and the timing might be real good for him. Mini Boo and Rien's lineup and put to bed. Sender sending him out of this game as Benji Fishy, the last one alive, to try and put up a stand. And it doesn't matter. Brought to the knees as Vitality tear down Heretics.
Hats off to them today. What a performance across this series.
Yeah.
Individuals stepping up. Heretics, I don't even want to say this was a bad game from Heretics, to be honest with you. Absolutely in control from Vitality start to finish, with a hiccup along the way or two.
Yeah, I mean, overall, just expectations have been changed. I think as much as, you know, I'm sure there'll be the Vitality fans going, well, I had faith all along. Brilliant, welcome to being a fan. You don't
No, sure, but it's validated now.
Now
Absolutely validated.
Now it is. Because, as I said, that first look at them, it left us with more question marks. We were waiting to see, okay, what does this team look like? Now they have all, you know, 5 together. You've got everything starting to line up, starting to warm up, and they look fantastic, to be fair. Got to say for me, Safe outstanding in this, but every single player had moments. They had impact throughout this series.
Absolutely, yeah. This felt like firing on all cylinders. There was no real weak link towards Vitality today at all. No. Runner thoroughly impressed me there on that final map as well. Kicks across the entire series. And I guess one of the big questions coming in has kind of been answered here with some comp changes up. Obviously a new turn in here in terms of the map pool showing us Icebox to round things out. It's not necessarily overcooked. That was the big question coming into this series. The desk kind of hit hard on that. We've not seen that at all. Vitality, like I said, thoroughly impressed by them today. Yeah,
really, really big tick in the box, and another boon to the EMEA squad, right? We get to see another team that can now do some serious damage, right? Like, that's what I'm hoping for.
Absolutely.
It's hoping that we can see this one continuing. Again, it's been a pleasure watching them now pick up after what was, as I said, a little bit of a, not a letdown, but a bump in the road maybe of their debut game.
I think underwhelming is fair. Yeah. I think they probably would have said that themselves as well, to be able to pull out a comp like that and not really have the, I guess, one-off impact that it should have.
Yeah, so seeing them adjust the comps, come back in, humble enough to adjust and kind of look good now, it's their chance to kind of fight back in this. I'm happy enough with it. On the other side for Heretics, maybe a bit of an awakening here. Again, hot and cold, but Vitality stepped up. I don't know if they just didn't expect it, if they weren't prepped for it, but what we saw today was a totally different Vitality.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be surprised if that was kind of Heretics showing a real lack of respect, but no, this is an over-delivery from Vitality for sure.
Well, it's been an over-delivery from us being back on the camera, so we're going to hand it down to Sue and Safe.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hybog. I am joined by Safe from Team Vitality. First of all, huge congratulations. What a victory that was. You just managed to take down one of the best teams in this league right now. Tell me, how did you guys manage to turn things around so fast after last week?
I think in terms of what problems we had last week, it's very minuscule things. It's not like something very major. It's like we know we are good enough to do something. It's just there are very small things we can change on official because people get stressed. And we have a lot of new people in the league. They've never played it before, just like them actually. So I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things to learn. And I think we fixed some small stuff. We still saw some glimpses of it today, of the small stuff. But overall, it was pretty fun.
What happened on that second map? Because I felt like you had so much momentum being able to come back into it, maybe even just secure the series 2-0. So talk me through those last couple of rounds.
We trolled some retakes, I think, and that's completely fine. I mean, one Cypher Wire should not stop 3 people, but I mean, God bless the Cypher Wire. So yeah, I mean that's the only thing. I think the retakes were like just very poor from us. Otherwise, it would have looked different, probably.
Now you mentioned, you know, some of the new blood we have here, but for you, I don't know if you know this, but you are officially the most seasoned player we have in VCT EMEA. You have overtaken Nukia for the record, 224 games, by the way. But not just that, you're also the first player ever to surpass 3,000 career kills in VCT EMEA. No one else is close to you right now. So how does that feel to be doing this for so long and doing this at Tier 1 for so long as well?
I mean, it's a pleasure to be here, obviously. No, not a lot of people get the chance to be in Tier 1. Not a lot of people get to pursue what they really like. And obviously, you know, I have my fair share of doubters. I have my fair share of supporters as well. But I'm just happy to be here, and I'm happy to try to show the best Valorant there is, even though maybe I'm trolling half of the time.
Only a quarter of the time. Only the quarter of the time. Do you feel like your experience, you know, is an advantage right now in a league where there are so many younger players?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if it's something that I can give to them, then it's definitely an advantage, because some people won't have that, like a guy that knows and like can tell you, hey, this is how you react in certain situations, this is how you're supposed to feel, or like calm you down, be your dad kind of vibe. But, you know, I mean, it's pretty, yeah, you need that guy, and I'm that guy.
And I'm just going to put you on the spot, you know, looking back at your long career, you got a particular highlight, you know, in a moment that maybe you feel like is your favorite moment so far?
Yeah, it was 11-11 against Team Vitality. on Ascent, and I got my ace against them, and then we won that to go ahead and win the playoffs. I think that was a sick moment, no?
Oh, that was the guild days.
No,
right?
that was Liquid.
Oh, Liquid. Oh, last year.
Liquid versus Vitality.
Oh, wow. And speaking of guild, you're reunited with Trex.
Yeah.
So what's that been like?
It's been good and bad, I'll be honest. And people don't like honesty nowadays, but I'll be really honest. It's been good and bad. There's a lot of things that have changed about me, and it's like seeing your best friend after like two years of not seeing your best friend. It's like, oh my God, you've changed so much, but I've also changed. And it's like, oh wow, let's work together. And then, you know, it's kind of a good vibe, but there are some bad things that we both work together on, and I think we're making it work so far.
So what would you say is the best thing about this reunion?
Best thing is that guy is probably one of the smartest players I've ever played with, apart from Leo. And I'm just super happy to have him with me, because he, like, in terms of, you know, we talk about developing other players, but I need to develop myself as well. And when I have someone that contests me and challenges what I think as well, it's kind of like, okay, wow, I can take a lot from you as well. And that's what I feel with him. It's like, okay, we can work together.
You push each other, each other. You just spoke a little about how you've changed too. How, in what areas do you feel like you've changed as a player?
I feel like I've become less like energy high all the time, and I've become more the calming person. I wasn't the calming person before, like, hey guys, chillax, do this, do that, because I was playing duelist. Like, for example, I was just sending it everywhere, I was doing whatever I wanted, I was gonna peek if I wanted to peek, and right now it's like, okay guys, relax, we killed one, relax, do this, relax. And it's kind of like, it's not me really, but I feel like I'm also like new into trying to teach people other things. That's something I've never done before personally. It's like, okay, I have these amazing like people in my team that I need to like tell them what I know about the game as well, and you know, it's just new, but it feels good.
Yeah, was this a conscious effort, you think, or is this just naturally
I think conscious effort, because I really want to like do these new things for me, so I can be better myself. Like as a human, as a whatever, I just want them, you know, just be a better human, basically.
I mean, I'd love to see this development from you. Oh, shout out to the fans that stayed here. It's 11 p.m. here. And lastly, before I let you go, the rest of your fixtures, it's looking, you know, there's some pretty good teams in there. I feel like still strong contenders. I think we got Gentlemates coming up. You got Foot, and I think you have Koi and one more. I can't remember who it is. Oh, Giant X as well. How do you think you guys are going to fare against them after being able to take down Heretics?
I think it's like taking down Heretics won't make a big difference in terms of how we're going to play against other teams, I'm going to be honest, but I think that we're going to fare pretty well, because honestly, we have some scrim bugs, yes, but the way we're practicing and the way we're doing things right now are very convincing to me, and as long as we can bring that to official, it's going to look amazing.
Well, it's a fantastic showing from you, and thank you so much for your time, Safe. I always appreciate chatting to you. We're going to close the show out right here, but we'll be back tomorrow with a bit of a rivalry game, starting with Team Liquid versus Na'Vi. Have a great night's sleep, everybody, and we'll see you then.
Alright guys, let's have a fun scrim right now, boys.
victory. Yeah. It's only a matter of time. There's the peak. Foot thinking on levels we can't comprehend. The ace with the nade, the shorty. 13-8. They trade each other's picks, and we go all the way to the decider.
One enemy remaining.
KC took him down last time, and now they step on that regional stage to show it ain't happening twice.
There could be another upset on the card here.
The 2 bullets is all they needed, and Vitality picking up Breeze. Heretics make their stand. Put up a stand, and it doesn't matter. Brought to the knees as Vitality tear down Heretics.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my Jovi, be my woman, be my lover, be my Jovi, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my
Yeah. I think I'm gonna call it for today. Yeah, I think that's it. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we have like Liquid BBL, I think. No, Liquid Navi and BBL Coin. So see you tomorrow for the 2 EMEA series. Yeah. Bye bye.